Morning, everyone.
Morning, Drew.
Good morning. All right, so we are live streaming. You should have the URL in your inbox. It's also in the chat here if you want to update your various places, the meetups and so forth.
Drew, I got ours.
Thanks, Judy. Yeah, live stream works great.
I'm going to assume our intention is to put the link to the live stream on the website at 8 o'clock sharp. Got it.
Oh, you can add the link to the live stream to the website anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that then. Just clarifying question, is this Zoom right here? This is the Zoom that's going to get live streamed, or?
This is the Zoom. Yep, this Zoom is being live streamed right now.
Got it. Thanks.
We had Eric Warhite of Toyota present last night at our local meetup.
Oh, nice. How'd that go?
It went great. He was so engaged. He was so happy with it. In fact, if you want, I could send you the link to the recording of it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I will. He talked about, team building and culture and team models. He was terrific. And we had the month before, we've been going through a kind of a culture and organization jag lately. We had Brian Finster from Walmart. He's also very good.
Link to the live stream's been added to the webpage.
Awesome. Thanks, Drew. Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Nathan. So is the Zoom only for organizers or?
Anyone is welcome to join the Zoom. And so we kind of have two options. You can join the Zoom, and depending on the number of participants, we can go into breakout rooms, like between presentations, just for regular like meetup conversations, or you can watch the live stream.
Okay, I just noticed that the URL had changed at the DevOps DC meetup, and I wasn't quite sure I shared the wrong thing or not, but anyhow, it'll work out.
Oh yeah, should I put both on there? I just updated it, so it seemed like the live stream was the one to do, but.
Yeah, so the way that we discussed it was, if you wanted to like come and be part of the conversation, you could join the Zoom, and that's open to anyone. You have to have a Zoom account so that if we have any bad actors, we can kick them out. But the idea was that between presentations, if there are folks hanging out that aren't just organizers, we would go into like breakout rooms and have typical like networking conversations, what have you.
Quick logistics, Peter, to answer your initial question, this is the Zoom that everybody will be joining and is the one live streamed. Just to be mindful for all of us when we've got our mics on or off.
Yeah, sorry, you just heard me drop my iPad a moment ago.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to DevOps 95, a day of DevOps meetups hosted virtually following along the I-95 corridor. We're going to start this morning in DC, but let me just give you a quick rundown of the day. So here's what our agenda looks like. We're about to start with the DevOps DC meetup. At 10 o'clock, we're going to have the Federal DevOps Community of Practice. At 12 o'clock, we're going to take a short break and give everyone who's been at home and baking a moment to show off your sourdough. So bring your baked goods along, share them with the community, and so forth. At 12:45, we'll go to DevOps Columbia. That's in Columbia, Maryland. At 2 o'clock, Baltimore DevOps meetup. At 5 o'clock, we'll head up to Morristown, New Jersey. At 5:45, right after the Morristown presentation, we will have a virtual happy hour. This virtual happy hour is, of course, a bring your own beverage style happy hour. We'll do a virtual toast and then move right into the NYC DevOps. And then following NYC, we'll be in New Haven, Connecticut for a meetup there. Today's adventures are being held, are being held in a Zoom, and you can get to that Zoom link directly through the meetup that you're a member of. And in that Zoom, we'll have live conversations and chat and so forth if you would like to join those. Of course, this Zoom is being live streamed to YouTube. So anyone who joins the Zoom, you are consenting to being recorded and having your image and so forth live streamed off to YouTube. If you'd prefer not to be recorded, you can, of course, just join the live stream. That's a great place to keep up with everything that's going on throughout the day. And of course, we do have a code of conduct that we will be following throughout the day and throughout each of the meetups that happened today. We do value the participation of each member of our community and really want all attendees to have an enjoyable and fulfilling experience. Accordingly, all attendees are expected to show respect and courtesy to other attendees throughout all of the meetup events that we have today. You can read our full code of conduct on our website, which is at devops95.com, or directly at this bit.ly link, bit.ly/DO95COC for DevOps 95 Code of Conduct. With that, I wish you a good morning. My name is Nathan Harvey. I will be here throughout the day. I'm going to turn things over to Peter Burkholder from DevOps DC. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, and I'm going to turn things over to Victoria and Trevor, who are running this meetup, because I'm going to be yakking at you all more as part of the 10 o'clock Federal DevOps Community of Practice. So Victoria, take it away.
Good morning, welcome. We're super happy to start everything off today. I don't know if Trevor wants to chime in with anything as well. So DevOps DC, we typically meet, for those of us who, aren't normally meetup members, we typically meet on the second Tuesday of the month at Arlington Tech Exchange at Excella, or now virtually every month on Zoom. And so today our first speaker is going to be Banjo Obayomi, talking about automated knowledge graphs with AWS. Trevor, did you want to add anything to that? Nope. Okay, well, I think we're gonna kick stuff off and just have our first speaker just jump right in. Banjo, are you there?
Yeah, let me get stuff ready.
Okay, and while Banjo's getting ready, I'll just say that Banjo's longtime DevOps DC member. He speaks at least once or twice a year at our meetup. He also runs his own meetup, DataOps DC. So you can check that out if you really want to get into more about this data ops realm. And you have a podcast as well that we run together. So you can get all of the DevOps and data ops between the two of us. Awesome.
I will need ability to share my screen when you have a chance.
Oh, sorry, let me handle that for you. Sorry, Banjo. There you go, you should be good now.
Sweet. All right. Everyone see that okay?
Yes, we sure can.
Sweet. All righty. Oh, let me just introduce myself. My name is Banjo Biami. As Victoria said, I also run a data ops meetup. It's focused on the DevOps side of data and how we can integrate those two. I work at 26 Labs as a software engineer, doing a lot of cool productization of machine learning models. So how do you take a machine learning model and make a product out of that? A lot of cool work. And it kind of inspired me to make this, I guess, knowledge graph creation using Kraken AI. Now I'll walk through how I went through this process. Let's see. So back in the day when we can all attend large conference halls, I went to this conference called AWS VMARS, and something struck me there. They talked about Warren Vogel, the CTO of Amazon, went up on stage and talked about the history of AWS, how they started with 3 services in 2006, storage, compute, and database. And then he fast forwarded to 2019 when they have over 150 services from compute, database, analytics, AI. It does seem like so many things together. How do each of these components work by themselves? How do they work integrated with other themes? How do you build scalable apps? How do we use kind of our DevOps mindset to connect all of these different services to make products? So it really got me thinking, like, how are all of these services connected? How does S3 relate to EC2? How does Lambda relate to Lustre or ESCS? All these different components thrown together, how are they connected? So this made me to look up a knowledge graph. So when people think of knowledge graphs, they think of entities that are connected to each other and cool graphs and lots of different nodes and links and spanning edges and like, oh, this is cool. So what if we try to make a knowledge graph using AWS? How would that look like? How would you even get started with that? But first of all, like, what exactly is a knowledge graph? So pretty much a knowledge graph encodes relationships between entities. So I talked about how does EC2 connect with S3. So what's that relationship like? How do you define that? What is it? And what is an entity? So in our case, like an AWS service is an entity and a relationship is how it's being used. So in that, I started to look at a tool called Kraken AI. So what Kraken AI does, it allows you to create knowledge graphs. So in this example here, we basically have, on the left side, we have kind of like a schema language where we're actually defining what our knowledge graph is. So here I'm defining an entity. An entity has a name, a description, service description, URL, and then it plays these 2 roles. So a relationship is a role. So in this simple example, I have 2 roles, linked and linker. So a service is linked to another service. So like EC2 is linked to S3 and S3 is linked to EC2. And that has a detail string. And then you can visualize that kind of relationship here. And imagine you could have multiple things spawning, multiple entities, multiple relationships, but in true DevOps fashion, we want to scale it up slowly. So I wanted to understand what's the simplest knowledge graph I can create from using entities and relationships and having it an AWS service from the service name description and the information about that. But in order to do that, I actually needed to get all the product information. So if you go to amazon.com/products, you see all of these different type of products that I have from like game tech, end user computer, media server, robotics, quantum technologies. Like there's just so many things. So how can I create a knowledge graph? I don't want to manually insert all of this information. So we needed a way to kind of grab all this information and insert it into a knowledge graph. So that's kind of the purpose of how do I create this automated knowledge graph without having to manually insert each of these things. So what I mainly had to do is I had to make that schema. I had to define what I want to do. So another way to think of this is an ontology. How do I structure unstructured data? So I'm making a structure here, and then I'm going to put all that data into this ontology so it could be rendered in a knowledge graph format. So I use scraping, web scraping. So I used a library called Beautiful Soup. And it's pretty simple. I point the HTML parser to the web page, and then I have to manually go through and actually see, okay, how is this page structured? And it has a very simple layout. It has like a class that encodes all the information, and I can kind of iterate through that class there, and then I can easily strip out information. So I can get the type of service, like is it a machine learning, game tech, the URL that it's pointing to, the description for that, and then the name. So that's kind of that basic metadata that was created from the unstructured data and putting it into my ontology for my knowledge graph. So I can get all that product information, but I can't really get the relationships from that. So that kind of was my second biggest question. Okay, I get all the products, I can put it in a knowledge graph, but how do I make that second thing, the relationships? I can get all this service, but how do I get this linked and linker? How do I say this service is linked to that? Just because I got the metadata, I don't really have any intuition on how these products are linked. And this is kind of the point of the knowledge graph. You have no relationships. There's no point of doing a knowledge graph. You can use a regular database. So this is kind of the meat of getting an ontology and knowledge graph, is how each of these entities related to each other. If you think of it like a normal SQL database, you would have join tables, and like this table joins to this table, and you're pointing this record to this. And that can get confusing and complicated when you have lots of different elements. You know, people always cringe when they have multiple join. You have to do a left join of this. Knowledge graph kind of removes that by encoding that kind of relationship into the actual entity itself. So the white paper. So Amazon has a lot of different white papers. So white papers are pretty much a standard of a ground truth, if you will, of how they utilize projects together to create bigger applications. How do you connect an EC2 instance and have it talk on S3 bucket, etc. So white papers are the ground truth of how services are built, and it gives you a lot of information on how services are related to each other. So I needed to collect these white papers. So I used a similar fashion of using Beautiful Soup to actually go through and grab each of those white papers. This was a bit more complicated as the structure is a lot different, but it was pretty much the same path. Open that web page, look through the div elements. From there, grab all the unstructured data and structure it. So find the URL, the name, the description, the topic. There's always just one. There's always, so with unstructured data, you're always going to find something that doesn't fit into your exact pattern. So I had the hard-coded element for some topic that I think there was only one of, so it didn't fit in with the main thing. So that's another thing you're going to find in pipelines with data, unstructured data. There's always going to be some outlier, and then how do you deal with those outliers and keeping track of those? So this is a one-time thing, but if you're scaling up a pipeline or data ops thing, a DevOps thing, you want to make sure you account for those outliers and have a way to handle them and code and track them. But so when you download a white paper, it's really just a PDF file with a lot of text and information. So again, manually trying to parse that and understand, okay, I'm not going to read every sentence and find every instance of how a service is used of something else. So how can I automate that in a fashion? How can I get this PDF file and then parse the information and then put those relationships from each of the services into a knowledge graph? So the first step of doing this, I needed to get that PDF and turn it into a text file. So there's a cool library called PDF to text. Pretty much, once I have those URLs, I download the white paper. I use PDF text to actually convert the PDF to a text file. And then once to the text file, I can do string operations of that sort and try to find information from that. So that was the first step. And then after we have the text file, so it's a text file that just has a bunch of sentences, I used a framework called Spacey, which gives us a natural language processing model to actually parse sentences and get nouns, verbs, actions, products straight from that. So I can pretty much, once that text is parsed, put the text into a spacey model and extract information from that. So after I created a script to do that, I can find sentences like build Amazon SageMaker notebooks backed by Spark and Amazon EMR. So I can get like the subject is Amazon EMR. I put all my metadata, the time, get snippets, the entity. And so how I define relationship in this concept, if two products are in the same sentence, that means they must be utilized in some fashion. So here we have like Amazon EMR is connected to Amazon SageMaker, and the sentence that put that in was build Amazon SageMaker notebooks backed by Spark and Amazon EMR. And I get all the metadata, so the URL, the name, description, topic, the date. So building up these connections through looking through all the 100 white papers, what are all the similar connections where two products in the same sentence and how are they linked? So that's how I define link in this situation. I'm not manually going in and say, okay, that's a valid sentence or that's not a valid sentence. I'm just seeing how are these linked through in the product, the actual white paper, how those two products are connected together. So now that we've gotten all this data, we've gotten the product metadata, we've gotten the links of how the products are connected, how do we actually take all these unstructured data and put it into a knowledge graph and to our ontology that we made? So some more complicated code, but it's pretty simple once you break it down. So Kraken had its own query language called Grakel. But basically, you have to do this query. You have to get rid of some strings. So HTTPS, I had to get rid of this : // A lot of special characters break in Kraken. So that's one thing I had to learn the hard way, trying to insert things while by themselves, trying to escape strings. A lot of things, a lot of edge cases you got to figure out and how to get past those. But once I figured it out, it's similar to like almost like a database. I'm inserting this service. I have all my metadata, the name, description, the URL, the service type. And then that's for the actual entity. And then for the relationship, we want to match. So we want to match the services. So before we had like Amazon EMR, Amazon EC2, match all those services and match the details of what we put in for those products. So all that metadata we got, we are putting it into this GraphQL format and then shoving it into these query statements. And then once you run all these queries, you get something like this. So you see a vast array of dots and lines and services and entities, relationships, all scraped from all the data mining that we did. We were able to create a connected knowledge graph with all the services, the products, and we can see kind of, it's very vast. It's hard to decipher all of that, and if you zoom out a bit, you even see some disconnected services, like I think these were some of the newer services that won't really mention with any of the other older services. So it's really cool how you can, from taking all that unstructured data from HTML parsing, grabbing things randomly, and then putting them into an ontology, we're able to create a connected graph, how all the services are connected. And when I broke it down, you see Amazon S3 was the most quoted service, and makes sense. A lot of services utilize that. And if you look through white papers, they always talk about store it in Amazon S3 or do this. I was surprised Lambda was a bit low at 147, but it was really cool to kind of see how which services are used most and are referenced the most through the white papers. So a lot of people will ask, like, what can you do for knowledge graph? So it's cool that we put all this data in there. We got all this unstructured data, and now we shoved it into a structured format. So cool. Now, what does the knowledge graph enable us to do? So I'm not sure yet. If you have any suggestions, please reach out to me at Dan's the Man on Twitter. But I have found some things you can do. So a knowledge graph really helps you find linked entities. So I mean, we put all these things together. We encoded the relationship to the entities. So how about finding them? Search is a common thing. Google uses knowledge graph for their search engine. So knowledge graphs are used for finding linked entities. So how can we do something similar utilizing that find linked entities action? So one thing I thought about was a quiz. So I got all this information from white papers. If you ever took an AWS certification exam, they always say, read the white paper, read the white paper. But there's not really any like quizzes on like the white paper. I'm not gonna read like a 50-page document and just say, okay, that's it. Like, how do I quiz myself? How do I understand what's in this white paper? So doing all this research and development actually gave us a way to actually automatically make quizzes from all the sentences we scraped. So one way I kind of say, oh, we have this knowledge graph. So how can we actually do that? Make a quiz harder. So a lot of the times in AWS quizzes, they always put like a lot of answers that are kind of similar. So I wanted to kind of replicate that by using my knowledge graph powered search to find similar answers. So in this question, it says the most common compute service used in IoT is blank, which allows actions to be invoked if telemetry data reaches AWS IoT Core and AWS IoT Greengrass. So when I so how my script worked, it picks the right answer from that's in the sentence. So AWS Lambda in this case. And if I randomly just pick a service, it's gonna pick like random things that have nothing to do with Lambda most of the time. Like has Steep Racer, Redshift, Infrared. But if I use a knowledge graph search, I can see, okay, which are the products that are closely linked to Lambda? So it has step functions, code deploy, VPC. So the more close, so what the knowledge graph empowered questions are doing is saying, okay, I know the answer. What are the closest linked things to AWS Lambda? So by doing that, I can find answers that are closely associated with AWS Lambda, so it can really differentiate if you understand what are the different use cases instead of just picking random answers. So using Kraken, we can kind of do that using the find that service and that find the service of the answer. So we pass in the answer AWS Lambda. So basically I want the query saying, okay, get me all the common things that are connected to AWS Lambda. And then from that, pick the other answers from this query instead of randomly picking a random product. So if you want to, you can actually try the quiz. It's online right now. I used Firebase, ironically, to host the quiz. Firebase is another platform operated by Google that allows you to deploy applications. So the idea is you can go to this quiz, it'll generate 10 random questions, and then using that knowledge graph, it will pick some questions here. So if you're feeling fancy or you want to have something to study for your next certification exam, using this knowledge graph powered service, I'm able to generate random questions, and each time you go to it, you get a new quiz. So you can just make sure you understand each of those services and you're prepared to answer any question and take the exam with more confidence. These are some resources of things that I used, Kraken, Spacey. I wrote a blog post about a lot of the techniques I used here. If you actually want to go to Cloud Quiz yourself and try something, my Twitter, and if you are looking for a new job, 26 Labs has some jobs. Are there any questions? So that's it.
Yeah, we got a question in the chat. How do you maintain persistence in your document store?
Right, so the documents, so white papers get uploaded at some rotation. Maybe they don't, but I guess it'll be really up to me to when I want to actually scrape that data again. So there's no, it's not like I'm polling those white papers and doing a diff every time that's happening, but if that was a requirement that I could, I'll probably put like every 30 days, run through that download script again. Has anything changed? If so, update that and then rerun through those process. One of the good things about encoding that data generation process, I can just run it like on a cron schedule. Okay, every 30 days, we run this entire script. What has changed? What is not? If something has changed, add this to the actual script. So it's really easy once you encode the pipeline to put on a schedule to get new data, insert it into the knowledge graph, and could continue.
Great. And what is data ops for those who don't know?
Data ops, yeah. So when we think of DevOps, we're thinking about automating processes to create value through software engineering. So data ops is kind of in that same vein. How do we automate our data collection process, data analytics process in the same way we automated software deliverables? So how do we take that DevOps mindset and apply it to big data analytics and in that same vein? So here we had a lot of unstructured data. I created a data pipeline to get all that data and create value from it. So data ops is kind of like, it's a way of a DevOps mindset applied to data.
Awesome. And do you have a GitHub repo for the code that you shared today?
You know, I think I do, but it's probably not up to date, but I can let you know when I have that up.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else have questions in the chat? All right. Well, thank you so much, Banjo. I really appreciate you coming out and getting started early with us here.
I know, like, who knows what time I woke up at.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So handing it back to Nathan for the day, right?
Sure, I can take it. So thanks very much, Banjo. It's really awesome to have that presentation to get us started here this morning. So our next presentation is going to begin at 10 o'clock, which is about 90 minutes from now. So in the meantime, we will keep this Zoom open, and if you'd like to chat with one another, you're welcome to do so. I think you should be able to unmute yourselves. So you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to hang out here in the Zoom or tune back in at 10 a.m. in about 90 minutes for our next presentation, which is going to be from the Federal DevOps Community of Practice. Maybe Peter, you could give us a little preview. What's that going to be on?
And I should say it'll be presentation from people who are affiliated with the Federal DevOps Community of Practice, because it's not a officially sanctioned participation. But you know, on my own time, I will not, while I'm doing this as a federal employee, we'll talk a little bit about how we're building a community within the federal government of DevOps practitioners. Brian Fox and I will just share a little bit about how cloud.gov and login.gov are working to demonstrate and support DevOps practices. And we'll have Jeremy Thomas, who was for like 4 years fighting the fight to bring DevOps practices to the US Marine Corps, and has a great talk mapping DevOps reskilling to the hero's journey as elucidated by John Campbell, with great references to Star Trek and Star Wars, not Star Trek, Star Wars and The Matrix and other themes from popular culture. And Chris Lauer from the Space Weather Prediction Center describes their journey to using DevOps in an environment that initially wasn't very friendly to adopting some of those tools and practices.
Awesome.
Yeah, and like what Judy said, thank you, Banjo. The thing, you know, you say, oh, and we're hiring at 26 Labs, and it's like, oh my gosh, does everyone at 26 Labs have to be as smart as Banjo? That sounds really intimidating. But I love the cloud quiz, indeed. Say a little bit more about what 26 Labs does, Banjo. I'm not looking for work, but I am curious.
Sure, yeah. So 26 Labs, we create AI products in the cybersecurity space. So a lot of my work focuses on DevOps and data. We have machine learning people, and they do great machine learning stuff, but how do you make that to an actual product like a government customer would actually pay for? They want a model, but they want their model to actually do something valuable for them. So one example of a product I'm working on is like automated DDoS defense. You have servers that always DDoS or hacked. How can you, a lot of the times traditional cybersecurity, you have like all these rules and anomaly detection and whatnot, but a lot of those are manually encoded. So like, how can a model kind of learn from your traffic and then make decisions by itself? So I'm helping create a platform that can actually have a model run on your system and find out the traffic patterns by itself, and then kind of like a better anomaly detection using advanced machine learning techniques and making actions on its own. So cool work like that is what 2.6 really does. We're based in Arlington, Virginia, remote friendly. My manager works in California. Another manager works in Washington, so state. So, I mean, we're all remote now, but we've always been remote friendly. So that's not an issue.
And do you have remote jobs, or where are you located?
Yeah. Remote friendly. We have remote jobs. Located in Arlington, right next to the metro. Boston Metro.
Awesome. Well, I might have to step out here and walk my dog. He's protesting that I'm on a meetup and I haven't done it yet. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes.
All right, I've posted this in the chat, but I'll just say it out loud as well. So this awkward silence is awkward, but it's totally okay. It's fine to just hang out. But I will invite anyone who would like, if you have some information that you'd like to share, maybe you're hiring, maybe you're looking for work, maybe you have a question that you'd like to ask to the group here, you're welcome to do so. Just be sure that you unmute yourself. And of course, you're also welcome to just hang out here in the Zoom, get some work done, maybe in another window, wait until around 10 a.m. Eastern, which is in just under 90 minutes for our next talk.
Well, I'll throw an icebreaker question out there if everybody wants to just kind of chat back and forth. I asked this is Luke from the Baltimore DevOps Meetup. This is one of our icebreaker questions we use for everybody to kind of get to know each other. Everybody here is probably in technology. If you hadn't wound up in technology, what other job might you have wound up in?
So I'll start for you, Luke. I probably would have been a kindergarten teacher, if not for tech.
Was that something you were actively pursuing, or?
Yeah, so I started my college career, I started as a theater major and thought I was going to become a lighting designer. Before I graduated, I decided that a kindergarten teacher was definitely more my speed. And then I realized how poorly we compensate teachers in the United States, and thought, you know, that would be a lot of fun. And in fact, if money weren't something that mattered, if I didn't need to raise and support a family, I might be teaching kindergarten today.
I feel like there's a lot that you could draw as parallels between like teaching kindergarten and wrangling technology. Like I feel like there's a lot of parallels there.
I know for myself, I had two other possible careers, and that was either English teacher or manager for pro wrestling. Those were the other two paths.
It's funny, all you guys. I also wanted to be a school teacher pretty much until senior year of high school, when my guidance counselor told me I was too good at math to be a school teacher. I needed to go into engineering. And that was kind of cool. But anyway, he also said you wouldn't make enough money if you were a teacher. But my grandmother was a teacher. She was a librarian. And I really appreciate librarians and school librarians and kids reading and all that fun stuff. So.
Yeah, when I was in college and I was kind of trying to find my way, I went back to my old high school and I was talking to my principal and I was telling her, I think I want to be an English teacher, actually. Like, I'm minoring in English right now and I really like it. I think I want to switch gears. And she said, you have a paid internship right now. How much are you making? I told her. She goes, okay. You know, Dr. Such and Such, who he's this PhD and he was teaching at our high school and he was just fantastic. So yeah, she goes, that's about how much he makes. It's like, so if you're going to be a teacher, you're not going to make more than you make now at age 19. So do you want to rethink that? And it's a shame. I always say this is always the follow-on to that statement. It's a shame. I feel like it should be flipped.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel like we could train anybody to do what we do. Like, what we do is hard, but it's not that hard compared to like what we put teachers through.
Right.
So
this is a funny story. I find it very funny, like a wrestling, teachers. My first career was air freight and truck driving. And then I became a software engineer, test engineer, then a system administrator, now an architect. And if anybody needs someone with those type of skills, let me know, because now I'm out looking because my company is changing directions. And my name is Pete Treese.
Hey, Pete.
This is Robbie Holmes. I think if I was not in technology, I would have been in food service. I probably would have gone. I had filled out an application to go to the Culinary Institute of America when I was super frustrated with working in IT and couldn't find my way to the other side of the rainbow. Once I literally had filled it out and was about to submit it and was given an interview to change jobs. And that changed everything. I was working for the city of New York, running the network operations center, and tired of watching icons change colors. And thankfully, the tech community in New York City that I was a big part of was super connected. And I was one of the organizers for Drupal NYC. And Sony Music was a giant Drupal platform at the time. and Susie Arnold, who's a good friend, became the boss there. And she reached out to me saying like, didn't you want to work here? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, do you still want to work here? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, cool. They thought you wanted a lot of money. And I was like, I don't need a lot of money. I need money, but not a lot of money. And she was like, that's reasonable. And that led me over to Sony Music, which started me into sort of the other side of the rainbow. I got a chance to be the manager of interactive media, which was basically like digital janitor for the Sony Music platform, which got me to use all my IT skills and learn all the development side at the same time.
That's very interesting when you talk about that, because it's a very different journey. Than everybody has a different story.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm also a giant coffee nerd. So coffee is probably the other aspect of the food service industry I would have landed in.
I used to work with a coffee roaster, and I like going to his place. And when they roast coffee, I love the smell. Oh my gosh, I couldn't get enough of the place.
That's my biggest regret, that I seem to be, I don't want to use the word sensitive to caffeine, but if I have 2 cups of coffee in a morning, I start to get a little punchy. And that is my biggest regret. I love the smell of coffee. I can hang out in a coffee shop all day. Like, I just, after a meal, even if it's 7 in the evening, I just like having that.
Oh, I have to cut off at noon. That's it. I mean, I can have as much as I want till noon, but I have to cut it off. And I really love, a really good cup of coffee.
Yeah. Oh, to be clear, I can't have it at 7. If I do that, I'm not sleeping that night. It's a train wreck.
Oh my gosh, sorry about that.
You can't drink decaf?
I can. I don't have a lot of it in stock, and it tragically really limits the selection when you switch to decaf. There do exist some good ones, but it kind of takes the fun out of it. They're not quite as good.
Yeah,
I have to do
Variety is
half and
definitely
half.
less.
Sorry.
Half and half's not bad. I do a lot of tea lately too.
Tea's supposed to have even more caffeine.
I guess it depends how strong your coffee is.
Well, I don't make it strong. I just make it, a normal. Because right now I'm into K-pop, K-cups and all that kind of stuff, but just out of convenience. But normally I used to just brew my own stuff and not really try to make it strong. It was the flavor of what I was able to find.
The irony is most people feel like espresso has more caffeine than drip coffee. That is actually the opposite. The extraction for drip coffee pulls more caffeine out of the actual cherry seeds than espresso does.
Why is that? That's fascinating.
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of you start with a smaller amount of grounds for espresso, and beyond that, it is that you take longer to extract the coffee in a pour over or drip situation. The coffee sits with the water longer, because a good pull of espresso should take probably less than 30 seconds, whereas a single cup of coffee, if you make it in a pour over method, is like 3 minutes. Depending on the prep method, like siphon can take longer. Chemex can take a little bit longer, but so you have more time of water on the surface and more surface area being touched by the water. With espresso, it's pressurized, right? So the combination is like how much pressure is going through and how the water moves through quickly.
So
There's also the misconception that darker coffees are higher in caffeine, and for the most part, that's also not true. The darker the roast, a lot of times the less caffeine. That's why breakfast blends are usually lighter roasts.
That's an irony. I never thought about the breakfast blend piece. That's funny.
Has anyone done their own roasting?
I've desperately stayed away from it. I have way too many hobbies. It would absolutely take up my life. I know it. I'm now farming on my terrace because I needed herbs. So I can't imagine what this is going to turn into.
The smallest roaster I've ever seen was about the size of a small bedroom. And it was absolutely fascinating to see the kind of art that the guy actually has to sit there and babysit it. Think of like barbecuing, and the fact he would roast for 2 hours beans, and he would be constantly adding and subtracting and whatnot, but he would do 50 pounds in a day, and it was just, the place was so pungent with the smell, and I loved hanging out there. But the most I could do is 10 minutes in the place, and I had to go to work.
I have
Through Baltimore Coffee and Tea, baltcoffee.com, has a really wide selection of, comparatively wide selection of decafs. I quit caffeine for 2 years, solid one time, and they were kind of my go-to for decent decaf coffee. But it is definitely kind of, it is underserved. There aren't a lot of people that put time into good decaf coffee.
Have you guys been to Baltimore people, Zeke's in Baltimore? So we went there, and one of my friends knew the owner, and he gave us a tour of how they roast, and all of his equipment was pretty cool. But I also mail order it, and they have a lot of decaf as well. But if you're ever in Baltimore, Zeke's is a really good place. I think they have one in Pittsburgh, and they might have one in DC too. But he does all his own stuff.
For the DC crowd, there's it's out in, I guess, suburbia. There's a place called Weird Brothers Coffee that I go down to DC for work, or used to for work occasionally. Every time I went in the area, I went out of my way to hit Weird Brothers. They're like anything that they make in a cup, and they got tons of whole bean that they roast. It's totally worth it if you're in the area.
Yeah, if we're gonna call out great shops, Swings in Delray I live in Alexandria in the Potomac Yard area, and their roastery is amazing. Their people are amazing. They're the baristas, but also their head of coffee, their head roaster, all really good people. And they actually have a really good relationship with their the farmers that they buy from. They source directly, and they have a sourcing component as part of their business. They're awesome. And then the other end of DMV, Vigilante up in Hyattsville is awesome. If you haven't gotten a chance to go visit them, they are one of the best roasters in the area, but also there's such a community around that shop. Like, they do music nights, they have like skate nights. They're just such a part of that like Hyattsville arts district community, and they're such good community members. They're really amazing people. You want to go to Portland, forget about it. Like, we can go down the list, but like Heart Roasters is pretty amazing, and Water Avenue Coffee are two of the Water Avenue surprised me. I didn't know about it before I visited. Heart I had known really well, but Heart Avenue is a really beautiful spot. It's actually aligned with a woodworking company, so they share the space. So half of it is this giant woodworking space, and all the tables are like these rustic tables made by the woodworking company, but they like have this beautiful coffee bar in a giant office of a giant warehouse. It's unbelievable.
Man, that's one of the biggest tragedies of being here in Columbia, Maryland. We're like right in between two meccas of good coffee. The one that I know that's good around the area isn't even in Columbia. It's down in Laurel on Main Street, called Ragamuffins. They run like cupping classes, and they take it seriously as well. If you're stuck in suburbia, it's kind of where you go.
What'd you call it? Dragamuffin?
Ragamuffins.
Ragamuffins. Okay.
They're pretty good.
We've got Vent coffee roasters in Baltimore. They're at a place called Union Collective. If anybody's heard of the Union Brewing Company out of Baltimore, they've got just basically like a theme park for grown-ups, because it's this big building, and it's got a bouldering place, an Earth Treks. It's got a coffee place, the Baltimore Spirits Company, the Well-Crafted Kitchen, the Charmery. It's like ice cream and food and whiskey and beer and Vent coffee roasters. It's an awesome place to hang out. And Vent is pretty cool. Physically, their space is pretty small, but they've got a little coffee shop, and they do the same thing. They do classes on blending and cupping and stuff like that. And it's really cool. And their roaster is right out there in the middle of their shop, so you get to see it at work.
That looks like it's on the outskirts of Hamden. Am I getting that right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like you have to sort of go through Hamden if you're coming off of 83 to get there.
I don't get down there.
Oh yeah, it is great.
I went to Hamden one time, like a week before the lockdown went into effect. I've lived here for too long to not have gone to Hamden more frequently.
There's so much there. Like I know Nepenthe just opened up their new brew shop there.
I stepped in
They're
there.
massive space.
I could spend all day there.
It feels appropriate to be talking about coffee this early in the morning. Well, it's probably early for some of us.
I agree.
Just adding a couple of other coffee shops into the chat in different places. I travel. When I travel, I tend to make a map of gluten-free restaurants and coffee shops that I want to go to in every city. So it turns into a really fun excursion for my fiance and I now, which is just like, we have a map for every city we go to. I have one for like Paris and Brussels when I went there, and then for Munich and Berlin. And it's been really fun to like do that. When I went to Mexico City, I was able to, and that's one of the benefits of being friendly with a bunch of baristas. Baristas tend to travel and use one another's spaces. So you can often say like, hey, I'm going to this place. Is there a good coffee shop I should go see? And there's a really amazing coffee scene in Munich. In Brussels, there was a really good coffee scene. And in, where was it? Mexico City has a surprisingly good coffee scene. Paris has a pretty terrible coffee scene, to be honest. If you're ever looking for good coffee, quote unquote, when you go somewhere, just look for third wave coffee shops. It tends to be that people think about coffee as complex as wine and tobacco. So the way they talk about it is that is the inception of third wave. So if you go to a city or a country you haven't been to and you're trying to find what would be a good coffee shop, just Google like that city's name and third wave coffee, and there'll be blog posts about the sort of up and coming coffee scene usually.
What I noticed about especially Paris was they do coffee exactly the Parisian way and no other way. It's you go and you get espresso and you sit with a bit of with like a croissant or something just in a cafe, and the idea of taking it to go is in like my dad was from Paris forever ago when he was like 5, and so he speaks fluent French, but he speaks it with like the accent with an accent like a Parisian accent, but from like, and with the mannerisms of a 5-year-old in like 1960. And so he went to Paris again with my mom a while back and asked for a coffee to go, and they're like, "Who are you and what are you talking about?"
Yeah, there's a really interesting, Australia was sort of the hub, or one of the hubs of third wave coffee in general. So if you go to Paris, the good coffee shops tend to be Australian owned or Australian founded. So the flat white is pretty prevalent in Paris, where it's harder to get in the rest of, like in the US, flat whites have not always been ubiquitously available, which is just a specific milk-based drink. But it's super interesting to go to Paris and you walk into a shop and you hear like an Australian accent. It's probably a good indicator that you're going to get good coffee. But it's also pretty interesting to turn the corner and realize that like every time I had good coffee in Paris, it was likely in a shop that was either owned by Australians or it was inspired. It was a company that like bought out a company that was an Australian company, because that seems to be the anchor for what goes on in that space. You're correct. It's very Parisian. It's very heavily inspired by like Italian French roast style coffee, very dark roasted, very bitter, very like biting coffee. But overall, if you like that, which, you know, the best coffee is the one you like the most. If that is your thing, man, Paris is really great for that.
Hi, Robbie. Victoria's here. I just got back from walking the dog. He's now zooming around the house.
Good morning. Yeah, I was watching on the YouTube stream, and then they started talking about stuff and things, and I was like, I can't not be a part of this conversation. This is better. I'm coming over here.
That's awesome.
Robbie, I think in the chat you're being asked for your list of coffee shops for Germany.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the maps, my links to the maps, and I'll drop them in the chat.
I want to know, what are people's plans to stay cool this summer, since a lot of pools aren't opening. I've been seeing a lot of inflatables in my neighborhood, and I think that's really awesome. I don't know if anybody else has any other ideas on what to do. I just went for a walk, and it's not even that hot. It's just humid, like very damp. What about you, Nathan? Do you have a sprinkler set up in your backyard for your kids?
Yeah, we run a sprinkler in the front yard from time to time, for sure. And then AC is how I'm going to stay cool.
That's a great plan. I think my sister-in-law is getting a kiddie pool, an inflatable kiddie pool. She's got a 4-month-old now, and all the pools are closed. So I'm just gonna sit out with some drinks and put her feet in the pool.
I think my wife has managed to convince me to build kind of like a splash pad in the backyard, PVC hoses, pool noodles. There's a commercial that's been running on TV constantly that's like backyard homemade splash pad. And she's like, you could do that, hon. All right, I guess I can. I'll figure it out.
A splash pad. All right. I have to look that up. I don't know what that is.
It's essentially like, well, the homemade version is a tarp. And then if you've ever seen, they're popular at a lot of amusement parks for like the younger kids, where they'll have just kind of a flat area that doesn't have pools in it, but it has a bunch of structures that just kind of spray water everywhere. And kids can kind of run under them. Often they'll have the little like bucket that fills up and then dumps over periodically. So trying to emulate that in a backyard setting is the goal.
Ooh, that sounds fun. We did a home project recently. We made like a little fountain. It's actually pretty easy to do. You can get like a $10 water pump, and you can collect different things around the house or your backyard to make a nice little water fountain out of. So that might be a good idea. Maybe we do like an adult water fountain or like a sprinkler. I do see what's going on in the YouTube chat. Someone asked like for beginner resources for getting into DevOps. Maybe we got some good ones to share.
I'm actually going to plug a former coworker of mine, Aaron at Mastermind, or Luke, I think you might have more information on how to actually spell that, but it's like mastermind.io has been running, he's been running like sort of boot camps on Twitch. And yeah, he posted in chat. It's Mastermind, but mind is just mnd.io. It's been just a bunch of online boot camps on Twitch. You can watch for free. If you throw him a sub, you can get access to his archive and some workbooks or whatever. But he's a great teacher, and he's a great guy. So I want to give a shout out to him.
And he is Baltimore DevOps Meetups speaker today at 2:00, and he's going to be talking about education and civic tech, which he's uniquely positioned to speak about because of being a Baltimore native techie and being in the education space. So yeah, mastermind.io. I put it in the chat, but also it's on our slide, and there'll be more information when Aaron speaks today at 2.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know Women Who Code, their website has a resources page that has all these different learning to code links, everything, a couple of DevOpsy things like Atlassian Git, AWS events and all that type of stuff. And there's also a Women Who Code DevOps series, and we tend to focus a little more on like 101 entry-level stuff. So we've had people talk about like getting to know containers and working with databases and containers and all that good stuff. So there's definitely a lot of content out there if you're trying to learn.
There's an amazing evangelist named Emily Freeman who wrote a book called DevOps for Dummies. If you're looking for a book that should really be called How to Modernize and Do a Digital Modernization of Your Organization Through CI/CD and Pipelines, that is really what the book should be called. But I love the fact that it landed under the for Dummies situation. But boy, is that book, especially the first third of it, is not even technical. It's really about digital modernization and thought change. It's a really great book. I'll drop a link into the Slack, into the channel.
And here's what it looks like. So good choice there. Good recommendation.
Yeah, I absolutely love that book. It's one of those that I think we should buy and drop on every executive's desk and just say, like, read the first third of this book. I don't even care if you read the rest of it, but like.
I think another meetup was saying that they share a list of reading resources at every meetup that they have. Like, here's a reading list to go and do on your own time. Include, I guess, like the Unicorn Project and the Phoenix Project and other types of good books. That reminds me, someone was asking if there's going to be a State of DevOps report the next year, since I know that it's run by Google now. Do you think that's going to happen?
Sorry, what was the question?
The State of DevOps report for 2020, I guess, at the end of this year.
I don't know if there's going to be one or not. I'm not sure.
That's cool. I really like that one. I reference it all the time.
Yeah, there's lots of great information in those State of DevOps report. You can get to all of them at cloud.google.com/DevOps. But just speaking of books, like another great book that's right in line with that is the Accelerate book. Yes. From Dr. Nicole Forsgren, Jess Humble, and Gene Kim as well. So I definitely recommend that.
Ooh, nice. You have a hard copy.
I do. I actually have 2 hard copies. I think maybe 3, who knows. But it's also available as an audiobook, which is really nice if that's your jam. Although probably none of us have commutes anymore where it makes sense to listen to audiobooks, at least not right now.
I found that, like, when I get asked how to learn, what is the best way to learn a new thing, the first thing I say is, like, you should figure out how you learn. And I'm such an oral learner. For me, it's really about, like, the first step is learning the nomenclature and verbiage, and hearing somebody talk about it, whether it's a podcast or a book, is always amazing, because then I can start to have that conversation myself, which is how I then, like, reinforce the learning. So I'm still finding time when I can to audiobook it. I don't care if it's like hiding in my office and listening, but or on my terrace and trying to get outside a little bit. But yeah, I find it super important.
I do podcasts when I'm cooking or cleaning the kitchen. That's usually my time to kind of like relax and unwind and listen and learn something. Brian asked if we're going to get t-shirts. He likes the logo so much for the event.
Yeah, we did not make any t-shirts. However, we did have a discussion around how we might do something like that. So the short answer is maybe.
Might be a good way to, like, donate money to something. If you go with, like, you know, a company like a Custom Ink or something like that, that you can take the proceeds and then go somewhere. Be a cool cycle.
Yeah, and a number of our meetup groups today are recommending a number of good causes to donate money to. And in fact, as part of our event today, we are encouraging folks to donate money to the Southern Poverty
Law Center.
Thank you.
SBLC.org.
SBLC. Thank you, Judy. Mm-hmm. Judy for the save. Judy, who else are we asking folks to contribute to?
Oh, depending on the meetup, you know, Columbia has the Howard County Food Bank. A few people have food banks, and well, let's see. Let me copy paste it from our invite.
In Baltimore, we're asking everybody to help with the Baltimore Action Legal Team, which, among other things, is collecting money to help post bail for people imprisoned during peaceful protests, and, you know, for, you know, several other reasons that they exist to provide legal support to those that need it.
That's awesome. I was listening to one of the NPR shows the other day, and there's a guy on there who donates like 30% of his income to charities and nonprofits. And I was like, oh, that's a big commitment. If you can do that, that's fantastic. Maybe make you think about like readjusting your life choices on that one. Anyone doing any nonprofit or charity volunteering or anything they want to share?
I do a bunch of stuff. I know you guys do the Women Who Code. I do something called Tech Girls, which works with middle school girls, and they have 2 to 3 hour projects. I actually have an event tomorrow. We're going to talk about cybersecurity. So it's let me put it on here too. It's all volunteer, and you sign up and you pick a topic, and you know, we've been doing it. My company fortunately sponsored us, and we used to do them physically in our building, but now we do them online, and it's really cool organization.
It's really cool. Yeah, I also do Hope One Source, which is a communication platform for people experiencing homelessness in DC. So if you're a service provider like a food bank, or you do legal advice or something like that, you can get connected with their app, and they'll actually send out text messages to people who are experiencing homelessness or at risk, so that they can like find and know if they're eligible for a service. Because one point of desperation is if you need a service, maybe you see like a flyer for it, and then you have to travel all the way across town, and then once you get there, you find out that you're at the wrong hours or you're not eligible. So that can be really frustrating. So I think they had some new services recently. They've been sending out, you know, thousands of texts every day to people who are in need. So it's a cool way to like use your technology skills to help people, which is awesome. And I think they actually have some positions now with it's AmeriCorps Vistas is what they're called. It's kind of like the Peace Corps, but within the United States. So you can go out on the AmeriCorps site and see those positions if you know anyone that might be interested in volunteering with them. It's actually, those positions are paid. So you get a stipend, and it's flexible. You can actually have a second job while you're doing this if you want, or it can be your main gig.
Can you put up the URL?
Yeah, let me find that. But speaking of like resources for kids to get involved in code, we've been sharing that, is it scratch.mit.edu, which has a lot of like coding practices for young kids, if anybody has that at home. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to keep small children entertained during all of the shutdown. Anybody have any tricks or things that they're finding useful?
My useful advice to all parents during the coronavirus stay-at-home scenario is this. And before I give this advice, I will admit that it's not very helpful advice. So here's my advice. Make sure that your children are teenagers who want nothing to do with their parents. If that's the case, you're probably fine.
I'm not gonna lie, a little bit lucky. Not quite teenager, but I've got a pretty self-sufficient kid. And as soon as this got real, I immediately turned around and gave some money to Khan Academy. Like there's no way we can run this on our own. And it was great for filling the gap while the local school system figured out what they were doing. And it's probably going to fill the gap a little bit more now that summer's around the corner.
Yeah, I have one coworker who has 3 boys under the age of 6. So, but she's still working and being productive, and I don't understand. And she's also killing me in step challenges as well. So I really don't.
She's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, she's running circles around me, and I have 0 kids. It's really unbelievable.
Trevor says, like, I have a hard enough time managing myself. Oh, I have a fun question from our the president of STSI. Should we do a remote work morale question of the day? This is using up to 5 emojis and without using words, describe what motivates you. I don't know if we can use emojis, that many emojis in Zoom, but maybe if you're on the Slacks, there's the DC Tech Slack channel. We can hop on there for the DevOps channel.
I'm going to drop off for the moment. It's great chatting with everybody. See you in a little bit.
Thanks, Robbie. See ya.
Nathan, just so you know, we're seeing your entire desktop.
Oh, that's great.
Just make sure you know.
I appreciate that, Peter. It is definitely not what I intended.
I know, because
In
some
fact,
people
I
are
was
very
just going to ask
sensitive.
Drew if he could verify that I was sharing the right thing.
That's what I get for making assumptions. Peter doing the right thing. That's better.
All right, awesome. I'm going to virtually step away for a few minutes. Oh, well, actually, I'm actually going to step away for a few minutes. It's not even virtual, but I'll leave the slides running and of course, continue conversations as you like. And our next talk does begin at the top of the hour, so that's in about 43 minutes. And so we will see you then if you're watching the live stream. And be sure to join us in the Zoom. You can get all of the information about today's events at devops95.com.
Here's a question for people. You can answer in the chat or unmute yourself. But if you have a new person joining your DevOps team, how long does it typically take them to go from 0 to contributing? And what kind of things you do to help them get spun up?
In my experience, it's been to automate the creation of the environment that your team is responsible for, even if that means like a smaller size version of it. Like being able to give them a version of the environment that they're free to play around with and not be worried about breaking something is really powerful, because it's like making a checkpoint. They can just poke around the environment, try to make some changes, and just discover and get a good feel for how the environment behaves. And if they get it completely mangled, it should be trivial to throw it away and recreate that environment. Of course, it's a lot easier to say that, and it's a lot of work to actually make it work. But the teams I've been on in the past, it's worked out really well. We had some automation to even give them their own environment in a bunch of VMs on their laptop. So we didn't even have to worry about shared environments or AWS access. Like if you had a laptop and access to our Git repo, you had everything you needed to learn the environment and start contributing on day one.
Yeah, that's really cool. We're definitely looking at similar things. We just onboarded like a whole new program, like 50 people. And of course, we're transitioning in and trying to understand the environment still, and then getting ourselves spun up. So it's been interesting with COVID-19 and not actually being able to physically shadow anybody and doing it all remotely. But hey, we're definitely investigating that kind of option. Anybody else? Thoughts, ideas? That's okay.
It's all right. It's still a little early in the day. In the morning even.
That's fine. Yeah. sure some of us are trying to get some work done too.
Hi, Victoria.
Hey, what's going on?
I just read your message and you want to talk about what you want to learn about and ideas like for what people are doing to support DevOps ideas.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about some components here down at the low level. Okay, this is not broad topics, but this is very specific things that I have to work on because most of my job surrounds itself with proof of values. In other words, I have to demonstrate, as an example, how you can create code that is self-documenting to support things like Swagger or SOAP. When people have done these types of integration ideas, SOAP was the first integration platform that exchanged XML between services that were validated by the point of view of an XSD that had you would get marshalling errors if you violated the interface. Well, when Swagger came around, or RESTful services, RESTful services came out first, and then Swagger kind of like came at the backside of it. Well, there are now libraries that you can get from Spring to support the way you would document your code in Java to then create these self-documenting pieces to allow, when you generate your code, you would generate the Swagger document, and when you deploy your code, you would deploy the same URL for the docs for that. And these are the types of techniques that you can also do for Node.js. And so these are the types of presentations that I have to give to various other development groups to show this is how you can easily put it together in like maybe a half hour. It doesn't lend itself for a 15-minute presentation, but in a half-hour presentation, you can like generate one of these things as a proof of value and then follow this pattern then to meet the needs of the organization. That then creates self-documenting code that then meets it so that you can then auto-generate a client on the other end so that integration can happen faster, just the way SOAP has had its promise with WSDL, Swagger now has its promise with that type of document. Does that help?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I like hearing about, how do we keep things documented and up to date when things are changing so frequently. So yeah, if you have any other tools or tips around that, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, well, different things that I'm working on right now are like, how would you do adoption for the ideas of containerization, and then how would you then adopt Kubernetes, and then how would you adopt a larger environment like OpenShift? And so what I've been working on is like things like Minishift and OpenShift and OpenShift 4.0. And so I have been trying to put something together to demonstrate how you can create round trip engineering from if you were to take a Java project, if you would then generate it into a Docker container, how you would auto generate it so that you would do things like Spring Boot, but then create more efficiencies and demonstrate how a faster or a more efficient latency can be achieved by using something like Quarkus and then deploying it onto your OpenShift platform and then seeing how you can manage it. These are the types of normal things that I have to do for other architectural groups within my own company.
That makes sense. We've been talking about OpenShift a lot. It's certainly more popular within the federal government than just straight Kubernetes. It's interesting because I've heard some engineers say that OpenShift is really Kubernetes with a GUI on top. But I think that there's a lot more functionality that allows it to really be like enterprise level. If you have thoughts on using OpenShift in production and versus Kubernetes.
Well, there's different Kubernetes management platform pieces. One of the competing pieces is Rancher's Kubernetes management. But when we talk about the idea of enterprise, so how many different types of components can you actually add into a Kubernetes environment? Because now that they've been able to like show you the way to actually externalize storage for a Docker container, and now you can do RBAC with like controlling who has authority on each one of your containers. Therefore, you know, more things are becoming more and more visible and easily understood. So now you can create a database that you would now have as a container, so that it is still ephemeral and it still has its storage outside of it. So the next thing that I've been like involved in is like to work on things like Kubeflow, which then would take your AI trained containerized piece and then put it into a flow so that you could then have input output into these things and then show the value of how AI now fits into the containerization Kubernetes and then managed idea of what would then be OpenShift. But the whole idea of why you want an idea like OpenShift is that it would have the ability to hook into other cloud providers or your own organization to hook GPU, TPU, CPU, so that these are the various other things that you can do to have value in this type of platform, because it integrates more seamlessly into organizations for different types of compute models.
Oh, that's really cool. And Peter, what company do you work for?
Well, I'm leaving my company this week, and I work for DXC right now. And so they changed the direction of what my company is doing. So my last day will be Friday, as I said. But you know, if you know someone that needs someone like this, you know, please let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll reach out. Let's see. Always looking for people who have OpenShift experience in particular. Let's see. Are you on DC Tech Slack?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, I think I can send you a
Send me
private.
the link.
Yeah. Or here, I'll send you a private message.
That's fine.
So in between sessions, are we filtering through those slides instead of seeing everyone's faces?
I think so. The group had gone a little bit quiet. I think people were trying to send some emails and get some work done at first. And it looks like we'll be coming back here in 15 minutes or so.
Oh, now I see.
Can someone see me? Because I just turned it back on, my camera, because I was like, people were calling me back and forth, and so.
Yeah, the something was different about the Zoom UI. I did not see how to flip back to seeing people's faces instead of the content sharing. Hi, Peter. I'm another Peter.
Well, I'm Peter Treese, just so you know. I have my full name out there somewhere.
Should say Peter Burkholder in my self-identifying window. So where are you located, Peter?
I live in Ellicott City, around the Columbia, Maryland area.
Okay.
And so, yeah, right now, like, people are coming out of the woodwork, but I can't, for the life of me, everybody wants me to sign exclusivity agreements with them, like documents saying, you can only represent me for things, but no one's giving me an interview.
So they're wanting you to
exclusive agreement to have them represent me. That's what they want. Every one of them wants that. But it's like, I signed up for probably 3 of these guys. The first one that gives me an interview, I'm going to do it, because I just want to do code and do meaningful work.
Oh, okay. I thought you were, so these are people who are going to assist you in the headhunters, essentially, or?
Yeah, they're all headhunters.
Yeah.
I only have one company that's going to talk to me probably in the afternoon. But
how long had you been at DXC? That
I've been there for 11 years.
Oh, wow, that's a big change for you.
Oh yeah, no. But basically, I was brought in because the fact that I had partnerships with the IBM company for probably 10 years before that. They wanted me for my distributed knowledge on how I could actually help people migrate their servers between different versions. If you've actually had to do a Java migration between JEE servers, it can be quite painful, and there is a methodology to actually get it done. And so then I moved into integration work, and then I moved into IBM's cloud, then Google's cloud, and AWS cloud, but still having to try to represent the IBM software line within DXC, and DXC is like 120,000 people. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a large animal.
So Henry Quinn said, I used OpenShift when working for the federal judiciary. Cloud.gov was a slightly higher barrier to entry for us. We decided to use OpenShift so it could be internally supported as we were moving the whole developer community within the judiciary to a new deployment model. How'd that work out, Henry? I'm just curious. Sorry, that like sounded like a challenge. Like, how'd that work out? But no, I'm curious because.
Especially what version of OpenShift did you start with, and what version are you on now? Because that world is changing drastically as well.
Because it's always supporting infrastructure is hard.
Oh, yeah. But the idea of like Rancher and OpenShift is to create a vanilla normal UI that most people can understand going between cloud vendors. So the idea is that you would get away from everybody's proprietary way of looking at the way they use their cloud, and therefore you would then have a vanilla way to then deal with containerization, Kubernetes, and using storage, and just use infrastructure as your cloud provider, and then OpenShift as your interface into how you then use that. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of like, almost every company is containerizing their enterprise software right now. Even what IBM has done, even with Watson, they have containerized it, and it's called their data platform. And so you can install Watson yourself on OpenShift, and if you want to pay for the license, these are the ideas of what each one of the large enterprise vendors are doing. Like you can get an Oracle database in a container, or Microsoft SQL Server in a container. And so the techniques are all there. And so the question is, how do you then operate this? Because OpenShift 4 is probably the most mature idea that I've seen come down the pipe, because it has a combination of VMs with Kubernetes involved in it, so that it is meant to be a distributed system on different geosites of a cloud provider, or even an enterprise, so that you can then have failover and have all of the same ideas that you've had in the distributed world. And so that is what I see for a good way forward in cloud environments.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with how OpenShift handles distribution across multiple data centers. My expertise, such as it is lately, has been around Cloud Foundry, and not even very clear with how well it handles that. But as with any distributed system, there's got to be wrinkles to deal with in terms of partition tolerance and data consistency.
Well, yeah.
I want to see if these slides here are correct. Expecting it to advance. Okay, good. It has the right slide. All right.
So Peter, what's your experience with Cloud Foundry?
What's my experience with Cloud Foundry?
Yeah, Peter Burkholder, yeah.
Yeah. So for like 2 of the last 4 years, I've been working with cloud.gov, which is a Cloud Foundry instantiation on top of AWS GovCloud for federal agencies. And so, I was a platform engineer, and then I was customer facing, and now I'm doing compliance work. It is a complex beast. So, I would consider myself very well, on the one hand, I feel I consider myself very well versed in it. On the other hand, there's a lot still about the internals that I don't know, and rely heavily on our engineers who have been working on it for more years, or maybe they're just smarter. But that's my, so I'm more familiar with it from the consumer perspective in terms of using the marketplace to provision services and deploying code through the build pack model or as Docker instances, and making sure that they're load balanced and distribute on a CDN, and have the Let's Encrypt certificates issued for custom domains and things like that.
Okay, cool. I was curious, just full transparency, I'm with VMware. I came over from Pivotal, so I'm always eager to hear what people's impressions are and how well it's working out for them.
Yeah, and if we were looking for a largely open source platform as a service to run today, we'd look really hard at OpenShift. It has matured a lot since the 2015, 2016 timeframe when those decisions were being made, and there's still a lot that we do at cloud.gov to make it easy for people to get their applications running in the cloud with a lower compliance lift than is available with the straight up Amazon App Services or Google Cloud Platform, or what's it called now? Fargate. I still don't understand AWS's platform as a service offerings very well.
I'm not sure anybody does.
Yeah, I was hoping that would be the case. It's like Google and Azure have made it really clear. It's like we have our IaaS and we have Google App Engine, or we have our IaaS and we have Azure App Services, and yeah, AWS is light sail. I think that's something else entirely different, but they don't make it any easier with their marketing naming conventions. They don't really tell you what the thing is.
That's kind of like difficult, and that's why the ideas of where I honestly believe start with the standards of what everybody is accepting between the cloud providers like Terraform. And therefore you can then adopt scripting so that you can manipulate them, because they're all going to be different for what they offer as software as a service, obviously, because they have different offerings, and how you then attach these things and then manipulate them and attach security and storage and everything else so that it all works together. Yes, that is specific to the cloud provider, but you would then be able to have the ideas of how each one of these products can then be equated to each other cloud provider, because yes, they are different. I just look at just serverless, like what is how it's implemented between each one of the cloud providers, and that's just as much of a pain to deal with than just manipulating specific products that each one of them provide. And so yeah, this is why I like the idea of having a vanilla interface for a cloud provider like OpenShift, and therefore then you're using those components, because you can still use that cloud provider that you're running on their products and put them into your, or have access to them in your own OpenShift environment. But it doesn't mean that you have to take them, and therefore you would then have a well-known interface of how you then create, compute, storage, network, and so forth. And that's why I see it's better idea, at least. Whether it's going to be adopted, who knows?
Okay. I think I may have told our speakers that they were speaking an hour later than they actually are. I'm in contact with one speaker who's like cool with 10:15. Let me see if I can get a hold of Jeremy Thomas. So if I'm not responding because I'm not interested in this conversation, I have more pressing matters to deal with. So I am just cottoning on to the fact that I had shared out with our presenters the original schedule for the day, which called for this next session to start at 11 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. Eastern time. And I think we'll just, I will give a little introduction to the Federal DevOps Community of Practice now, and then we'll do the whole thing over again at 11 o'clock with all of the other presenters. So, and I'll repeat this again in a minute since we're actually coming up to the top of the hour. I presume Nathan will do an introduction to me.
I would be happy to do so, yes. I'll even turn my camera back on. All right, so hello everyone and welcome back, or thank you for continuing to stick with us through the day, as the case may be. My name is Nathan Harvey. I'm kind of hosting us throughout the day. And this is DevOps 95. It's a day of DevOps meetups held virtually along the I-95 corridor. Just a couple of quick things to cover off on here. Let's see, first is our schedule. So we've had DevOps DC already. There's a slight change to the schedule here, as Peter just mentioned. The Federal DevOps Community of Practice presentations we'll have a little bit now at 10 o'clock, but then we're going to have a little bit deeper discussion at 11. At noon, it's Show Off Your Sourdough, and then we'll have DevOps Columbia, followed by Baltimore, Morristown, New Jersey, a virtual happy hour, New York City DevOps, and then all the way up to New Haven, Connecticut. So it's a nice fun drive for us today. So with that, let me just remind you of a couple of other things here. First, you can join this meetup either via the Zoom or by watching the live stream on YouTube. Of course, if you're in the Zoom, the things that you're saying, the things that you're doing here are being recorded and live streamed out to YouTube. So just bear that in mind. If you want to sort of read only, head on over to YouTube and you can do so there. And then finally, before I hand it over to Peter, I just want to remind everyone that we do have a code of conduct that we expect you to be following throughout the day today. You can read the full code of conduct here at the URL that's listed, bit.ly/do for DevOps 95COC, DO95COC. And with that, I will hand it over to Peter Burkholder. Hi, Peter. How's it going?
Good. I am rolling with a few punches here because I had wanting to get things on the calendar early and people locked in place. I had shared out with my co-presenter for the first part of the session and our two guest speakers, the 11 a.m. Eastern time, which at some point moved to 10, but we have built Slack into the schedule so we can move back to 11 o'clock and people's sourdough should still be coming piping fresh hot out of the oven. That's certainly not the case with my sourdough. So for those of you who are here at 10 and wanted to learn a little bit about what the federal, what's happening with the federal DevOps communities of practice, I will give you a quick introduction here, so at least you're here for something, and then we'll reprise this part of the talk at 11 when you learn even more, because I don't have access to my Brian Fox's slides, which give a little more detail. So hang on a moment while I make sure I am sharing this correct screen. And I will share this slide here that we are not here in a we're here in our personal capacity because it takes some time and groups to jump through. So I'm here as Peter Burkholder, a private citizen with a history of working in DevOps, including Rally Health, Shelf Software, GovReady, 18F, Cloud.gov. As a citizen, I am aware that there is a thing called the digital.gov communities of practice, which has been a community that's been, that really Brian Fox helped lead the effort behind to have monthly meetings with across different federal government agencies for people to share their experiences, what they're learning in terms of the technologies of doing DevOps, but more importantly, the culture and practice of doing DevOps. We've also had outside speakers like Jez Humble come in. Hope to get more of those people who really are sort of leading the direction of where DevOps is going. So if you or people you know are trying to support DevOps in the federal government, and I think maybe state and locals are able to join this community, you should point them to this page. We have a mail list, and we also have open to anyone a Slack channel at which you can learn more about if you go to chat.18f.gov. As a member of the public, you can join one public channel. There's a number of people who join the DevOps and cloud computing channel. So I will encourage you to join that conversation there if you like learning things through Slack communities. And I will give an introduction to cloud.gov and login.gov at the top of the next hour. Any questions or comments at this point before we go back into break and general conversation? Thank you, Judy, for sharing the link.
You're welcome. If there was another one I missed, if you want to post it.
Yes, I should do that. If you are wanting to join the public Slack channel at 18F, it is at chat.18f.gov. And 18F is a consultancy within the federal government that brings people in on 4-year terms from private industry to work with agencies on adopting human-centered design, lean management, lean product thinking, DevOps, kind of the full stack approach to how how we solve problems in the private sector, and trying to distill, what's good about those and applying them to problems in the federal government. Usually because it's there are already lots of people in the federal government wanting to do the right thing and knowing how to do the right thing. It's largely us, I don't feel as like we're coming in telling people how to do it so much as like we're giving them the we're giving them the cover for them to start doing the right thing in the first place with the approval of leadership. So, by no means do I feel as though like we're necessarily bringing in the expertise, just bringing in the perspective and backing for them to do the right thing.
Peter, I wanted to ask, what does the name 18F actually stand for or mean?
Yes, that comes up. It was basically the capitulation of the early founders realizing they weren't going to be able to get any particularly snappy names approved by various levels of public relations or Office of General Counsel. So they're like, okay, we'll just name ourselves for the intersection of the streets where the GSA building is, 18th Street Northwest and F Street Northwest, 18F. And that didn't ruffle any feathers. So it's been called 18F ever since, which has the downside that if you don't pronounce it carefully, we are confused with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which we're not. If you also follow, some of the digital transformation efforts in government, we're often, we work closely with and are friends with people at the US Digital Service, USDS, which is closer to the White House, Defense Digital Service at the Pentagon, and now various other agencies like VA and Health and Human Services are getting their own digital services group that are trying to provide more support for teams to start thinking in a product-centered way of how they solve problems.
Thanks for sharing that, Peter. I had no idea that's what 18F was named after. That's super fascinating.
Or a little less interesting than you hope. That is, there is no real meaning to it. It's just a handy moniker. The color of our logo used to be in hex 18F, 18F, but then our accessibility people didn't like the contrast of it, and accessibility really matters. So we're just black and white. It wasn't really that pretty a shade of blue anyhow.
All right, well, I have updated our rotating slides as well as the website to reflect the 11 a.m. start time for our next meetup. I'll just share these slides back on the loop. For now, I'll let obviously folks here in the Zoom continue to chat. I'm going to turn my video back off and do a little bit of co-working with you, if you will. And we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. This is Brian Fox with GSA 18F within the federal government. I see that Jeremy Thomas has joined. Jeremy, can you hear me okay? And do you have the capacity to unmute your microphone?
I believe I do.
Excellent. I hear you fine. How about you, Peter?
Yeah, good. Phone or mic and camera should be working.
Excellent. I'm gonna try turning on my camera. Good morning. I know Chris from NOAA is gonna be joining us shortly. He is in the midst of some training. He's having a super efficient morning. So otherwise we'll kick off here in another 9 minutes. For everyone on the line, I'm gonna be emceeing and the way we're gonna flow it. I'm just gonna kick it off. Peter and I are gonna describe a couple of the products that are coming out of GSA and 18F, cloud.gov and login.gov. And then we're going to pass the microphone over to Jeremy to present, and then over to Chris Lauer to present their presentations they've given to the federal community within our DevOps community of practice before. And both of their stories really resonated. So we hope you enjoy them here as well. And I hope you all don't mind. I'm taking the meeting from outside today. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning in Denver, Colorado. I'm probably one of the few folks outside of the DC area. So here's to no humidity.
It's raining here, so I guess that tells you something about our humidity.
It finally reached 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Jeremy,
I see there's, oh, go ahead.
Jeremy, are you still in the DC area, or have you relocated?
I am in Alexandria till next month, and then it's down to Atlanta because we just can't get enough humidity.
Yeah. I graduated a couple of programs in Fort Benning, Georgia. So yeah, all too familiar. Well, good luck with the move, Jeremy. I'm gonna try screen sharing just to make sure that works. Give them a little time to troubleshoot.
Yeah, I'll probably do that right after you too, since mine's hosted off a web browser. Make sure that that functions right.
You should be seeing the DevOps Community of Practice website.
Yep. Yep.
Great. I'm going to stop sharing. Jeremy, you can go ahead and share your screen if you'd like. Looking good here, Jeremy. Looks like I'm seeing your email traffic. There we go. Hero's Journey. All right.
All right, looks good on this end.
Excellent. And Peter, you want to screen share? Just anything you want to share with regarding cloud.gov?
Yeah, I've got a few slides for cloud.gov.
Cool.
And there's just an example. So that's sharing, so that's good.
Yep. Beautiful.
All right. So Brian, you missed a little bit of borderline drama earlier this morning because I was unaware that I had shared the only the original schedule with you all, which said 11 a.m. And the published schedule that went out later said 10 a.m. And I hear from Chris a few minutes before 10. It's like, I didn't know this was happening at 10 and Jeremy's not around. So we had enough slack in the schedule that moving it to 11 seemed to be just fine. And we have people showing up now. So that's good. And
that's good.
There's people on the live stream, I hear.
Yeah, yeah. Agile.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking about that, but you don't want agile to be conflated with
chaos.
Doing it, yes, exactly.
What's like that fine line between like ad hoc and improv? Yeah, like one's cacophony, the other one is jazz.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, there was a funny stick in the midst of an episode of Park and Rec, and there was a recurring character that would come in on Parks and Rec that was their local kind of like public radio. And I remember the actor was associated with The Simpsons too. The voice was, I remembered the voice. Anyway, the character had Leslie Knope on, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, what is this music you're playing? It sounds horrible." He's like, "Well, we've heard that our audience likes jazz, so it's jazz on top of jazz." So anyway, yeah. Too much of a good thing kind of thing, right? So anyway, no, glad it all worked out. And I'd apologize if I was not tracking enough on the.
Oh, that was all on me. Calendars hate me.
Yeah. We're about to show off login and cloud.gov, and those teams keep us pretty busy. So my bandwidth for tracking other issues can be probably a little bit less than I'd like. And speaking of which, Chris Lauer, are you on yet? I'm going to have him present last, but we'll just see if he's on. Not seeing him yet. Go check over in Slack here.
He was on earlier, so I know he's around.
Hey guys, how are you?
Morning.
Morning.
What time zone is Chris in?
He is in Boulder, so he is Mountain Time as well, 9 a.m.
Okay. I hope when I said 11, he interpreted me as meaning East Coast time.
Yeah, no, we're chatting right now on,
okay.
On Slack, so he's good. I'm going to have him go last anyway. He's in the midst of some training. And you know what? It's 1 minute to. You mind if I kick off?
Go for it.
All right, Nathan, thank you. Appreciate it. And good morning, everyone. Appreciate you bringing in the federal community that has an interest in DevOps. My name's Brian Fox. Peter is a more permanent part of this along I-95 group. I actually grew up on the East Coast. I'm from Connecticut originally. I grew up in Minnesota and Connecticut, so it's fun to see that there's a Connecticut DevOps meetup group as well. Otherwise, Peter and I, we co-lead a DevOps community of practice within the federal government, and it's loosely aligned with the 18F and TTS, or Technology Transformation Services Guild. So we have a guild that's internal to 18F, spread lessons learned and just allow us all to learn from internally from one another, but then to help bring the community together across all of federal government. We also co-lead this community of practice. And over the past year or so, we've been doing that. It's been doing really well. And so today we're bringing in a couple of presenters as well. And Peter and I are also going to be sharing two services or products that we're personally involved in within the federal government. But if you all are interested in the DevOps community of practice within the federal government, if you go to digital.gov/communities/DevOps, you'll see our website, a list of past meetings, which includes all the past stuff, and there is video content available there, as well as upcoming meetings, which would include, in June, we're going to have the U.S. Air Force's Logistics and Training Group, known as COOL, which is an acronym. I'm forgetting what that acronym stands for, but anyway, we meet monthly for just a half hour, so we meet pretty quickly. We have a public Slack channel and also a listserv, which has had a lot of traffic. And you can just find out more about us and what we're up to here. But you all are welcome to join. We have a terrific interest in bringing folks together, including academia and industry, to be a part of that, with really the goal of spreading lessons learned across all of federal government to reduce that learning curve, and kind of on a, what would you call, a psychological or maybe even emotional level, is encourage and spread the courage to change. That adopting these methods, adopting these technologies may be scary for an individual or an individual team or an individual office, but if offices and agencies are seeing that others are adopting it, it's a heck of a lot easier to start taking those new and innovative practices and adopting yourself, especially if you've learned something from maybe a federal partner to your left and right. So anyway, that's the goal of what we're doing. And so it's really terrific to be brought in on what you all are doing just within the DC and East Coast space. Peter, anything else to add from a DevOps cop standpoint?
I think you've covered it. You always give me too much credit when you call me a co-lead. I sometimes help out. It's really been great to have you take the reins and guide this beast. So
excellent.
I think that covers it.
Otherwise, Peter, if you don't mind, I'm going to kick off with a little bit of login.gov, and then I'll hand over to you about cloud. How's that sound?
Yeah, go for it.
Great. And then we're going to hand off to Jeremy. Go ahead and go into present mode here. Everyone seeing my screen okay? Peter, are you seeing my screen okay?
It's good.
Excellent. So my day job at GSA and 18F is working with the login.gov product team. And login.gov, our goal is really to provide a digital front door for government agencies. Login.gov is providing multi-factor authentication and ID proofing. If you're familiar with the NIST 800-63 standards, that would be IAL1 and IAL2. Just a brief history. It's really about providing that simplified, secure access for the public and employees within the federal government for a reduced cost, to the agencies and obviously to the taxpayers. This product started within 18F and we've continued to grow across the federal government as far as providing that. And our mission, simplify that secure access to online federal services for the public. And here's kind of the problem statement. Why would the federal government and the public need something like login.gov? Before login.gov, everyone was taking on the development costs and mission of authentication, that sign on. And that creates a lot of duplicative accounts. It's expensive because each agency and department is doing it on their own. And as such, they're focusing on things that are outside of their mission area and core competency. So inconsistent and dated user experiences. And as the the graphic is showing there, everybody kind of doing it on their own there, sporadic, right? So after login.gov with a consistent capability that's constantly evolving to improve not just the user experience, but also to mitigate issues associated with the evolving threat and the evolving standards coming out of NIST, right? And so then just providing that to federal government and then allowing those organizations to focus back in on their core competencies. And we, deliver that identity, requires a bit of balance between security, privacy, and usability. You can see what we're delivering there as far as identity proofing, easy integration, also competitive pricing, and trusted partnerships with our various groups. There's a bit of the workflow, and as well as ID proofing. So we're doing that as well. We're meeting those NIST standards. And we are up to over 20 agencies. We have about 23 million users coming through login.gov. And we continue to grow. I'm actually working with the partnership team. So really kind of sales engineer, helping those government federal partners understand how to integrate with us. And we've got a lot of interest because this is a growing need across government, again, both on the system security as well as folks are interested in an improved user experience and that user interface. And if anyone is interested in contacting us, so if anyone in the group here is interested, feel free to just reach out, partners@login.gov, and we have a Slack channel as well, and you can always reach out on the web too and take a look there at partners.login.gov. All right, thanks so much, and I'm going to stop sharing. Peter, if you want to go ahead and run through yours.
Yeah, I'm just also going to point out that a fair bit of what Login does is open source. I'm currently relying on some of their Terraform examples because they have that pretty well worked out. So we can both provide secure services to the public and do a lot of that work in the open in a way that people can learn from and reuse and improve if you want to make comments on it.
Peter, let me just add thanks for actually kind of going there, because speaking of communities, in July, I'm going to be kicking off an identity community. And the first folks that are going to be presenting is NGA on their efforts around Keycloak. If you have an interest in that, just ping me at brian.fox@gsa.gov, and I'll get you in on the calendar note and share with you. Again, that's brian.fox@gsa.gov. So we're going to be kicking off an identity community as well. So yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Okay. And so I'm just going to provide a few slides about cloud.gov, which is among the places I've worked at 18F. I love that for someone like myself who needs a change of pace like every year or so, I've been able to get that change of pace without actually having to change jobs. And I was with cloud.gov for a year and a half, went back and did some consulting, and I've been back there again for the last 6 months in the role as the security and compliance lead, which has been a really interesting education or re-education for me. I've done security and compliance work before, and it's great fun to be back in it. Let me well, we'll just go with this view. The cloud.gov was created about 4 or 5 years ago when teams at 18F were working with their federal partners, and it continually came up against this wall where they were unable to have any access to the basic building blocks you need to build a digital service, a web server, app server, backend database. and like a Redis or Elasticsearch and ability to control DNS. And even if they were able to get that, they weren't able to release to it at the cadence that a product team needs. And as you know, it's not in DevOps, we want to practice this lean development methodology where you build out a concept iteratively, put it in front of the people who need to see it, get feedback, and cycle through that. So much of the federal process is built on this idea, like you build it once, release it, and don't touch it, which is like saying software built is like saying the yard is mowed. It's not a one-time thing. You have to do it over and over again. In fact, this is a nice example of iterative design going on within cloud.gov, building out the FedRAMP Marketplace dashboard over the period of some months, where each changes out the features that are available on that dashboard until you have a fully working product. I just love this animated GIF as an example of iterative agile development. And so that's what cloud.gov is for. What is it? It is a platform as a service for public service. It's built on open source Cloud Foundry and built largely on top of AWS GovCloud. And our focus has been on not only making it easy for development product teams to use, but also to shorten the lift to compliance by baking in as much of the needed compliance ahead of time in terms of the number of NIST controls you have to satisfy. If there's 325 controls you need to satisfy for our FedRAMP FISMA moderate impact system, we provide as many as 269 of those out of the box that you can just inherit. And then you have 41 controls that you're fully responsible for yourself. So that means when it seems for most agencies that getting to the production in the cloud is difficult because you have all these technical requirements on the left-hand side and all the implementation requirements that and the technical requirements on the left are common everywhere in terms of the stack, the environments, the user management operations. But on top of that, in a regulated environment, there's all the steps for procuring, provisioning, auditing, the government security and compliance requirements that are not adequately addressed by industry. And often agencies aren't staffed appropriately to own and operate cloud infrastructure. So there's always the risk that they will outsource that and lose the key competencies that they actually need on the development teams, the product teams themselves to understand what it is they're building for the agencies, for the citizens within this country. So with cloud.gov, the timeline to production can be a few weeks to get the agreement signed between the agency and the cloud.gov team. Spinning up services and can take seconds. The actual development work, well, that depends upon your team. With the reduced scope of what it is you're building on top of cloud.gov, the documentation and auditing is reduced to weeks or a month or so compared to building out everything yourself. And you have the ability to automate your deployments via the command line and operation in terms of high availability, either automatically managed or something that is a routine, simple operation for your team. We have a bunch of agencies and a growing number of them that are running services on cloud.gov. A few you may be familiar with. The Federal Election Commission. Not only have we saved them a lot of money for a small agency, $1.2 million each year, but they were able to go from quarterly release cycles to releasing as their product team needs, which is about every 2 weeks as they build things out. And we've been able to sustain the peaks that are needed every quarter as filing deadlines approach without the agency, without the commission having to have spare hardware just for those peaks. The FDIC publishes their bank takeovers on cloud.gov on Fridays, and they found us a reliable partner for that key aspect of managing that component of our economy. And on top of cloud.gov, there's a brethren service called Federalist, which is designed, it's software as a service for publishing websites, has a lot of features akin to Netlify, if you're familiar with that. And so in total right now, we support 47 different systems, 18 agencies on cloud.gov, 9 agencies on Federalist, and 134 websites and growing through that service. So that's a high-level overview of what we provide for government agencies. Some other time I'd love to drill down into the technology for a group like this, but it's time for me to turn over to Jeremy and then Chris, unless, I think we have time for questions for myself or Brian about login or cloud.gov.
Any questions? All right. Otherwise, without further ado, over to Jeremy, who is going to present on the hero's journey. And this is just a wonderful presentation. He shared this with our community of practice. Gets in on kind of the softer areas of technical transformation. And many of you may know that as folks reskill, as organizations change, this hero's journey really maps to both. So it's not just on the individual, but also the organization.
Great. Can everyone see the screen? It should be the matrix.
Absolutely, Jeremy.
Great.
Yes.
Thanks for the introduction. And I'd also, there was something that Peter said that kind of resonated with what we're talking about. And it was the comment on the risk of agencies outsourcing certain kinds of competencies to manage their own infrastructure when they go to a cloud service provider. And that kind of gets into a lot of what I'm about to talk about in realizing that risk and trying to answer that call to adventure inside my own agency. So without further ado, there's this concept of the hero's journey. And for those who are not familiar, this is a quote that is kind of at the thesis of it, that a hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered, and a decisive victory is won. The hero comes back from this mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons on his fellow man. And that's from Joseph Campbell, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. That thesis that he wrote about this is that this pattern of a story is embedded in humanity and in societies. And he studied thousands of different cultures and groupings of stories and found this pattern in it. And so there's something about this pattern that's embedded in us and it resonates with us. And we find it in some of the most powerful mythology and religion and things that really inspire society and humanity. And so I'm going to give a little bit about me, an overview of what a model is that we could use for reskilling our own digital talent. I'll give like an anecdote of my experience over that. And I don't know if we'll have time for Q&A, but there is some kind of inflection questions at the end that you can take away with this. And that's right, what you're seeing the clock here. This is typically how we break down the story. 12 chapters at each hour, 3 real phases: the departure, the initiation, the return, and that there is like this chasm between what the known world is and what the unknown world is, and that adventure is out there in the unknown world. So you'll see as I progress through these slides, little icons and things that are kind of guiding us of where we are in that map. And a little bit about me. I'm from Florida. I grew up in Daytona. I was a lifeguard. I went to the Naval Academy, joined the Marine Corps as a lieutenant, did ground logistics operations in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, then became a technologist and did a tour in the Pentagon for 3 years, advising the CIO there for the Marine Corps. So quick overview of what I see as the problem. Our digital talent, it's hard to get, it's hard to keep, And we had this idea that, we can reskill our own workforce, and we already have them, and we're in the best position to do it. So we found this model of the hero's journey, and it's interesting because it means we all have a role to play. The digital transformation and DevOps, it's not just an IT thing, it's the entire organization. There's a lot of cultural things that come with it. Everyone has a role to play. And the most interesting thing about the hero's journey that I find is that it's this call to adventure to go find this elixir that's out in the unknown. And the hero eventually, whether the hero is a person or a group of people, they go out there to find that elixir. And through the ordeal, they just find out that hidden secret sauce was in them the whole time. But it required going through that trial to be able to do that self-discovery and resurrect as the new form of themselves. And that's what's really magical about this, and what resonates, I think, with people is like those superhero powers are latent within us. We just have to awaken them. And so the idea would be taking this model, we would implement it to be able to know where we are in our own journeys as an individual or an organization, and then detecting those thresholds, the different chapters and the different phases, and looking for those moments of where we can pull ourselves and each other through to get to that next level and to keep leveling up. As Brian said earlier, it's like mowing a lawn. This cycle, you do it, I think it was Peter too, you have to iterate on it. And like, that was, one of the things that also resonated this morning. And then the utility of this conversation is to help you tell your story. So as you find that you are the one calling people to adventure, I mean, if you're here, if you're doing DevOps and you're here in the I-95 corridor, I mean, you're already answering the call. So this is also to kind of help you, hey, telling the story this way will resonate with people. Try to use this pattern to wake them up. And in the context of DevOps, and what are we talking about, digital talent and reskilling people, Amplitude, their consultants had a really good diagram here of what are we talking about. And it's taking these waterfall teams of the software development lifecycle and trying to get them to this product team model where they're autonomous in their cross-functional collaboration with each other. So my story is about starting out in a waterfall organization in the Marine Corps. And we got up to the point where we were doing like that third or fourth level where we became an agile team. We were doing that design as a team member type functions. And these stories always start out in the ordinary world. And you're going to see that, like, okay, we play off of, the really recognizable versions of this from screenplays. So you're going to see Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, as well as The Matrix. And hopefully these GIFs kind of like resonate that, like, yeah, these moments, I recognize these moments, and then you can correlate it to your own experience that you're having. And for me, it was, this world of legacy IT and the status quo. We had the sneaker net, so people running CDs, flash drives, don't tell anyone. But it was a lot of manual work, and our transitions, which sounds very familiar what I heard earlier, were like measured in quarters and years. And the interesting thing was everyone thought everything was okay. Everyone was really content with this. Then DevOps and big data and all these other things started coming along, the information age, and this huge explosion of process automation and software development world, and the integrated development and test environments. And we just felt like we couldn't keep up with the change. So we had an emergency, jobs were being threatened. And then this idea that we saw from some of these patterns coming into the federal workforce, that this concept of a user developer or a product team, that hey, we could save ourselves here. And so we heard the call, but what happens is there's always this denial or refusal of the call. We can't compete with industry. We're not tech people. This is, if we train our people to do this stuff, they're going to leave us. And, we're not a technology company. We fight wars. We don't, and it won't work here. It works at Google. It's not going to work here. So it was really interesting, the denial. Even I had like self-denial on some of these things. And it really, there's something about the human experience when that call of adventure happens. There's something embedded in us that has us answer that call. And it's also a community thing. And so you meet the mentor. And there's this idea that you have these closet developers in your organization. You may not know that they're there, but when the flag is waved and the call comes, they step out. And for me, there were a lot of people through the United States Digital Service Office, the White House Presidential Innovation Fellows, and 18F, That's how I met a lot of the people on this call. And then there's, from an HR aspect, there's talent pipelines like Code for America. For the DoD, we had in our reserves, we have technologists that their day job is like DevOps engineers and things like that. We had active duty technologists that we weren't really utilizing their advice or putting them onto teams to do this. And then nonprofits and NGOs. There are nonprofits and NGOs like Defense Entrepreneurs Forum that you can really just walk into, and there's a ton of people who are ready to help. And then the next chapter is crossing the threshold. So this is where you go from the beginning into the departure in this adventure. And so for me, we chartered a team that was going to do a cloud native app, and it was more about proving the process. It was like the equivalent of publishing Hello World, but doing it cloud native. And so we built a sanctioned project under our CIO. We had a balanced team, and the way we got that balance, because we didn't have it organically, we did an interagency agreement with 18F and brought in product design and engineering consultants. And the next chapter was test allies and enemies. And we got to our first valuable iteration, but we couldn't get it out into production. We really had to figure out who our change agents were. And we really found allies in Defense Digital Service, the Air Force Chief Software Office, and a lot of the efforts that fell under there. I got the t-shirt to prove it. And we found out that our enemy wasn't like a person it was more of like a mythical creature, like the Balrog here. It was the status quo. It was bureaucracy. It was outdated policy. And it was an interesting challenge because we needed wizards and other people to face off with that to help us through those moments. And then we approached the innermost cave. So this is where, we're starting to get a sense of ourselves, but we run into cybersecurity and we get to encounter vaporware. And this is like vaporware in the sense of like all these other projects that are going on. They're building platforms, they're doing these things, they're building environments. Everyone's telling you, use our thing and you'll inherit our controls. We'll make this easier for you and stuff like that. And then you get to that point where you need to integrate them and there's nothing. It's like it's PowerPoints of talking about what they're going to do in a year or two. And then you start to notice leadership as you start moving out. There's all these people who want to add things to what you're doing. And then you start realizing the severity of the tech debt that's out there that, hey, we're going to need different things. We're going to need certain environments and things like that. And you start to encounter that like how our infrastructure is versus what it would need to be to implement this solution. And it gets pretty hairy. Then you have this ordeal. There's always this huge crisis moment where you're really facing off with the thing that threatens the life of the team. And that for us was the authorization and accreditation of our application that we were building. There were some of these cost-saving reform boards. So the chief management offices send out these mercenaries, basically, like these, if you go to Lord of the Rings, these would be like the dark horsemen coming out looking for you and trying to cancel out your existence because, explain what you're doing is cost savings. And yet we were chartered to go try to find ways to operational excellence. So it was difficult. And then the tyranny of the urgent. Everyone on our cross-functional team, when we started demonstrating technical talent, all of the places and offices where they came from, those offices started going, oh, well, we have all these other projects that we need your expertise on that were due yesterday. And so that became, keeping the cross-functional team autonomous and being able to answer commitments to each other became difficult. We eventually got to the point where even in our dev environment, we had relevant data that we were integrating into the solution, and we're starting to build business intelligence and insights for the organization. And so we really were delivering value at that point, even though we weren't out in a production environment. And we started demonstrating that potential. So there was a bit of reward. There was this thing of, we were getting kind of recognized as a force for good, and we had to answer these challenges of increased roles and responsibilities. So, instead of me just trying to explain the business logic of what the app was doing, now I'm in the boardroom explaining the implications to our accreditation process and how we have to like blow it up. To people who've been doing this for 25 years, saying like the way you do it isn't going to work if we want our stuff to behave this way. And even though we were successful, we had this moment of, on our journey back to the known, we were like bad rebels. Like we kind of had this hubris about us that like we know better and these policy wonks, we know better than the frozen middle. And that was a terrible attitude to have, because if the point was to prove to the organization we should be using product teams and organizing around these workflows and value streams, and you should be allowing them to be autonomous, we were getting a bad reputation for just being jerks in some ways and doing our own thing. And that was terrible for like the point that we were trying to prove. So we had to have like this a moment of humility and really coming back and trying to reintegrate into the organization and be something that was more desirable as a team, a mode of work. And so there's this moment of resurrection, and we had to do what was impossible. And for us, that was really, we ended up having to refactor our app several times because, we had legitimate challenges from the cybersecurity folks and the environments and those interdependencies. And so as opportunities would open up to actually get our application to production, it encouraged huge amounts of rework and refactoring things and stuff like that. And the team really came together, and it was incredible that, we did what was impossible. It seemed like there were a lot of people rooting against us, and we ended up showing them and proving them what we were capable of. And then a lot of people, that kind of tipping point where we believe in ourselves and others believe in the team. And we hit that moment where we could start sustaining success. And so there's this moment of returning with the Elixir. And, there were certain people who rewarded. I mean, like literally there was a command that had a cake, and like they celebrated because it was just, life was going to be easier for them. The app provided a lot of lifecycle management type data and things like that. But as you can see from these different kinds of stories, the returning with the Elixir isn't always joyous. Sometimes the team moves on to the next level. Sometimes they retire. Sometimes they spin off other teams. In this particular case, for our team and what we did, it was much more Lord of the Rings style, where, as a team, the things we went through and the horrors that we saw, we were retired, and some of us were just moving off to exile with the elves kind of situation, which isn't bad in itself. It just shows that there are different patterns to how you get closure and how you iterate to the next part of the story. So this kind of gets to the Q&A and the inflection point. And so, looking at that clock, those icons in it, who are you in this journey? Are you the captain of the ship? Are you the mentor and teacher? Are you that person that's going to step in when that product team or that agile team hits the ordeal, and you're going to take a blowtorch and do bureaucracy hacking and get them through that threshold and get them to the point where they're on the return? Are you like an NGO, like the Defense Entrepreneurs Forum, where you're just the network in the middle, that you just have a sense of where other teams are in this journey and you can route them, to that? Like, I give Brian a lot of credit that he is an awesome network person who just knows how to link people up and help each other learn from each other. And that's, when does the student become the teacher? And I would say as soon as you get through a digital talent reskilling or a DevOps digital transformation, as soon as a team gets through one of these chapters, they know enough to start teaching that chapter to the people who are coming behind them. And, that's exactly what I'm doing here. Like, this is, as soon as we got through this, Brian was coaching me to like, you need to share this story. There are people who are trying to do this right now, and they're trying to look at where to get people for their team. And sometimes we're overlooking our own organization. And you'd be really surprised. We found really amazing people that, based on their descriptions and stuff like that, they would not be who you're looking for. They can come from marketing, they can come from HR, and they can come from the logistics and sustainment, and they become amazing like digital practitioners in these teams because they understand empathy, they understand customer service and being user-centered, and they just become great teammates. And so it's not always an IT thing on that. And so I'll stop there. Again, I dropped a link with this. You're all more than welcome to cruise through it and get a hold of me if you want to talk more about it. Really appreciate everyone giving us the time this morning to come together. I love these events. Again, it's all about telling the story and learning from each other, because it does decrease the burden, and it does help us keep the lawn mowed, so to speak.
Yeah, Jeremy, thanks for that. There's a question from Karen. What determines if an agency opts into your work?
Could you ask that again?
Yeah, what determines if an agency opts into your work, into the efforts there within the Marine Corps?
So an agency external to the Marine Corps, whether they opt in or not, the determination for that usually is it's not free, even though we're the government and we're not for profit. There is usually, I would say, the critical factor is understanding how to function the interagency agreement, and that it has to be a win-win, that both sides, both agencies need to be getting something out of that work. And typically it's some kind of unique thing or perspective or data or something like that. We've seen inside the Department of Defense, we've seen a lot of cross-service, just kind of goodwill work across, because we have so much similarity. We haven't seen a lot of interagency work outside of what we did with 18F. And so that it is difficult, but I think if you can find people in agencies that have a similar use case and similar data domains, so if like finance or logistics or HR and things like that, and you're having troubles working through privacy and data and things like that, you can team up with other agencies to kind of, hey, can we create a playbook and can we kind of create a pattern to where our accreditation and verification validation officials would accept, if we do these things this way, that they would give us some kind of format to audit ourselves or get a third-party audit, so that way we can speed this up. Or even for us, the big one was that auditing. So it's like, I'll audit you if you audit me, kind of stuff, and trying to create, to where you buy that cost down or the availability. I hope that answers the question. It's super difficult, and it's a really good question to think about, like, how do you get people into that? And again, think about telling these stories and how do you get those people to answer that call.
Absolutely, Jeremy. Thanks for that. Any other questions? If there are any other questions for Jeremy, feel free to. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So your slide about kind of growing the scope of the team that's collaborating and the roles that are involved there. Do you have some more resources on that you could point me to? I sent it to my boss and he got really excited. So,
so what are you looking for?
Articles or maybe some context on where you got that slide from.
So which one are you talking about?
That's the one where you kind of have the scope going from waterfall to I screen capped it. Let me see here.
The Amplitude
waterfall to the product team.
Yeah. So Amplitude, they provide consulting services, and they also have some products that do some different kind of cloud services and cloud service offerings. I rep that off of something that they put out public facing. I can see if I can find the link for you. If you send me here, I'll drop my email in here.
Cool. Thanks.
And just send me an email and I'll try to get you the original link to it. And again, I think you can talk to a lot of folks in the DevOps kind of space, especially in federal government, that we all recognize this pattern of balanced team. So, design, engineering, and product. And product is really like that business side of the team. So you have to understand that when there's conflict and, hey, we have a problem that we're trying to solve, there are always these conflicts about like the technical implementation and things like that. And when there is like headbutting about, the design, the technical implementation, typically what's good for the business and what solves the problem should win that argument. But it's a balanced team that like those roles and the people who lead in those roles share that decision, and that they get to make those decisions versus like external to that team, some architect or some CIO or some accreditation official. If they start telling the team how they're going to implement or what they're going to do, their stories, like, oh, we're going to give you the features, but then we're also going to give you your stories. Now just go do the work. That is dysfunctional, and it tends to lead to low productivity and lower lead times because you can't prescribe the tools always. If you're not going to give people training and experience, then you try to prescribe to them the way. And so that's the other thing that we've learned is that build your policies around the safe tools that your people already know how to use, and then iterate on it. Like if you find better and newer tools, then incorporate that into your policies, but don't try to like go buy something or copy some other organization and force your people to adopt that because it worked for the other organization. So, and that's the other thing is that the teams and the dynamics is what you want to see the same, but you're not going to see the same tools and techniques across teams.
Jeremy, thank you so much. Chris, you all set on your end? I think we're going to hand the conch shell your way, sir.
Yeah, let me get the screen sharing. Everyone see that okay?
Yeah, I'll just do a quick introduction for you. So for everyone on the line, Chris works with a really interesting organization within NOAA. Folks may be aware that, NOAA does weather. So a lot of the APIs that, the apps on your phone work because of the data collected and disseminated through NOAA. But Chris works with the Space Weather Prediction Center. And it's one of the few instances in the federal government where science is operationalized, and some of the impacts of their work. They essentially have a number of sensors, including even sensors over at USGS that's analyzing the sun constantly. And they're looking to predict if anything from an EMP or anything else is going to kick off from the sun and create issues for satellite comms, electrical networks, etc. So they have folks that are essentially doing space weather prediction, and they're up in Boulder, Colorado. And so that's who Chris works with. So Chris, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so moving from Agile to DevOps with a small team. This is our story of not wholeheartedly going DevOps, but kind of inching that way iteratively with our team of about 9 developers. We've got a couple Linux admins, or 1 Linux admin and 2 Windows admins that we collaborate with occasionally, but they're not really part of the team. So that's kind of the makeup of our organization. And also to point out, during this, I'm product owning, I'm a senior developer, and I'm also trying to drive the application architecture. So one of the takeaways is get comfortable with wearing a lot of hats when you're going through this kind of change, I guess. And let me get my slides advancing. So the Space Weather Prediction Center, briefly about us, Brian kind of talked about what we do, but we're buried pretty deep under agency bureaucracy, under Commerce, NOAA, Weather Service, National Centers for Environmental Prediction, and under that they have like the Hurricane Center and us, the Space Weather Prediction Center. And we have a different subject area than some of those parent agencies. It's not in common. So that's good in that we get to innovate, and it's bad in that we don't get handed a lot of enterprise solutions that do exactly what we do. And we're a FSMA high system, mostly for just system resilience and always being up to help satellite launches, give go no goes, and astronaut space missions in space, spacewalks, that kind of stuff. So no cloud, they said. That'd be getting a little scary for us. So stay on premise, stay safe as we know it. But it is a cool mission. We got 93 million miles between the sun and the earth that is our domain, and that includes everything leaving the sun surface all the way to hitting the mud here on earth. So pretty interesting place. And federal government, right, mission is what really lights the fire, makes all this stuff possible. So a little bit of background. First, we went Agile back in 2012, and I get a lot of questions about this. So what we did was we sent all of our developers to Scrum Master training. Here's Scrum, here's how it works, here's the values, here's the roles, here's some tools. And then we found a project that really required building a team consensus and organization consensus, because before this, it's all silos, right? So our new website, everyone's got an opinion about the website. Let's use Agile to resolve all that into what we should do. So 8 years later, we've been doing 2-week sprints. We've evolved the team a bunch of times. But we really take that Agile manifesto value of customer collaboration over contract negotiation as super important. So we're trying to work as closely with our scientists and our forecasters as we can. It's not easy. It's always a challenge, but it's worth doing. And we're just inching along that diagram that I was asked a question about earlier, to bringing them closer onto the team. So we've done this. We saw some big improvements in morale and our capability. It was time to improve delivery. We were starting to get stuck on our architecture. So here's the challenge we were facing. We have this giant Microsoft SQL Server production database. We get all the data in there, and then maybe you have some views and stored procedures to get it out for the applications, but everything's talking straight to the database. So it's all tightly coupled to the database. And there's all this business logic about resolving all these different kinds of data into something simple. which means you've got all this in the database. Maybe some of y'all can see the problem already. But so there's no service layer, there's crons, so it's not very event driven, and when you're going to try to figure out where things are running is hard. So this deep coupling was really killing our agility. If you wanted to change something, you really had to understand almost the entire database. So you almost had to understand everything to make sure you weren't going to break it. And how do you get started with continuous integration with this? If you wanted to stand up a whole system to test, databases are notoriously difficult, and that's the central piece of our architecture. As a developer, how do you get something that captures what production looks like on your development environment? So that was our challenge. So we started to seek out a new way. We took some Jenkins training to start to learn continuous integration. And this was our first exposure to Docker. So this was in August 2017. Ryan Blendon, who now works with SourceGraph, I think, came and showed us Jenkins, and he did it with the Docker tooling. And we thought, oh, that looks cool. Containers, we can capture all these dependencies. We can put them all in our environment. But how do we do this with what we've got? So we labeled what we were doing, which is shared database integration. Martin Fowler, who's a prominent, famous software architect, says some pretty nasty things about shared database integration. And I think we're coming to see that a lot of the things he says ring true with us. So I read a book on a new way, Sam Newman's Building Microservices. And this really teaches the architectural principles of loose coupling and high cohesion, so that you can kind of check out a part of a system and develop that independently. I highly recommend that book if you're thinking about changing your architectural style, even if it's not going to be microservices. It's got some good lessons in it. And then I presented kind of the old way and the new way to our developers and got a lot of buy-in into trying the new way. People were very excited to try something different. Like we were all frustrated for different reasons. So we were ready to go. And we got to play with Docker a little bit over the holidays. And then in the spring, we found a small project, but really high value, important milestone called the verification service. We're going to take observations of space weather and check them against our forecasts and see how good our forecasts are doing. And then we split our team, which was too large. We had probably 9 or 10 people. We split it in two to work. One to keep working on the database because that's not going away yet. And then another to just throw away everything and work this new way on this verification service. And around this time, we got Slack to improve the collaboration between the new team members. And we started to develop this verification service with the new rules. So here's the new rules. Only one thing, the service, talks to a database. So as we architected the system, we kept drawing a line back to a database or the database. And every time we did that, we said, no, rule number one, we're not going to do that anymore. So we've got a service. Everything else talks to the service. The service can talk to a backend store, right? So it's service oriented. We're going to do that loose coupling and high cohesion. We're going to be friendly to continuous integration, and we're going to try end-to-end testing. We're going to be able to stand up every component of the system, including a database, drop some data into the ingest part or wherever that is, do some processing, store it in the database, and then query it to make sure we have the right results. And we're going to do that with every commit, fully automated. And we're going to do event-driven because low latency wasn't important for this project, but it's important for pretty much everything else we do. So might as well learn it here. And 12factor.net became a new place where we could start for best practices, especially store configuration in the environment. That one is one from the applications perspective, really helps with standing things up automatically or in your dev environment or any way you want to deploy a container, cloud, Kubernetes, Docker Compose, whatever. If your config is coming from the environment, you're in good shape. And since we're doing this anyway, let's try a whole bunch of new stuff. So we're going to go NoSQL. We're going to try MongoDB for a more developer-friendly way of developing a backend database. We're going to do Python Flask for RESTful gets and posts. And we started to choose Python and consolidate on Python 3 because a lot of our scientists already know Python. When they're dabbling in code, it's in Python. So let's bring that collaboration. Let's make that more possible. And we're going to go with asynchronous messaging. That's highly recommended by that book I was alluding to earlier. We're going to use RabbitMQ here specifically for loose coupling. So this is publish subscribe, where a service, if it does something, can publish that it did something, and then something downstream can listen for that without the publishing service knowing what it's using it for. And that can be very low latency, which is really cool. And we're going to put everything in a Docker container because we really like containers and capturing those dependencies. So how did it go? Well, it was amazing. The developers were really excited to learn all this new stuff and to just sidestep all the old problems. The pace of learning was very rapid. Checking something out to make an iterative change, it was so much faster than it used to be, because maybe you even had your dev environment laying around still, but even if you didn't, it might only take an hour, where before it might take a week to figure out how to run something locally. And the customer was absolutely thrilled with what we built with this verification service, something they could query, something that was low latency. And he was comparing this to our partner office. The UK Met Office has a space weather system with verification that had always been better than ours. And now we were faster and leaner and neater and cooler. So he was able to brag. But at the beginning of this, he was terrified, right? We're going to try a new way on your project. He was terrified. So we won him over by delivering. And that's a pretty important message, I think. And we also discovered that it was faster to learn all this new stuff and deliver than it was to deliver in the old system. So we got all this learning for free. Really cool. But, and there's always a but, this microservices team with all this rapid learning got way ahead of everyone very quickly. So we lost the other software developers. They couldn't even understand what we were talking about. The ops team never quite, those sysadmins never quite found the cycles to keep up with this either. The continuous integration test, one of the points of doing this whole architecture, quickly got ignored. Whoops, because we didn't put any alerting in there. So when someone broke the build, usually the software still worked and the tests didn't. The developers just kind of like, well, it's not really working. They kind of wrote it off. So whoops, we missed that one. And it became, we found it was very difficult to build our containers on secure networks. Well, we figured that out. That's pretty obvious solution. So the next steps got a little bit hard. How do you choose an orchestrator? What do we do about this testing issue? And we had some security failures. Nagios is hard to secure, and we gave it too much access to the Docker daemon, so don't do that. And Jenkins, which we set up during that training course, we left those settings. When we started using it for real, we didn't lock it down. So make sure your Jenkins is locked down. So we did that. We locked Jenkins down. No more Nagios monitoring through the Docker daemon. We adopted Harbor as our software Docker image repository. So now we can build on our dev, like on our own virtual machines, or we can build with CI. Either way, we're no longer building on staging or production. We're just pulling that image across. So that's been awesome. We love that. And then we started to really socialize the benefits of containers. So we gave some presentations to scientists and kind of showed them how we were working and helped them learn how to use it. And also with their ops team and management to a lesser extent. And containers became the new way. So now everything we write up with this team, of course we're going to put it in a container. It's just easier and cooler. It makes those deployments almost push button. And we got some new signs of hope lately. So we delivered some very complicated systems to production very quickly. We had 3 space weather models, which needed to be turned around and made production ready very quickly. And we were able to do that with this workflow. And we had to replace our old GOES 14 and 15 feed with the GOES 16 satellite feed. And the data is kind of different. And when we did this, we were able to break that tie to the database and go to a service instead everywhere we used GOES data, which was expensive to touch all these latency applications, but we're starting to move around that old shared database pattern. And that's how we're kind of strangling the old way of doing it. And we're really loving that, even though, we are having to work on Microsoft Access or whatever. At least we're doing it the new way. The IT security guys interested in container scanning. So we got Claire. So we're starting to get some ops interest. Ops team lead asked, are you guys using Kubernetes? So it's coming from the other angle. Our Linux admin is starting to use containerized versions of his apps. So that's really cool. And we brought in some people from the other team and added them to our team. And we had a new hire and we taught them a little bit of Docker. And then they were able to do, understanding the values of the architecture. They're able to put code in production this way very quickly. We were really impressed with how much we shortened that learning curve as we wrote down the rules of how to deploy the way we're deploying now. I also, a little bit of shameless self-promotion, gave some of the more technical specifics of this journey at a DockerCon talk, which ended up being very popular, got a great reception. So you can go to dockercon.com and look at predicting space weather with Docker if you want to know a little bit more about the technical side of this journey. And now we're also collaborating with NASA. They set up a joint cloud test bed, and they're kind of taking our lead on like how do we deploy stuff at SWPC. We can just set up an environment where you can do that since it's much more straightforward now. So some next steps, we got to get a new rule where all of our images are built on staging and production. All of our images on staging and production must be built by continuous integration. So we've got that automated tooling somewhere in the process in between dev and deploy. We got to centralize our logging. We still need to adopt an orchestrator. We didn't like Docker EE. Now we're trying K3S. The ops team might go Pivotal or VMware or OpenShift. And we're going to try to containerize as much old stuff as we can as our operating systems get closer to end of life. We're going to just keep pushing on cloud. It is hard to build all this DevOps tooling on-prem. If we just had cloud, a lot of this stuff we'd have some good patterns to start with. So just a shout out to my team. Here they are. We really enjoyed working with this stuff. They really get a lot out of me talking about it. So thanks for having me. And Brian, I guess I hand it back over to you.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. And before we open up for questions, I just wanted to let everyone know that both Chris and Jeremy's message and stories resonated just within in our federal community. That's why I wanted to highlight them here and bring them forward. But feel free to hit any questions for Chris in the chat. Chris, one channel is, how much Groovy and shared libs did you use with Jenkins?
Groovy and shared libs. Let's see. So we just used like off the shelf plugins, and we used I'm trying to remember what it was called. So there's a Jenkins declarative pipeline format. They had an old version and they had a newer version. I can't remember what it was. So it's just kind of the out of the box stuff. So we check in a Jenkins file, and then we hook Jenkins up to our repo, and the Jenkins file really does all the work. So hopefully that answers that question.
Any other questions, anyone? Nothing else has rolled in, and we've only got just a couple of minutes anyway. So maybe we outro at this point. Nathan, thanks for having us here. Chris and Jeremy, thanks for presenting. Peter, anything you'd like to close out on?
Yeah, we haven't really touched on the fact that we're also trying to use this day to raise money for worthy causes. So Nathan, can you say a little bit more about that while we have people's attention? But thanks so much, Jeremy and Chris. It was good bumping into you in this different context outside of our usual federal confines, and actually have be able to see faces and have a conversation. It's great to hear this again. But yeah, Nathan, about charitable efforts.
Yep, for sure. So you can go over to devops95.com and read about some of the charitable donations that we're encouraging participants to make today. So I'll just read off a couple of them. So of course, during these trying times, we feel it's important to help others out. So each of the meetups, or many of the meetups that are associated with today's event, have selected local organizations, and we've banded together to help a national organization. So nationally, we're encouraging folks today to donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Baltimore DevOps Group is encouraging folks to contribute to the Baltimore Action Legal Team. In DevOps Columbia, which is in Columbia, Maryland, they're recommending the Howard County Food Bank. New York City DevOps is recommending the Food Bank for New York City. And then the New Haven, Connecticut group is recommending donations to the Connecticut Food Bank. So Southern Poverty Law Center, Baltimore Action Legal Team, Howard County Food Bank for New York City, and Connecticut Food Bank. And it looks like Judy has been pasting some links into the Zoom chat there. So if you're looking for the direct links to make those donations. But you can also find that information once again on the website, which is at devops95.com.
Nathan, thank you so much. Thanks for having us. And Jeremy and Chris, thanks again for sharing your presentations. If anyone has any questions about our community of practice, would like to participate, or if you have a story to share that we're not aware of a success or lessons learned in the federal space, just reach out to Peter and I. My email is brian.fox@gsa.gov. Thanks again, y'all. I have to drop, but y'all have a wonderful day. Thanks again, Nathan.
Thank you. All right, with that, I would like to turn it over and ask Judy and Drew to say some words. I think this time was dedicated to show off your sourdough. So Judy, I think that was your idea. So why don't you share a little bit about the inspiration there?
I have nothing to share sourdough wise, but we had a great discussion about coffee this morning, but it seems like the big trend at the beginning of quarantine was for people to show off their baking recipes. And I'm a big baker, but I did not do any bread except one in my bread machine. But if anybody has like good recipes or sourdough that they can pop up and either put something in the chat or put a picture, put your video camera on and show us what you've made, that would be kind of neat. Also, any other activities, we've already had a conversation about things that we're doing with and without our kids to take up the time while we're stuck at home. So anybody has anything to say, speak up.
I can start it off with only slightly related. We do a lot of cooking, not really a whole lot of baking. I think if we baked as much as I wanted, I'd probably weigh 400 pounds. So we kind of deliberately abstained from that. But we recently picked up a cookbook. If anyone's familiar with Michael Pollan, what is it? The Omnivore's Dilemma, the whole eat food, mostly plants, not too much idea. The Pollan family put out this guy here, which is along the same lines, but what's really neat in here is the dessert section, which I don't have a live sample, but we've totally made this thing before, and it's criminally easy to make, and it is like Pinterest worthy. All it is basically just a giant apple tart, and the real work is just in arranging a bunch of apple slices and making it look fancy. But I swear, every time we make this, it doesn't last more than this evening, and it's totally something you can post online and brag about.
Are we doing sourdough sharing?
Yes.
So here's my starter, which is doing quite well right now. I don't have anything super fresh. I generally just make pizza, and I've been making a dough that's a mix of a little bit of commercial yeast and then the sourdough starter, and let it rise for 24 hours. And it has been turning out really well. It's got a nice elasticity to it. It was really hard to get flour for a while there, so I just called up a pizza place and said asked if I could come by and buy 10 pounds of flour, and they're like, yeah, we've got extra. So it's easier to get flour and yeast now. But thank you for letting me show off.
Yay.
You've been doing anything, just been pizzas that you've been making with that, Peter?
From my niece, I learned that every week when you feed your starter, you can take the stuff that you're dumping out and mix it with a little more flour and spread it out and make crackers with it. But I haven't actually tried to make sourdough bread. I've been making crackers and pizza.
Huh. I hadn't thought of that. I never really thought about where do crackers come from. I guess it's something like that.
I don't know if it's where they come from. Instead of just throwing out your feed, you can basically put enough butter and salt on dough and bake it, and it's tasty when it's fresh. So you call it crackers to give it a name.
Nice.
I have to roll of a colleague that has a question I need to screen share with. So thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Peter.
Happy
Awesome.
Drew, Judy, folks, bye.
Thank you, Peter. Take care.
Thanks.
See if anything's coming in on chat. Comment from the stream. People say pancakes are good with the leftovers.
Sourdough pancakes?
Maybe that's it. I actually don't know anything about making sourdough bread, but I guess you can make crackers or you can make pancakes. I guess if you cover it with enough syrup or if you put enough butter and salt in it, anything is going to taste good.
Yeah, actually, if you buy dosa batter, that's sourdough by default. It's really good. If you can find an Indian market, you know, you can find pre-made sourdough. And it's that they let it ferment, you know, and that's what gives it its good flavor.
Really? So what is my wife is a huge fan of dosas. What is dosa batter then? I thought it was just a particular grain, but I guess there's more than that.
Dosa batters is lentils, raw lentils and raw rice ground, and then just add some water and salt and let it ferment and get the sourdough flavor. So it's higher protein than regular flour, and also probiotic. So it's pretty good stuff.
Huh. Sounds like a nice easy cheat.
Yes.
I don't know how how other farmers markets are working in areas up and down the coast, but we have one that's right near us, and this week is going to be the first week they're going to open up like a legit for real farmers market. You can actually go up there and see people at tents, but up until this week they've been all online. They moved it to an online platform. I think it's like farm to something, obviously, but it's you put in a bunch of orders and you basically just go to one lonely sad tent and pick up your order. But one thing that we scored was this like box of cookies that was it's empty now because I live in the same house as the cookies do, but it's I'm really enjoying like trying other people's baked goods.
Yeah, it's good they're at least able to innovate and get online. It's you know, no one was really prepared for all this, you know.
Yeah, it was a really clever pivot, I thought. Looks like that might be towards the end of our show and tell, but it is coming up on high noon, and our speaker for the Columbia meetup is going to be here around 12:45. This looks this might be a good time to just give everyone the freedom to go ahead and take a break, grab a quick lunch, and come right back.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I'll leave the slides rolling here if you're tuned in or want to see what's coming up. Otherwise, you know, some of us will be around. Some of us may turn off our cameras and grab a lunch, but feel free to chat with us here in the Zoom, and we'll see you at 12:45 for our next talk. Drew, what's that talk about?
That is going to be Intro to Kubernetes by one of our developer advocates in VMware.
Awesome.
Should be exciting. She's a pro.
All right, great. I will see you then.
All right, see y'all in a few. All right, everyone. We're at exactly 12:45. So we'll move on to the Columbia DevOps spot. And today we've got a renowned developer advocate, Tiffany, here to so everyone likes to talk about containers, likes to talk about a lot of automation and everything. And really, you can kind of get left behind. So what Tiffany's going to hit us with today is a little bit of an intro to Kate's and to see how we can be effective with that. And I'm just going to stop taking up her time. Tiffany, take it away.
Cool, thanks. And renowned, that's pretty funny. Maybe one day. All right, cool. Let me share my screen and hope everything works correctly. Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint slides and nothing but my PowerPoint slides?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So as I was introduced, I am Tiffany Jernigan. I am a developer advocate at VMware, and I'm mostly just focused on Kubernetes, though other people on my team are also focused on things like Spring. Today, I'm going to be talking about getting started with Kubernetes. So some of this stuff, depending on what level of experience you have with Kubernetes, some of these things might be completely new to you, or you might already know all of this and be like, wait, why am I listening to this? I already know this. I'll tell someone else to watch it or something. But thank you for coming and listening to this morning, afternoon, or depending on wherever you are. All right, so let's get started. So I'm going to take a quick step back before actually talking about Kubernetes itself. So in 2013, Docker came along and basically they changed the container space. Containers had been around for a long time, but that's when this huge influx of using containers started to happen. People started taking their giant monolithic applications and then that were just single thing, running it. If there was an issue that you would have to make a change, and it would involve your entire code to be rebuilt, and therefore it would take hours or days or whatever it is to be able to actually run your applications with their new changes. So people started taking these giant applications and then breaking them down into smaller components. So things like if I have a database, having that be separate from my front end, and then having these components end up being run in containers. Generally, the container image, basically, it encapsulates everything that you need to run your application. It has the operating system you need, and it should have everything else in there that is needed for that specific part of your application. And it's stored in a small, lightweight image. Basically, there are things out there that you can read for, say, multi-stage builds, etc., to help make your container images smaller. That way it takes less time to pull down and less time to end up running it. So these containers, one of the great things about them is that they can be run on any machine in a repeatable way. So there's none of that, well, it works on my computer, and it not working on someone else's. So basically with this packaging and the ease of being able to distribute it, such as through any of the container registry like Docker Hub or some of the Harbor or some of the other ones out there, basically you can easily just go and get your containers and then scale them up or down based on whatever requirements that you have. So cool, we have containers. Well, containers, they make it easy to be able to build, manage, scale your applications. And basically people were having maybe like starting off with a couple containers to learn how to use it. And then they ended up having more and more. So people might be running, say, hundreds or thousands of containers. Managing that by yourself is extremely tedious. It's complex. Maybe you'll have tons of scripts or just start trying to build your own framework to be able to do this. So basically, people needed help for this. So that's where Kubernetes came along. Kubernetes was designed to fill this gap for orchestrating your containers and your container workloads. So dealing with your containers, the container things like that you can set up for dealing with container versions, dealing with having all of your nodes and being able to find those, checking to see if certain things are up or down. Kubernetes helps do all those things for you so that you can spend more time worrying about your applications. So at its core, Kubernetes is an open source container management platform. So you can just go over to GitHub, pull down the code, you can mess around with it locally, and you can make contributions and push it up so that the rest of the world can benefit from the things that you have done to make the improvements that you've done with it. So basically, it's built to help you run your containers at scale, and it comes with a bunch of different features and functions to be able to build a proper distributed application using the 12-factor app pattern. So if you haven't heard of it, the 12-factor app is a methodology for building software as a service apps. So you can just go look up 12-factor app pattern or 12-factor apps at any point. So also the Kubernetes API, it can basically be thought of as just like a single extensible API that can be used to abstract your resources both within public cloud or on premises. So in a quote by Kelsey Hightower, he says that Kubernetes is a platform for building platforms. So basically you can use it to build, he mentioned some other places that you can use it for building a platform that's such as like a Heroku or a Cloud Foundry clone, for instance. I probably should have swapped the order of these slides since I mentioned it already, but basically one of the big things about Kubernetes is that it can run anywhere. So you can run it on premises. You could run it, I could run it on my machine or on a server in some office. And then people just getting started now, they can choose, okay, do I want to run my applications on premises or do I want to run it in the cloud? So many customers like Kubernetes like for that reason. Basically, you can either start in the cloud or perhaps you have a bunch of legacy applications running on your own servers and you then want to eventually move to the cloud. So if you could stay, but if you decide that you want to move to the cloud, then you can move those applications into containers and start building those new applications in a cloud native way. And then running all that stuff on Kubernetes on premises. And then once you just have that working, there's only, depending on what provider or what you end up using, the lift to be able to move from running locally to on premises is pretty small. And there's tons of guides out there for how to do that. And another option is to run hybrid. So you could have some of your workloads running on premises, or you could have, and also have some things running on the cloud, or you could have things all on the cloud across different providers. There's just a huge array of options. All right, so now that we've just kind of gone over the high level stuff, let's go into the some of the Kubernetes concepts. Okay, so first thing that I want to get into is cluster components. So with basically, there's the concept of a cluster. Everything that you do in Kubernetes is within this cluster. And within a cluster, there are nodes. So you can think of these nodes can be either virtual machines or they can be actual physical machines. So that just kind of ties back to what I was mentioning before about on premises or in the cloud. So there are two types of nodes. There's control plane, which I'll be going into the several in more detail for these things in the next couple slides. But there's control plane and master, and then there's also worker nodes. Okay, so looking at this diagram, there's maybe a lot. It's not as scary as some of the images I've seen on the internet, but they're mostly just scary, thinking that there's a million things that you have to figure out. So basically, clusters are split up between the control plane and the workers. So each of these can consist of multiple nodes. So I can have multiple nodes that are in my control plane. I could have multiple worker nodes. So let's take a look at some of how this kind of works. Let's like dive into this stuff a little bit more. Okay, so for the control plane, so basically there's the concept of a Kubernetes master, and that master is basically responsible for maintaining the desired state of your cluster. It's a collection of like 3 processes that need to be running, and these can run on a single node in your cluster, which is designated as the master node. So these things are the Kube API server, or on the screen, just API server, the controller manager, and the scheduler. The cloud controller manager is there if you are doing something with a cloud provider. Okay, so basically the API server, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, it is like the main point of your cluster, or it's the front end of your control plane. It basically exposes the Kubernetes API. And as you can kind of see in this image, everything else talks to the API server. And if we actually take a look back here real quick, you can see that kubelet and kubeproxy also talk to the API server. Okay, so cool. So next, let's talk about etcd. So etcd is a highly available key value store, and it basically is there to store your cluster data. You need to have an odd number of etcd, like instances of etcd running, because you need to make sure that you have quorum. There's also the scheduler, and this watches for newly created pods that don't have a node assigned yet. It basically goes and selects a node to run on. Okay, so next we have the controller manager. So at a very high level, the controller manager runs controllers. Some of these controllers are the node controller, which deals with nodes. There's the replication controller, which will make a little bit more sense when I talk about things a little further down the road. And then, as I already mentioned, the cloud controller manager it's optional, and it's used for cloud providers. Okay, so now let's look at worker nodes. So worker nodes as well, you can have I don't know if there's a certain limit, but you can have a bunch of worker nodes for running your applications. So within each worker node, you have these 3 things. You always need to have these 3 things. So there's kubelet, and kubelet is there to make sure, it's an agent that basically goes and makes sure that the containers in your pod are running and healthy, which is obviously super important. Then there is kubeproxy, and kubeproxy is what enables you to talk to other services in the cluster via a cluster.local address. Basically, it maintains network rules, which allow network communication to pods from network sessions in and out of the cluster. So without kubeproxy, you would not be able to be on the outside and try reaching anything in your cluster. So then there's also the container runtime. Even if you've never heard of Kubernetes, but you've been involved in the whole Docker container space, you probably have heard that. So for the most popular container runtime, at least right now, is Docker, and the container runtime basically is just responsible for running your containers. And these worker nodes are also, so like it's responsible for running containers. So basically the worker nodes are also where you end up having your pods, which I will talk about next. Okay, so let's get into objects. So Kubernetes objects basically are persistent entities in the Kubernetes system. And Kubernetes uses these entities to represent the state of your cluster. Okay, so first there's the pods. So pods, basically, they're the smallest and simplest unit in the Kubernetes object model that you can either create or deploy. They can be used to run like you can run a single container, or you can have run multiple containers that need to end up working together. So this is kind of dorky, but you can think of containers kind of as whales because, well, Docker and the Docker whale. And pods in general are like a grouping of whales. So you can kind of think of it that way, as a pod being a grouping of these containers. But again, dorky. So when a pod is run standalone, if it finishes for any reason, it will not be started again. So that's where some of these other objects come in handy. So one of the ways to be able to run a pod that will actually restart on failure is to use a deployment. Deployments basically are given the number of pod replicas, or like basically if I have a single pod, then I'm running a container of Nginx, and it's determining, do I want just one of that pod running, or do I want multiple of it running, and how many of those replicas I want. So each deployment, it will go and it will watch a replica set. And this replica set is what's ensuring that the right number of pods is always running. And so previously, some of the ways of dealing with this was using the replication controller, but now the recommended way is to use a deployment with a replica set. Okay, so some other things are, there's stateful sets. And so stateful sets, they manage pods that are based on an identical container spec, like a deployment. But unlike a deployment, stateful set, it has a sticky identity for each of the pods. So in other words, though they're all created from the same specification, they're not interchangeable. So say there is a pod that you want to run on every single one of your worker nodes. You want to ensure that, hey, if I have 5 nodes, I want to have my application running on all 5 of those nodes. You could try doing a deployment with 5 and hoping that it schedules it in a way that does that. But if one of your nodes goes down and you get a new node, it'll end up scheduling it onto one of the other existing ones, most likely. So that's where a daemon set ends up coming in. Basically, it just does that. It runs a single replica or copy of your application or of your pod on every single node. So I'll show you a bit later, but this is used for things like DNS, etc. So then there's also jobs. So jobs, they basically run your pod or multiple pods to completion, whatever that is defined as. Then there is another level of jobs. So there's cron jobs, and these are basically useful for creating periodic and recurring tasks. So I can have a job that goes and runs something, like it could say hello world every minute, or just something that is running on a certain schedule. And there's a bunch of different things you could do to change like how you want that, like when a certain hours you want that to run from, or a certain amount, like periods of time between each one. So basically they can be used also to schedule individual tasks for a specific time. Okay, so now let's take a look into services. And a lot of this stuff that I'm going to will make a lot more sense when I actually go into the demo, which will cover at least some parts of this. Okay, so services. So basically, services are used to access your application outside of the pod itself. So it's only, depending on how your application is set up, it's only if you have, say, a web server and you want people to be able to access your web page. Only being able to access that from within your pod is not very helpful. So basically these services, they end up giving a stable endpoint to connect to a pod or a group of pods. There are several different types. There's the cluster IP, there's node port, load balancer, and external name. So, and then there's a bunch of other types of services as well. There's headless, etc. But I'm not going to get into that today. So let's start first by looking into the ones I just mentioned. Okay, So cluster IP is the default service type. So if you don't do anything with your setup, that is what ends up happening. So since it ends up giving you an IP address, and this IP address that you're allocated is private, so you basically end up you're only able to reach it from within your cluster. So either if you are SSH'd into one of your worker nodes, or if you are running interactively with a pod that is on the cluster. So next, so that's useful if you just want it to be inter cluster communication. So another one is node port. So unlike cluster IP, this one can actually be reached outside of the cluster. So what happens is you are given a port, and that's in a specific range, and then you are able to use the external IP of any of your nodes on that specific port and be able to reach your application. Though you may, depending on how, say if you're using a cloud provider, you might have to change some security settings for what ports are open. Next, there is a load balancer. So basically with this, it's an external load balancer that is allocated for your service. So this typically is some sort of cloud load balancer, such as like on AWS, there's ELB, and on GCE, there's GLB, and there's Azure has theirs, etc. So the thing about this though is that since it's using an extra service, it'll cost a little bit of money in some sort of like range of cents for the usage, but it's still an additional added thing. So, all right, cool. Let's now talk a little bit or look a little bit into networking, not really talk about because I guess I'm the only one blabbing here. So, all right, networking. Okay, so a little high level on the Kubernetes network model. So basically the short version is that everything in Kubernetes is just one big giant flat network. There's one big subnet with everything in it. There's the nodes, the pods, everything. So you can kind of think of like a big castle with their like huge tall walls, and then there's like the moat around it. So if you're inside of the castle, you can talk to everyone there and communicate. And in this case, it's the pods and the nodes being able to communicate. But if you're outside, the only way that you can get in is through special ways, such as like if there's a drawbridge, or in the case of Kubernetes, that is by using a node port or like a load balancer, these types of services. So in detail, these nodes, basically, they need to be able to ping each other directly. The pods are able to ping each other directly, and then the nodes and pods can ping each other without using nets. And the networking stack, it basically decides what IP address is given to a pod. And these things here are the specific rules that Kubernetes mandates, but other than that, there isn't any other mandated particular implementation. So next we have the container network interface. It's basically it's a library that has basically defines ways for Kubelet to be able to interact with network plugins. It has a pretty well-defined specification. If you can see the link well enough to maybe screenshot it, or I can share it afterward or something. It has the definition for what that network configuration is. So CNI plugins, they're basically just binary programs that take care of IP allocation and setting up the networking containers. So when Kubelet goes and creates a pod, it calls to one or a sequence of multiple CNI plugins that will end up doing their job one after another. So it's kind of like an assembly line. So typically our CNI configuration will leverage one or multiple CNI plugins to do things such as allocating an IP address. And this is done by calling an IPAM plugin. There's adding a network interface into the pod's network namespace. And then there's configuring the interface as well as required routes and anything else. And again, I'm just going pretty high level over this. There's so much more stuff, and I added some links that'll be at the end here, but there's a lot of stuff, and this is just kind of intro, like taking a quick glance at it, which especially is the case for this next part on security. Security is very, very important, but there is so much to talk about with it. So I have just put a very high level of it and added a link to where you can learn a lot more about it. So some things that can help with security, there's a concept of namespaces, and you can use these namespaces for like a separation of concerns. So for instance, which I'll be showing a little bit later, you can have a namespace for Kubernetes has its own namespace, kube system, and that's where all the Kubernetes system things end up being, all the Kubernetes system objects end up being run. Then the default is what is the default one that you end up running your applications in, but you can make other ones, and therefore you can set up different rules where certain things in one namespace can't see others, etc. So then there's also service accounts, and then there's RBAC, which is role-based access control. So basically, this is used for fine-grained access, defining like what can be done and by whom on what resources. So you could give some service account or someone only specific permissions to say view everything that's on your cluster, for instance. So, or you could have something like between like dev, prod, etc., like where you want to make sure that someone only has the access that they need and can't accidentally do something to the rest of your cluster. So there's obviously, and then there's also secrets that can be used, that are used too. So there's a lot. Take a look at the link there, and like dive into that, and I will continue on to the next stuff. And then if later after everything there are more questions on stuff, I can see what I can try answering. Okay, so separately from security, I just didn't have an in-between slide here. So basically, the next part is just like talking about how, so when you talk about like the main point of interacting with a Kubernetes cluster is using the API server. So one of the ways of being able to do that is using the CLI tool. And people either call it like kubectl, kubectl, etc. And I don't know if there's actually a right way of saying it, and I kind of go between multiple. So basically, yeah, it's just used for interfacing with Kubernetes. There's other ways, of course, such as if, say, you're programming an application in Go, you can use the Go client for Kubernetes. But if you're just getting started and you're just trying to figure out how all this stuff works, just using kubectl or kubectl is the easiest way to go about that. So then there's also this file, it's called the kubeconfig file. It's always located in this place. Well, by default, they suggest that you put it in .kube/config. You can change the file name, and you can change where it's located if you set the kubeconfig environment variable to that location. So with that, I am going to take some water, and then I will start my demo. One sec while I move all of the Zoom faces or lack thereof out of the way. Okay. Is the font size large enough?
Can you type a few words for us? Looks good from where I'm sitting.
Cool. All right. So I guess before I jump straight in that, if you are wanting to just like look at Kubernetes in general, if you just go to kubernetes.io, it has basically is just a ton of resources, documentation. It is the main website for Kubernetes. So I'm not going to go specifically onto anything here, but there's different things like training. You can just go like learning the Kubernetes basics, and like some of the other specific links that I added earlier for RBAC. Those are all on this website. Okay, so I just mentioned kubectl. So I already installed it. There's a bunch of different ways to just go and do that. On Google, you can just search like installing kubectl. You can do it like Helm, and if you're using Mac, and then there's other ways for Linux and whatnot. So first thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that I actually have kubectl installed. So the first thing to do, you can do one of the easiest ways. I mean, you could just do kubectl, or you could do like I'm going to do a kubectl version, and then that should tell them, okay, cool. So I have it, and then you can see that I'm using GKE for this demo. I have used AWS. You can use kubeadm or Kinds and Minikube, etc., running locally. But just for the purposes of this demo, since Zoom and running your own Kubernetes cluster locally don't really get along, that or my laptop will just start trying to fly and probably blow up instead. All right, so cool. Now we have that. So I mentioned that there were nodes. So in GKE, you and several of the other cloud providers like AWS, I don't know about Azure because I've never used it. It's on my to-do. But basically, they make it so that you can see, so the control plane is managed by them, and you are just responsible for the worker nodes. This can either be like pretty much fully unmanaged worker nodes, or there are different like managed ways of dealing with your worker nodes that are out there as well. And so I went before this and went into GKE and created a cluster with my worker nodes. So I believe I created with 3. So to just look at something like that, to make one of the things that you have to do after making sure you have kubectl is to ensure that you have your worker nodes and that they are running. So the next thing I can do is I can do a kubectl get nodes. And then you can see there's the 3 it has GKE. I made my cluster name just my initials because I'm currently using a coworker's GKE account. And then you can see the Kubernetes version. And so like, if you're just thinking about just regular Kubernetes versions, then there's like the 114, and then the part that's added at the end is like whether GKE, and this is also the same for like EKS, is like whether they make certain patches for, say, bugs that maybe have been found and have not made it to mainline, or things that they have to specifically do with just to make things work that are eventually, most of the things end up going to mainline. Okay, so then if I mentioned that there is a kubeconfig file, so I'm just going to show where that is. I'm not going to actually show it because it has data that gets redacted that I don't want to share with the entire world. So if we do, so that's in a kube/config. So we can see that I just have one in there, but to see the majority of what's in there, you can use kubectl, and you can do kubectl config get context, or I mean I can't type and think at the same time. Kube config view, and then so basically, if it looks just like a chunk of stuff right now because it's a little complicated because I have I've added multiple different clusters to this cube config. So you can see here that there's multiple clusters, but there are a few things that it ends up needing. So there's a certificate authority data that's, at least for these ones, is provided by the service. Like, so it's either for Docker desktop, it's provided by Docker. The EKS one is provided by AWS EKS, and then I have two GKE clusters that are both, well, I guess one doesn't exist anymore, but basically, and it has the server to be able to actually connect to it. So basically, this file is everything that is needed to be able to communicate and connect to your cluster. And then, so you can see that there are contexts, and you set your context to the cluster that you want to be interfacing with. So the one that I have right now is this. So it's GKE, then it's the project name, which is my coworkers. The region, so for this one, it is in the Dalles in Oregon, and then my cluster name. And then there's other things like users there, and then so with EKS, it uses an IAM authenticator for like the bridge between IAM and RBAC. And then there's all these, basically there's all these other ones for like GKE and for Docker desktop, which I have a Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so now that I've mumbled my stuff up, so the next thing is I want to actually like just take a look at these contexts. So if I do kubectl config get context, then if I do that, sorry, with the screen width, it's kind of hard to see some of this. But basically, that giant chunk of stuff that we saw in the config view, you can see here that has all of the ones here. For some reason, Docker ends up having two clusters, though, or it has two contexts for the same cluster. No, I didn't exactly figure out why, but yeah. So, and then you can see the one that I have for AWS, and then the two that I have for GKE. And then you can see on the side there's that little star. So another thing that you can do if you don't want to see, say if you have like a giant thing, and you just want to know what am I using. So you can just do kubectl config current context, and that will tell you what your current one is. So you can see that star matches up, and it's just the one that I'm currently on. Okay, so another thing that we can look into, since I mentioned it, is namespaces. So there, like some of these commands have like short ways and long ways of being able to type them out. So like you could do namespace is like typing out namespace. I think you might be able to do namespaces. There's NS. To see a whole thing for all this, you can do kubectl and then help. And then basically this just kind of shows all the different things that you could be doing. And it even actually breaks it. The cool thing is it kind of breaks it down into like what, if you're new to this, like what do I need to be able to use? So to be able to create resources, there's run, which you can do to just like, it's kind of like Docker run. And you can just do that if you want to just quickly run a specific image on your cluster. And then there's, yeah, it just has some of the other options as well. So if we go back down here. Okay, so let's take a look to see what the namespaces that we have are. So if we do kubectl get ns, because I'm lazy. All right, so then we can see here that we have 4 different namespaces. The ones that I'm just going to mention for now, which are the ones that you have to pay the most attention to, are default and kubesystem. As I mentioned, kubesystem is where it has basically everything that the Kubernetes system is running. and it keeps that stuff separate from everything that you are running. It makes it like some of the separation also in general makes it harder for you to accidentally delete something running in another namespace that you don't want to mess with. So default is the, well, default space. It's where your pods and all your other resources just are run if you don't go and create yourself a new namespace. So if I want to just see like what pods are running in Cube system, I can go and do kubectl get pods and then -n cube system. So -n is for namespace, or I think you can do -- namespace to type it all out. So depending on like where you are running this, the things that are run in here could be different. No matter what, you will have your like cube or cube core DNS. And then you have cube proxy. Metric server is either run by default or like with AWS, it's something that you run afterward. And then you can see that some of these other things are specific to what GKE decided to run. So Google's Stackdriver, Prometheus, which is open source tool for metrics, and then FluentD as well. And so just kind of like getting an idea, if you look at that, if you you can see how many of each were trying to be run, or how many of each pod was trying to be run, and then how many are currently. And you can see how many times it's tried restarting, which means that all these started up successfully. And then 35 hours is just how long that I've had this cluster up and running. Okay, so then if you are trying to say, if you want to create a deployment. So if we take a look again, like we can, you may not be sure of like what the types of things that you need. So you can just do kubectl create deployment, and then you can give it help. And then if we look here, you can kind of see an example. So it's just like here, create deployment, give it whatever the name is, and then you give it what your image is. So this is just like if you're running your container, like what image do I want to have? And this is assuming, so this deployment is just like, I want to be using BusyBox, and then it's going to be pulling BusyBox from Docker Hub and running that. You can have the option of like dry run, so it'll tell you information that will happen, but it won't actually run it. And then there's a bunch, you can give it templates, etc. So what I'm just going to do is do something simple, and I am going to create a deployment using Nginx. So just to do that, it'll be kubectl create deployment Nginx, and then image engine is Nginx. The name beforehand is what I just decided to call my deployment. You could call it something else. Some people prefer specifying things like Nginx -deployment, so it's easier to tell versus just Nginx. But for simplicity's sake. All right, so if we do that. Cool. So it says created. That doesn't necessarily mean it is done deploying, but Nginx is really fast. So to actually see what has been deployed, we can do kubectl get deploy or deployment Nginx. So as I mentioned, it's another one of those places where you can have a shorter version or a longer version of the command that you actually need. Cool. So you can see that it has just has one ready and up to date. It can tell you how old it is. So this tells you a little bit of information. There's some other things that you can do. So you can do kubectl get deploy Nginx, and then you can give it an output type. So one of the things is wide, and this will basically, it just shows you a bunch more information. There's what containers there are, what images, and then there's this thing called app selector. And I can show you what that looks like, because we can actually look at what the YAML is that was created with this. So if we go and just do, actually, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that now, and I'll do it later too. But if we do kubectl git deploy nginx, and then you can either do, you can do YAML, you can do JSON, etc. So basically, this is like a ton of the information that you have for what is being run. So you can see there, each object type has a specific API version, and I'll show you how you can actually tell where these fall. So like deployments end up falling in extensions. And so under it, you can then see what kind it is. Then there's specific metadata. So you have different annotations. You can have, there are ones that are added by default by Kubernetes, and you can add your own specific annotations. There's also labels. So this is giving it the label that the app is Nginx. This label can be used for things like when you're trying to create a service and determining what pod or what's running that you're trying to connect to. And then you can see that the namespace is just like the default namespace. And then there's this section spec. So the spec basically is like the meat of what's happening here. If you create your own YAML, which I'll show you what one looks like for doing Nginx after this, you don't have to set all of these things yourself. Some of them are set by default. When you run deployments this way, it will just create a single replica, but you can scale that up, which is what I will be doing next. And a big reason to scale up is, say, so I have 3 nodes, and I have, say it's super important that I need Nginx to be running. And right now I only have 1. If that, either say if that Nginx pod fails, there's the time that it takes to restart. So my app just went, so Nginx just went down. There is, oh no, my node, it just went down. So then I definitely don't have an Nginx running. So there's like a few things. There's the running multiple replicas of your application. And then there's also the concept of running a highly available, like running your worker nodes in a highly available way. So say like there's specific regions. So mine, it was showing the US West one, I believe it was AWS and Google have it swapped for 1 and 2 for California and Oregon. But basically, you have availability zones within that, which are separate data centers. So you could make sure that in your region, you are running each of your nodes across a different availability zone. So in the case of an entire data center going down, your applications don't just die. And then there's like concepts of like how to deal with updates. There's rolling update. You can basically, in general, for how these things are set up, like if you can make a change and it will start, depending on how you have it, it could either create a new pod and wait for that one to finish, then kill off the other one. You could kill off the other one and then start a new one, etc. And then if we dive into this part, this is like the tiny little part here is what you might be used to when just dealing with Docker. So you have your containers, and basically this is just like the image that was put. You have so there's an image pull policy. So basically it's like, do I want to deal with, if I have it in cache, will I use that, or should I pull it again? So like sometimes where you might want to pull it again is if you just decided I want to use latest. Well, if you pulled latest on your machine may not exactly be the same as the latest that is up on the internet or something like that. Then there's things like the restart policy, like determining, since I mentioned earlier with the pods, if it dies, it won't restart. So here there's certain things that you can choose, like there's always so it restarts no matter what. You can restart based on failure, etc. And then this ends up just telling like things like what is the status, what's kind of like what's happening here. Okay, so now that we have that one pod that we have running, the next thing that we could go and do is then we can actually go and scale it. So if I do kubectl scale deploy nginx and then give it 3 for my replicas. So if I do that, okay, so now I can actually do a kubectl get deploy nginx and -w, which does watch, and it's actually already up to date. So if you had an app that was a lot slower than this, you would basically see it alternate, it going through as each one ends up being ready. And then if we take a look now at if we go back and do kubectl get deploy nginx and then give it the YAML again, if we look here, you can now see at the bottom that the ready replicas and update replicas, etc., is now 3. And you can see when things were updated pretty much, and that there was a new replica set available. Another way to look at your resources, whether it's deployments or anything else, is you can use kubectl describe. So I can do a kubectl describe deploy nginx. And this will tell me some of the like basic information. So like the number of replicas, what my selector and my annotations, labels are, what namespace. You can see things that could like whether like kubelet had some issues, and then you can see kind of what events are happening. And these are both the events for when I first created it, so when I scaled it to 1, and then when it scaled it up to 3. And if something had gone wrong, you would typically also see that here. Another way you can take a look at them is basically, so if I want to, so now we know we have the deployment, but let's take a look at it if we look at it as the pods. So if I do kubectl get pods dash, I get pods, then I will see the 3. So you can see that the name is the name of your deployment as a preface, and then it has other specific details for each different one. And you can see that there were the ones that started, the one that started much earlier, and then the other 2 that started to make it be 3. And since I was getting ahead of myself, I realized that I didn't want to show that yet. So the other thing you can do again is like kubectl get pods and then -o wide. And then this will, it kind of goes off the screen, but this will tell you much more stuff. So like you can see what is the IP for the pod. And you can actually, an important thing, depending on whether you're like, which can be pretty useful if you're trying to do debugging, for instance, is you can see what node is running on. So if only one is not working, and if you have the ability to SSH or use Bastion or something to get into your worker node, you can go and take a look at kubelet logs and do some debugging on the actual node. Okay, so now we have nginx running, but we can't get to it from outside of this cluster. And currently I am running these commands on my machine. So I am not in a node that's in the cluster. And so I just can't touch it. So that's where those services that I mentioned come in handy. So the easiest way that as I mentioned also, like if you want to be able to do a lot more specific details, 2 things, you will probably want to do this as YAML versus just running, giving a few inputs as commands. But in order to like go along with what I did for simplicity of just how to set up the deployment, I'm going to do that the same way via the command line, and only that for creating a service. So with the cluster IP, as mentioned, that can only be seen from within the cluster. And since Nginx is a web page, that's not exactly useful. Then there's also being able to do node port, and with node port, it could involve having to change some of the settings for what ports are accessible, and I did not do that. So I'm going to be using load balancer, and luckily for me, I am not personally paying for these. So what you do is there's this command called kubectl expose. So if we want to just take a look at it, if we do kubectl expose help, which again, this looks way better if you have it on your screen in normal, smaller font. So basically you can see that let me just actually scroll to see if I can see it at the top. All right. So you can choose to do whether you can do it on individual pods. You can, which will end up still applying if you have a deployment, it'll apply to the deployment, but like you can do it on the specific first pod, or you can set it based on the deployment itself. So basically what you do is kubectl expose, and then you give it whatever object type you have. And then you can set things such as, like, if you wanted to give it a name, you give it the port that you want, and then you also have the target port. So basically, if like this thing kind of tells you here, like that it'll serve on port 80, and that it will end up connecting the containers on port 8000. Okay. So if we go back down to the bottom here, so if we do kubectl expose deploy nginx port 80 and then type load balancer, and it's port 80 since that's what nginx works off on. So if I do that, it will create that. And then I can go and look at services. So I can do kubectl get svc or service, either way, nginx, and then -w for watch. So here you can see that there's nginx, and it's of type load balancer. You can see the cluster IP, and the part that we will need is an external IP, which it takes a little time to create. You can see the port, so there's port 80. And then the thing that I mentioned with that range of like the 30,000 to some other number in the 30,000 range, that is the other port that ends up going to me. So I've noticed that when I have a big screen like this, it changes the time and doesn't show me the IP, so I tend to have to run it again. So if I do kubectl get service nginx, okay, cool. So now I have this. So if I copy that, you can also use curl, but if I go here and I go to that, cool. So now I have nginx. And this obviously could be a different page, something much more exciting. I was going to have a spaceship that was going through the sky, but the one I had was from, it was specific to Amazon ECS. So I figured I'll just do something generic for now, since I no longer work at Amazon. Okay, so we have that part, cool. Now what we can do is, if I don't want these around anymore, I can just easily go and delete them. And after I do that, I will show you what this stuff looks like if you are using an actual YAML file to set this up, which will actually look kind of similar to some of the things that you could see when I did it get and show the YAML. So there's a couple ways to go and delete these resources. The first one is to just go and delete each specific one. So the thing that you don't want to do with a deployment, I mean, you can, it's just a waste of time. You could go and try deleting every single pod, but with the way the deployment's set up, it will just create new pods. So what you're going to want to do is actually delete the deployment itself. So you can do kubectl delete and deploy and then nginx. So basically you give delete and then the object type and then nginx. Cool. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to delete that service, which will also get rid of the load balancer. So if I do kubectl delete service and then nginx. Okay, so now if I did like, another way to like look at all this stuff is if you do kubectl get all, this will get all the things in my current namespace. And this obviously would have been more exciting to show if I actually had anything else running besides Kubernetes itself, which I can show afterward. But you can also get it to show everything in all of your namespaces. So there is a -- all namespaces, but that I'm not going to do that because it's just going to be a lot of stuff to end up showing. Okay. So I have some files that I already created beforehand. So if we just use cat to take a look. So if we have, actually, I'll try, I learned about bat, which actually has some color formatting. So let's see what happens if I try doing it that way instead. So if it's nginx, deployment.yaml. Oh, nope. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did something with my alias. It's an alias. All right, let's do cat nginx deployment.yaml instead. All right, so sorry, it's not easier to see, but basically you can see that for this, it's created in apps v1. I'll show you where that's determined, like where that part is determined when looking at the API resources afterward. So this is, if you remember what we were looking at earlier, this is just like a much more condensed one, and this is only the stuff that I specifically care about for creating this deployment. So I have like the name, there's that label that was mentioned, there's the number of replicas. So here's the way that like, if you want to specify exactly how many you want, here's a way that you can do that instead of it just running one and then needing to scale up. And then you have your spec, which again has like, is just the stuff that you normally think of with Docker, like what is the name of my container, or what is my container image, and then what is the port that I care about. And then again, with nginx, container port is port 80. Okay. So to apply this, there's a different way of doing it. So instead of doing a create, you do kubectl apply, and you can give it a -f for a file. So if I do kubectl apply -f nginx deployment, and then just hit enter, you can see that it ends up it goes and actually is creating that. So if I do kubectl get deploy, you can see that we have 3 nginx, and that is just been up for 10 seconds. So we know for sure that it is not the one that was run earlier. So you can also do the same thing for surfaces, and actually really any other type. So if we take a look at the nginx service, so if I do a cat nginx service.yaml, okay, so this is cute and small. So basically, for this, it's just in like the default API resource. So it's just v1. So it just has the version. So kind is service. The metadata name is just the name for the service. And here, if I didn't put a type, it would default to cluster IP. But I specifically put load balancer, so that knows that it will create a load balancer. And then the TCP, I believe that's by default, so I don't think that actually needed to be there. And then port, then dealing with like the ports of like whether it's the container port or the service port. And then there's the load balancer itself. So if I go and do an apply on that, kubectl apply, and then give it that file. Okay, cool, then it creates that. So then I could now basically look at my service again. So if I do, actually before that, let's just take a look at the pods. So if I do a kubectl Git pods, and then I could just do a watch on that. These, again, obviously it's fast, already running. And then if I do a kubectl git service, you could, as I did before, like give it the name for Nginx specifically, or just do it in general. Since we are waiting for it to come up, we can do git service Nginx and then just do a watch on it. Oh, actually, it's done now. All right, cool. So we basically did two different ways of accessing like the same type of application. So if I just go to, you can see that the IP is different. So if I go to a new page, cool. So now that's also, we have Nginx up again. If we also just like kind of go back and just take a look at like to see some of these other resource types, if we do kubectl, and then I can give it kube system, and then get daemon set, you can, it's kind of hard to see what's exactly happening here, but like you can, here you can kind of see that with say fluent D, for instance, that the number, and like Prometheus, that the number of desired and whatnot is matching with the number of nodes. And this is not something that you would specify in it. So like if we did a kubectl kube system, get daemon set, and then I copied that. There's a lot of stuff in this one, so maybe it's better if I don't like go into all this, but yeah, basically there's a lot of stuff here for the annotations, but you can see that there's nothing in here that is saying that a certain number of like replicas. So it just knows I'm running this on every single one of the nodes. So another way to go and actually, but now that we have all that stuff running, if I did kubectl get all in my current namespace, you can actually see everything that is currently running. So you can see those 3 pods that were created by that deployment. And then the deployment has the replica set, which is the one that's responsible for ensuring like the number of actual replicas. And again, that was like the whole using a deployment with a replica set is the thing that's used now or suggested to be used instead of the replication controller. And then there's the Kubernetes service, which is always there, don't mess with it. And then the one for Nginx. And so there's like 2 ways that you can go and delete everything that is running. So one is I could do a so I'm just going to delete it the way I did earlier, but in a shorter command, but there's another way you can do it. So like what I'll do for just to show you before I hit enter, but is a kubectl delete, and then you can give it deploy comma service and then Nginx, since they're both the same name. This will be is easy, so it knows that it deletes deployments and services. But a better way of handling this, which I'll just hit enter for now, but the better way of handling this would have been if I did kubectl delete, and then if you do -f, I could here just go and give it the file that I gave with the kubectl apply, and it will remove everything that was added by that. Like this is especially important. Like right now, these are small applications and there's not much, there's just a single little deployment, a single service, and it doesn't really, it's not a big deal. But if you have a giant set of like service accounts with your role bindings and cluster, like all those permissions and everything like that, and say if you have a really long file or multiple files, going through and manually deleting each thing is not the best way to go. So you can just go and apply delete with that exact file and it will delete everything that it created. And since I already deleted it, we don't really need to do it that way. Okay, so and then what I was mentioning earlier about there's API resources. So basically, if I do a kubectl and then it's just API-resources, and then this, basically it shows you every, like, so if we look here, again, like deployments. Actually, if I start at the top, it might, yeah. So name, short names, what the API group is. So like with the services earlier, it was only showing the version because the API group is just, it's blank. And then it tells you whether it's namespace and what kind it is. So like this, if you're not sure like what all is out there, this is a good way to end up doing that. And if you're trying to write your YAML and you're like, I don't like, I personally don't remember every single field that is needed in my YAML. So I was wondering, is there something that does this, shows me this kind of template for me? And there is. So if you do, I believe it's kubectl explain, and then if I give it deployment, so you can, here is just a high level of everything. And you can kind of just, it gives you links to all these things. But if you just kind of want to see what it is otherwise, if I do a kubectl explain deployment, and then I think recursive, it goes through and you can see basically this is everything that would go, you don't need all of this. This unfortunately doesn't tell you, I don't believe it tells you what things are defaulted, but this kind of gives you an idea of what you need and the different types that are required. So if we go back over here, so I only covered so much. It would probably, like my friend Jerome Petazzoni does multi-day, like 8-hour workshops and still doesn't get to cover everything. There's just a lot. But some of the important other things to look into are, there's config maps, there's volumes, you just kind of thinking about like how you're dealing with volumes with Docker. So say if you have a database and you want to ensure that everything that you have gets stored somewhere. There's dealing with auto scaling. There's what I just barely brushed over of role-based access control, which is super important for determining like who gets what access, because if you're playing around by yourself, it probably doesn't matter too much. But if you are dealing with production, if you're dealing with people that are just supposed to help fix certain parts of your cluster, or people are just supposed to look at it, or you want to show your friends something, but you don't want them to delete everything you have before your demo the next day. That's where things like role-based access control comes into handy. And you can give specific permissions, like can they do delete on a pod? Can they read it? Is it only in a specific namespace that there's access? And then these permissions are can also be used for, like, say, if you are interfacing with an external service, and whether it, like, or say I have this, something that I dealt with, like I was writing a Go application and I was using client Go to talk to the Kubernetes API. I had to make sure that my application and what was running in it had permissions to do things like looking at what nodes are, I mean, what pods or nodes or whatever are running. And then there's secrets management, because, well, it's just like you don't want to type your password and have everyone see it. So, and obviously there's more stuff than that. If you look at the Kubernetes docs, it kind of breaks things down. So I was using kubectl for all this. There's actually a lot, there's a whole like web page that I need to find that has tons of tools. But like some of the things you can do, like at the highest, like the basic level is like, so usually people they start with kubectl, like run, curate, expose, etc. And then after that is like when you move to the like fancier or more complicated, the YAML manifest that I was showing. So those are a little more complex, but like you can put those under source control. And maybe you could do things like put in a Git repo, and when you need to deploy something, you just add it to the YAML, you commit a change and deploy a YAML. So that way you can basically have like a full history of the actions of what you did on the cluster. So this workflow is sometimes called like GitOps. And if you've heard of like infrastructure as code, it might be familiar then. So at some point, like it was realized that maybe we needed to specialize YAML to like maybe defer between like dev and prod. So that's where tools like Customize and it came in. So Customize basically lets you add like patches and overlays to alter your YAML. And then there's Helm, which basically is like the packet. It's a Kubernetes package manager, and it lets you use a templating language, and everything there is basically in YAML. There's a learning curve, like with all of this. The more tools you add, the more you have to figure out how they all work individually and how they work together. But once you understand them, a lot of them can help make your applications run a lot more smoothly and make just life easier. There's also K14S, which is Kubernetes toolings, and the 14 is like the letters between. So this has like 5 or something. There's a certain number of tools there. So there's things like CAP, and CAP is kind of like a fancy version of like kubectl apply, except for you can see a diff before you actually run things, and there's just a bunch of other things you can do with it, and like being able to like just check something, like it will wait until everything is done like deploying and running before it exits out, as you could see earlier. Actually, I don't know if you could, but yeah, you can see earlier for like creating the service, it created it and said it just like exited it out. It wasn't still like running, and then you went and looked, and it was not up yet. So there's also YTT, which is another tool that is for YAML templating that like focuses on the like template style itself versus the actual text in it. If like, sorry, there we go. So here are a bunch of, there's a lot more, but here's a bunch of like links and resources. So there's obviously Kubernetes.io. Since I am at VMware, I included our Tanzu site, which has a bunch of different things that are related to and not specific to Kubernetes. There's like tools that help you run Kubernetes across different clusters, etc. And so Jerome Pettazzoni has this awesome set of training classes that he does, and you can find a bunch of his slides and some videos that goes into a lot of the stuff I mentioned, but way more in depth, and he's just better at it than me. So if you just go to container.training, and then to actually like interact with people, especially since a lot of things are online right now, meetups, like there's this one, which is great. And then there's things like Slack and Google Groups. If you go to kubernetes.io/community, you can see how to get involved in some of these. There are also a bunch of different free training things out there, and obviously paid ones as well. Some of the free ones is, so VMware, we have Cube Academy, which has like anywhere between, there's a lot of beginner stuff, there's some intermediate, and then I think there's a little bit of advanced, but it's there's continually more content on there. Kubernetes, its own site, has a tutorial doc, and the nice thing with that is you don't have to create your own Kubernetes cluster. It will create a mini kube cluster for you, and it uses Katacoda, and you can just like run stuff there. And then one of the, or I don't remember if it's one or two, but like so the Docker captains, like such as Marcus Nils, had created this thing that was Play with Docker, which would let you just kind of, it would spin up a VM and you can play Docker there. There's now one that is for playing with Kubernetes that Docker likes to share out as well. And so thank you for listening and spending your, I guess, lunchtime listening to me talk about Kubernetes. my Twitter handle, which was like on all of the slides, is also here. And I wanted to say special thanks to my friend Jerome, because I've learned a lot of things from him to be able to know what I know now, and continuing learning, and have done some workshops with him. And some pieces of the content, a few pieces of the content in here were added based on things I thought that he had done that were great. So thanks. And now I'm going to drink water because I can tell I'm losing my voice.
Thank you, Tiffany. That was really awesome. That was really thorough. I think it was great. Unfortunately, we do not have time for a chat, but we do have our Columbia DevOps Slack room, which you can find in the main page. And we're gonna after I want to make sure that y'all know that we have our charity links, which I'm going to post here. All the slides from everybody will eventually be posted on one of our DevOps pages, so I'll make sure that's taken care of too. But let me see. I had a copy paste. The charity pages are right here. We're going to take a little break because Aaron, who's going to speak next, is going to get his stuff ready. If you have questions, feel free to put them in this chat room or the YouTube room if you're on YouTube. And we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks a bunch, Tiffany.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you so much.
I'm curious, is it recorded?
Yes.
Cool. Then I can see how I did, because this is the third talk that I've done in like after 2 years.
It went great.
You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Will the recording be available?
So there is a live stream that's happening right now that's on YouTube. So you can, Tiffany, you can go back right away and watch your talk right now. You can rewind the live stream if you like. And then Glenn, your question was, will the recording be available? The answer is yes, it's available now. We will not be taking it down. Although after today, what we will probably do is republish just the talks instead of having a 12-hour video that you have to scrub through to find the talk that you're looking for.
Right. Great.
We'll probably leave the 12-hour one also, so you can navigate it however you like.
Can even have in the little thing under it, the little like time stamp links that just jump you.
Yeah.
Because scrolling through 12 hours is rough.
Yeah, it is really painful.
All right, we're gonna give Aaron a chance to check out his setup now. Aaron, if you just wanna unmute and then do a quick screen share, just make sure all your gear's ready.
Yep, 1 second.
I like your backdrop, Luke.
Thank you.
Okay, how's everybody doing?
Doing great.
I'm assuming
Looking good.
You can hear me. You can probably hear music too.
Yep.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay, good. I'll cut it off for now, but we will absolutely be using music during this. We'll talk about why as well. Let's try to do a quick screen share. I got on my handy dandy DevOps Day shirt as well. There we go. I love it.
Present.
Screen. Or I just do. Can you see the PowerPoint? What if I share it? Does it actually show?
We're seeing your presenter view right now.
Hold on, I think I broke something. Now I can't hear anyone. Broke something.
This is why we test.
Yeah, we'll just test in prod. It's fine.
Test. Hold on. My setup is rather elaborate, and I don't know what I'm doing with it, but I'm gonna figure it out right now. Okay, I think I can hear you now. Can someone say something?
Hello, 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 hello.
There we go. I can hear you now.
All right. When you had the presentation up before, Aaron, we could see your presenter view.
Oh, that's fine.
So like the notes on the side and everything.
Well, I don't do notes, so there are no there aren't any notes. I'm seeing. We can all see the same thing. It's okay. I'll just leave that up for now. Oh, okay. So can you see the notes now? Like I see that there's a notes area, but
yeah, and the next slide and everything. That's the view that we're seeing.
Okay, let me.
If you have 2 screens, do you have 2 screens?
I have 4 screens.
Okay, cool. When you're in, put it back in the. If you put it back in the PowerPoint mode, there's a button at the top that lets you switch which your view.
Duplicates.
Swap, unless you don't want. Oh, you said you have no notes, so I guess you don't care. But like,
I don't. But now I have. Now this is on all three of my screens. Okay. Hold
wait, I
on.
thought you had 4.
Well, one is 2. I can't explain. It's too much. It's too much. 1 second.
Well, whichever view works best for you, Aaron.
One's the one that looks the same, or the other one that looks the same.
Am I still sharing?
No, you're sharing.
No.
It looks like.
Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna share my screen because that'll be easier. What about now?
Now we see your slides and just your slides.
Perfect. We'll leave it there then. We won't mess anything up.
You might want to close your calendar so it doesn't spam notifications.
Yeah. I think I can turn my computer on do not disturb. Is that like a thing in Windows? I feel like it is.
I feel like that's an application specific thing.
Get notifications off.
Well, look at that. That is so fancy.
We'll try that. I think that'll work.
One way to find out.
And I'm gonna cut the music back on right now just so I don't forget. And we'll just leave it there. And again, we'll talk about why the music's there, and you all just let me know when to start.
Alrighty. I think we got everything worked out. I saw a dip in the live stream viewers, and then I saw it go back up. So I think our live stream viewers went and took a stretch break. Everybody here in the Zoom call ready to rock and roll. I hear no objections, so great. Hey everybody, welcome to Baltimore. Hope you're able to find the place okay. I-95 runs right through our city, so it shouldn't be too hard to get to us. Today I have the fantastic honor. I'm Luke Samuels. I'm the co-organizer for the Baltimore DevOps Meetup. And I have the pleasure of introducing you today to Aaron Brooks, who is the founder and CEO of Mastermind, and is going to talk to us today about civic tech, DevOps, education, all the things that he's just absolutely an expert in. So Aaron, take it away.
Hey everyone, nice to meet you all. I want to say thank you to all the organizers. This is pretty cool. When Luke was showing me about this, like the concept of DevOps 95, I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. I kind of really like that. Pretty dope concept, especially since we didn't get to have DevOps days this year, which, I'm sad about. I've been for the past, I think 3 years, both Baltimore, I'm located out of Baltimore, I've been to the Baltimore DevOps days as well as the DC DevOps days. So this is really cool. And also I want to thank you, Luke. I want to thank Baltimore's DevOps Meetup for kind of allowing me to kind of represent you a little bit and represent Baltimore and kind of take the stage here. So today we're going to be talking about civic tech. More specifically, we're going to be talking about Headway, DevOps powered civic tech. Now, I paid a lot of money for a mixer that I only use 2 or 3 functions of it. So when I do see an opportunity to use some of the extra functions, I say carpe diem, and I will in fact use it. So I'll try to use it a couple times a day just because I never get to use it how I want. But this is me. I'm Aaron Brooks. For those of you who do not know me, I am the founder and CEO of a company called Mastermind. We'll talk about what that is a little bit later. But I'm also a technical lead and DevOps engineer at Fearless. Imagine that the word Fearless is purple. When I made it purple, you couldn't really see it as well on the gray background, but Fearless is a software company, a pretty amazing software company out of Baltimore, and I definitely want to highlight them, that I am still a full-time employee there as well. So I operate in the field. Mastermind is not really it's not a DevOps company, but again, like I said, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But my name is Aaron Brooks. You can call me AA Ron. If you don't know why I would say you can call me AA Ron, that is a link. I will share the link with people who want to see it later, but it's a Key and Peele skit. Feel free. I do respond to it. I've learned to kind of appreciate it, to be honest. A little bit about me. I think when you start these talks, it feels like you're supposed to tell people a little bit about yourself, so we can see where we, mesh and maybe have some common ground. This is actually my first, surprising to say, this is actually my first ever conference talk, like official conference talk. I do a lot of things, but I've never actually spoken at a conference, so this is kind of exciting. But I do love cars. I love motorsports. I don't really love cars in the sense of luxury or anything like that. I don't really care about how much a car costs, but I do like the performance aspects of cars. Currently, I drive a nitrous blue Focus RS. I had a Fiesta ST. I had a WRX. I've had Mustangs, all kinds of things. I care about performance. I do track days and things like that. In the future, I'm really trying to, build up my funds so I can get a truck and a trailer and have a race car and go do as many track days as I can. But it is a very expensive hobby, and I have to convince my wife to allow me to. I'm an overly competitive, but extremely average gamer. I really do like to game. Gaming is something that, I've done my whole life. I don't get to do as much of it as I would like to, but I'm very competitive at it. But I'm pretty average. There's some games where I'm average. Most games I'm bad, to be honest. But it's something fun that I like to do. I am an Android and Spotify user over iOS and Apple. I'll let you determine whether or not that means you're going to cut off the stream right now. But again, just a little bit. I think it tells you a little bit about me. I'm a beer fan. I do love stouts and porters. I'm trying to pull back off of drinking as much beer, especially during this time. I've been, staying away because I don't want to put on too much weight. And I do wish that I was a fighter pilot. People always ask you what you would be doing if you weren't doing what you're doing right now. And that would be a fighter pilot. I was told when I was 14 by a Navy recruiter that it would never happen, that I was already too large for the cockpit of a fighter jet. And I didn't believe them, and it broke my heart. But then I have actually had the opportunity to go sit in a fighter jet, and I am absolutely too large. They are for tiny people. And so, I'm okay with it now. And I think that's where my love for cars comes from. My love for motorsports, at least, comes from. I think it gives me some of that feeling that I think that I yearn for. But yeah, that's what I would be doing if I was physically able to do it. I'll be doing that. And you can reach out to me at Mastermind.io. There's no I in Mastermind. Mastermind.io on any social media platform, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want. That is where you can find me. And now that we've been officially introduced, let's get into Edway. So, number one, alignment, just so we're all on the same page. So, if I were to ask everyone in here right now what their definitions of DevOps were, we'd get, the number of answers that we would get would be equal to the length of the array of everyone inside of here. And so, one, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, at least of what I'm talking about when I talk about DevOps, as well as what I'm talking about when I speak about civic tech. I also want to highlight that your time is important to me, so I'm not going to keep you here for very long. This is not a crazy in-depth thing. There's gonna be time for questions for sure to kind of have some discussions around this. So yeah, let's get aligned. So what the heck is DevOps? And can you all actually see my, can you see the whole slide, or are you also seeing my overlay of people from Zoom? Can you guys see people from Zoom?
Whole slide.
Okay, perfect. So what the heck is DevOps? And so, Nathan Harvey, this is from you. This is actually from Nathan Harvey's Chef Days. I've used this a million times on slides. So thank you for that great information. And if you no longer believe this, or you no longer subscribe to what was said here or was quoted from you by Chef, I'm sorry about that. But Nathan Harvey says that DevOps is a cultural and professional movement focused on how we build and operate high velocity organizations, born from the experiences of its practitioners. And so this is absolutely a definition that I subscribe to, that I've come to really appreciate over the course of my career. I've had conversations with a lot of engineers about what they believe DevOps is. And again, it's DevOps has real, it has real definitions, I guess, but in practice, in the way that we operate in the world, it means different things in different places. And so this is what I'm talking about when I say DevOps. This is what I believe when I'm talking about DevOps. So hopefully you understand that piece. Let's also talk about what it's not, because I think this is even more of a key than what it is. And I think one of the issues with DevOps, and speaking about DevOps, is that because it is a culture enabled by tooling, people generally tie the tools to to what DevOps is. And so DevOps is not containers. It is not Kubernetes. It's not Terraform or CloudFormation. It's not infrastructure as code. It's not CI/CD pipelines. These things are great. It's not Jenkins, it's not you throw Jenkins pipeline in something. It's not now, you're not practicing DevOps now automatically. It's not the cloud, it's not version control, and it's not configuration management. So I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with people who really do believe that if they pick up one of these things, they are now doing DevOps. And again, I understand how it happens, but when I'm speaking about DevOps and when I'm talking to you about these things, when I'm framing these things, I'm not talking about the tools. The tools enable, they enable the culture, they enable the movement, they enable the professional movement, but they are not DevOps. And I want to roll it back a little bit. I told you I would tell you why the music is playing. The music is mostly playing for me and not for you. I actually stream I stream like 18 to 20 hours per week, live stream 18 to 20 hours per week. And music in the background has actually been shown to show a dramatic increase in keeping attention, as well as learning motivation for both you and for me. And so now that I've learned over this time, if I ever have to speak, it's very difficult for me now to do it without music. It's actually very uncomfortable. So it's for me and it's for you. Hopefully it'll allow you to relax a little bit and just have a conversation with me. So we talked about a little bit about what DevOps is, but what exactly is civic tech? And 1 second, let me move this out of the way. Civic tech, by us, for all. So there is no on the books defined term or definition for civic tech. There's a number of them, but what people kind of have agreed that it is technologies that are deployed to enhance the relationship between people and government. And so that's, most people describe it as people and government. We'll dive into that just a little bit, but by giving people more of a voice to participate in public discussions, making and or to improve the delivery of services, usually by the government to people. And so, yeah, so I do think, I love that government is in the definition for this, or at least in many of the definitions for what civic tech is. But civic tech really is, it is that relationship. It's tech that's deployed in support of helping solve problems between communities and municipalities and governments, so that people can get the things that they need, get the things that they want as well. So that's a little bit background on civic tech. But it's not just for the techies. It's called civic tech. And I think that drives some people away from civic tech. This is actually a video that I'll share the link for at the end of this. That's very interesting. It's from the people at Code for America. We'll talk about some organizations who practice civic tech. Code for America is one of them that you can lend your resources to, you can lend your skills to participate in some of this if we get to the end and you feel so inclined to do so. But I'll share this video because I think it's pretty interesting to just talk about who and how you can participate in tech if you aren't what people would consider the techie. You're not the hands-on keyboard engineer. Your input is equally as valid. Your skill set is equally as valid. So not just for the techies, in order to develop real solutions, we need to engage everybody. From the designers, to the project managers, to government officials, to engineers, to subject matter experts. And so this will start to feel like, these people on this list will start to feel like, when you're developing software. And so generally, DevOps is a paradigm put in place to support the development of software, to solve problems using software. And usually to get real software solutions, you have to include these people. Engineers can't go off into a corner, not fully understanding the problem and create a solution without, the people who it's going to serve to be a part of it. And so it's not just for the techies. We need all of these people involved in civic tech to make sure that we are able to develop proper solutions. Whoops, I didn't mean to play it. Let's go to the next slide. There's also sometimes a little bit of confusion between civic tech and gov tech, and that's okay. They are closely related, and people might say, hey, isn't all government tech really civic tech? Isn't it for the people? Not really. So civic tech is, it's the citizens are the beneficiary. Specifically, the citizens are the beneficiary. Whatever that target demographic is, whoever it's meant to serve, the citizens are the beneficiary. It's community centric. It's centered around the community. It's made and it's designed for the community. And there's engagement in the product. It's not built in a silo. There's engagement there. And then GovTech, government is the customer. The government mostly is the beneficiary. Yes, it may serve the citizens, but the government is receiving much of the value there. It's operation centric and the way things work, the way things flow, how things get done. And efficiency is usually the hopefully the key over engagement, which is good and bad for different days and for different problems. And the last on kind of this civic tech thing is that tech solutions are not equivalent. They're not equal to civic solutions. And so they may be, I want to be clear about that. They may be the solution to a people problem, to a civic problem, there may be a technical solution for it, but the technical solutions are tools to achieve the end goal, are tools to help people who can solve the problem. And that's something that we'll also dig into as well. So hopefully now we are on the same page. DevOps cultural professional movement really helps to design to help organizations move faster and to solve problems faster. And civic tech is tech designed to benefit the citizen, to really help bridge that gap between the municipalities, governments, the citizens, and help them get what they need. So that's part one. There's only 3 parts, so you can see that that's short. Part 3 will be a little bit long. It'll be story time. But part 2, DevOps plus civic tech equals love. So how does DevOps apply to civic tech? It's a match made in heaven. I don't know if anyone caught that slide right there. I do a lot of slides, and I like to put a lot of memes and GIFs in there. PowerPoint will not allow me to do GIFs. I usually use Google Slides, and it seemed like a hectic process to get it in there. So I found this nice match made in heaven meme, but DevOps and civic tech are in fact a match made in heaven if you were to ask me. And this is why. So first, to know why, we need to talk about the key DevOps principles. And there are more principles to DevOps than this, but some of the main keys to DevOps are: 1, we want to break down the silos. This is a huge one. This is kind of the core of DevOps, to break down those silos, to help foster good communication, again, to help mitigate issues down the lines. The second one will be to automate all the things. In DevOps, generally, the goal is to automate ourselves out of a job. It's to make the processes, the pipelines, as easy as possible, so that they can enable rapid development. The goal with all of the automation is to, 1, reduce as much human error as possible, and again, 2, to enable speed. And when you have speed, that enables you to do a lot of other things, which we'll get into. I mean, there's a lot that comes out of speed. And then the last one is that failure is an opportunity to learn. I think these are the 3 biggest key DevOps principles that lend itself to civic tech, and that we can utilize as we are approaching civic tech. And that, people are often afraid to fail. We're taught our entire lives, there's a negative connotation behind failure. You either get in trouble for it, or there's some consequence to failure. DevOps done properly, not even done properly, DevOps done intentionally, can allow failure to absolutely be an opportunity to learn, and to ultimately lead you to a better solution in the end. And so these are the key principles that we're going to focus on today as we move. Okay, so those are the principles. Let's dive into each one of those. So silos, nah. We want to get rid of the silos. In DevOps, we want to get rid of the silos. We absolutely want to do the same in civic tech, and we have to do the same in civic tech. So the barriers are real, but they're often fragile. And so what that means is the barriers between the different people who are able to solve the problem in software. The picture to the left is the dev and the ops problem that we all know, with the proverbial wall right in the middle. This image describes DevOps. This image is the DevOps image, and breaking down that wall in the middle. The devs write the code to solve the business problem. There's really another wall to the left of the dev over there, and there's business on the other side. And they say that Agile kind of breaks up that wall, but DevOps breaks up this wall here. And dev writes the code, throws it over the proverbial wall, and And, you know, ops handles it. And if they have problems with it, they toss the grenade back over. And it's a adversarial environment, or it can be an adversarial environment. The goal of DevOps is to break down that, to get communication between Dev and Ops a lot better, to combine the processes of Dev and Ops a little bit, and to make sure that each of those sections is a part of the complete pipeline, that we're looking at the big picture here. And so we want to do the same here. So the solution for something always lies somewhere between those experiencing the problem and those who have the power to change things in that domain. And those are the barriers that we have to break. When we talked about earlier that the people who can that need to be a part of this are the government officials. They are the people who have the power to change legislature, to whether, I mean, and we don't even have to talk about, you know, the state level or anything like that. It could be in a company nearby who can keep their hours open, you know, 2 hours, like they can shift their hours, you know, from 8 to 5 to 9 to 6, because that would lend to help more people in the community, and things like that. So we've got to break down the barriers between those people. We have to include all of those people. One story I have about this is, I think you have to break down you must break down the barriers, because without breaking down those barriers, you actually never truly understand the extent of the problem. I think we often approach things with solutions. I think that's what happens, you know, when you're not operating in the DevOps thing. You know, a dev will approach a systems problem, you know, with code, and maybe ops will do the same thing. They'll approach a problem maybe with the application by instead of addressing it at the core, they will modify their infrastructure to make things work accordingly. They'll put in a cron to restart the application every 20 minutes because there's a memory leak, and they know about that, you know, before the time it breaks, I can restart it or something like that. And that happens in real life a lot. But to understand the true extent of the problem, you really have to get in the room with people and have these discussions and talk about these things. So when I first joined Fearless, we actually do something called passion meetings. And so I sat down with Delali, who's the CEO, and he asked me what I was passionate about. And I told him, hey, I really like tech. Tech has been a really powerful thing for me. And I'm really just passionate about showing other people, you know, how to gain access to it, how to use it. And a couple of days later, he had me sitting in a room with, there were a couple of people from the city, there are people from NSA, there are people from Baltimore City Public Schools, about the NSA has summer programs for students, for high school students, where they get, you know, they get cleared, they get great work experience. You know, you get that clearance, that can be a job for life. And so they were wondering why no kids from Baltimore City have been a part of the program in many years. And when you get in the room, you might think of, oh man, there's, you know, maybe, you know, the school systems aren't great, so maybe the kids aren't qualified. Maybe they don't know about it. Maybe this and that. And you make all these assumptions about why something has happened. And then when you sit down with people, you break down those silos and you start to have the discussions and start to work together for solutions and think holistically about things, you realize that the reason why is because there's no public transportation that goes out to NSA, and the students can't get there after school because of other problems that kind of stem from the city. And so seeing things like that have been very interesting. And so you need to break down those silos to get to the point where you understand what the problem is. The next thing is to automate all the things. We love to say this. We love to do this as much as possible. It's much easier said than done. But in DevOps, we really pride ourselves on processes and pipelines, and we set up, you know, really focus on these CI/CD pipelines, and we really work out our Git flows and worry about, you know, our commit strategies and things like that. These things still apply to civic tech. These things still apply to people problem solving. And so the same way that you may approach your CI/CD pipeline, maybe you have some type of event-based workflow through your system to make action happen. You can do the same thing here, and we'll talk about some things that realistically that you can do and that I've done and that I've seen practice to be able to do that. So that still applies. And what I also want you to remember is that the customer is actually the builder. So this is what I find a very interesting aspect of specifically DevOps, is that a lot of times we think that our job our job really as a DevOps engineer, and again, every company is different. Every company, the way that they operate in DevOps is different. But what your real goal is in DevOps is not to create highly scalable, highly performant infrastructure, as many people will believe. What your real job is to create the processes, the pipelines, and the workflows to create tooling and to do what's necessary to enable your developers, to enable development, not even developers, but enable development as quickly, not even as quickly as possible, but as quickly as the organization wants to move. And that is what also needs to be applied here. So what you need to remember is that although your customer may be the end user and maybe the end user of your product, your customer is also the people developing the tools and the solutions. Your customer is the builder here. And so we need to empower the problem solvers. That is the goal. You build the tools to empower the problem solvers, and this is no different. And this is where this is kind of where the DevOps tooling paradigm comes in versus civic tech tooling. Yeah, the tech becomes the tools to enable people to build faster. So maybe one of the problems has to do with school lunches or something like that. And maybe you find out that the issue actually is the school's been running out of school lunch because they have no good way to inventory the system. And so the people who can really solve that problem, they need to be able to get that information. So maybe you're building a tool to give them that information to better be able to track the things going out versus the things coming in or something like that. So the goal is to empower the problem solver, and that's what your focus and your goal should be in civic tech. It's not necessarily use tech to solve the problem. Help empower the people who can solve that. Again, all civic problems cannot be solved by tech solutions, and I think that's really important to know. And again, there's a lot of automation. You'd be surprised at the amount of automation that can be created for processes and things that exist outside of what you would consider the normal software development pipeline. And I'll show you some of that as well. And then the last one that we talked about here is that failure is an opportunity to learn. Very, very important. And I think that this principle of DevOps is one of the biggest and most important pieces of specifically civic tech. But the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fires. I think one of the problems of trying to solve community problems, trying to solve civic issues, are that people don't try until they feel they have a valid, complete solution that will make everyone happy. But sustainable solutions sustainable solutions to tough problems are almost never the first version. The first version is almost never the sustainable solution for tough problems. Just like not specifically a DevOps concept, but iteration, feedback and iteration, observability into the problem and iteration into that problem help you come to that final place. But processes, pipelines, and observability are tools that allow us to find our path. So these are concepts very inherent to DevOps. We talk about processes and pipelines, observability being the ability to see what's going on in your workflow, to see what's going on in your pipeline, but with enough information that you can make some decisions about what to do next to get to your goal, to shift, to pivot, to get to where you need to be. And this is an extremely important part of civic tech. One, usually the people working in civic tech or working on civic tech, this is not a 100% effort. This is usually extra time and people giving their energy, the rest of the energy that they have left over from the day. So you're not always going to get the perfect thing up front, but what civic tech allows and what rapid development, with setting up those pipelines, setting up ways to get feedback on how your changes and how the things that you're doing are having an effect, really help you to, if the goal you're trying to get to is up here and you're down here, yeah, the fastest way there is a straight line. And I think that's what everyone usually tries to do But for things, especially things like this, you got to move a little bit. Maybe you'll move north a little bit, and you'll say, "Hey, I'm not perfectly on track, but I'm getting closer." And you can adjust. Getting back metrics, getting back, taking feedback. Surveys, going out and talking to people in the community, really truly getting an understanding, setting up methods to get that feedback really helps. And you can, every time you get to a new point, you can say, "Hey, I still want to get up here to the corner. How do I do that?" So I'll make a pivot, and maybe I'm still going north a little bit, but I'm of course corrected a little bit. And you keep doing that at different points so that you can eventually get to the place that you want to be. But every time you fail, every time you do something and it's not, it doesn't have the intended output, it's an opportunity to take a look at what you're doing, analyze why your hypothesis of making a certain change, of making a certain decision, of doing a certain thing, either didn't work or didn't work in the way that you intended, and adjusting accordingly. And it must happen, and it does happen in every great civic tech project. This absolutely happens to get you to your end goal. And so I wanted to bring up Baltimore a little bit because one, we are the Baltimore DevOps Meetup, but I think Baltimore is ready to tackle these issues, and it's something that we've been doing a lot over the past few years. I think Baltimore in particular is an interesting city because I'm not from Baltimore. I'm from right outside of DC, so not far at all. But Baltimore has an interesting connotation to people around the world. Even our president has said some interesting things specifically about Baltimore. But since I've been here, none of that has been my experience. And so it's very interesting. And there's been so many places where civic tech has solved great problems, and that I know right now civic tech can be used to solve great problems. And I'm hoping that Baltimore can be the bastion of this for many other cities. And like I said, there are a number of cities doing things like this. Code for America is doing things across the United States, but I specifically want to highlight some of the things happening in Baltimore. So one, some of the things that we have here, Python for city government. This is a meetup that we have here, which is pretty great. We actually have, Michael Fried or Fried. I don't know. You're usually on things like this, so I don't know. Maybe you're out there. But he's with the Baltimore City Health Department, I believe. He comes out to these things. I can't tell you how many times I've been to this meetup, and they bring genuine city problems, and we brainstorm how to solve issues. Using tech. How can we solve issues with hospital calls? How can we solve issues with water bills? How can we do these things? And it's been a very interesting process, and to see how many people show up and want to commit their time to doing these things. And I think it's a good, you can see that I took this screenshot today. There are 400 members in there, which is great, which is excellent. And I think that, whoops, sorry about that. I think finding resources like this is always fun, and kind of getting in where you fit in civic tech is fun. So just wanted to share a couple of those resources. A bigger one, Hack Baltimore. This is a pretty interesting effort that I'm actually really excited about. But Hack Baltimore is designed to be a citywide. It was supposed to be a citywide hackathon, really like a hack weekend, a big event. To really talk about the city's problems, talk about real actual ways to solve problems, and to not just stop there, not to just hack and build solutions over the course of a couple of days, but to sustain those things, to fund those things for a period of time so that these things could actually get solved. Very interesting effort. It's pretty amazing. There's a portal. And I think the site is hackbaltimore.io, but there's a portal here where people can go put in things that they think can be solved via civic tech. The think software can provide tools to help them get to. And so what's been great about this is bigger than a website. This is bigger than an event. It involves incorporating key people in the city, key decision makers in the city, key decision makers in school boards, key decision makers in places, like I said in one of the earlier slides, that can make, they have the power to make some of these decisions, along with the people being affected by these things. And so it's been really interesting to see kind of the things that go up on here and how it's grown, because again, when you don't break down those silos, when you're in a bubble and you're thinking through, hey, what problems does Baltimore City have? And I'm sure many of us can come up with a whole list of problems. It was interesting to compare my list to the things that were popping up and how they differed and how people framed them. And I don't know, it's just a really exciting effort to kind of see that. And more than ever, I think that, the core concept of breaking down silos, breaking down those walls and having the conversations can really help us get to some great solutions. And that's why I'm super excited about things like Hack Baltimore. Another thing is Hutch. This is something that I'm a part of. Hutch is a civic tech incubator. So an actual business incubator for civic tech companies. And it's been very interesting. I've been a part of this for a little over a year and a half. So all of 2019. And I am doing, there's a second year, which I'm participating in now. But it's a 12-month intensive program that gives entrepreneurs a blueprint for building successful digital service firms by empowering them with tools, mentorship, and peer support. They need to have a long-lasting impact. So this is part of the reason why I'm so passionate about civic tech. This is part of the reason why I'm talking to you today about civic tech. Yeah, I do DevOps. I love DevOps. I've been all the DevOps days. I could have talked about anything. We could have talked about tools all day. We just had a great presentation about Kubernetes, which was great. I think we're going to have another one after this about infrastructure as code. That stuff happens all the time. But I think that the tools are amazing. The tools enable DevOps. But the tools are only, I think their greatness is directly proportional to the magnitude of problems that they can solve. And I think the magnitude of problems that they can solve is pretty high when people are trying to solve them, when there's structure around solving these things. And so Hutch is a great program. If you know anyone who is doing things civic focused, who may want to turn that into a business, then you can check this out. I don't think their applications are open yet for next year, but they do accept new companies on a yearly basis. That's been pretty great. But because of all of those things, I want to give you a little story time. And I wasn't gonna make a bunch of slides for this, and then I decided not to. And we're kind of gonna just free flow this. So I'm actually glad I'm sharing my screen here. We talked about civic tech, and we talked about the ways that it parallels, the solutioning of it kind of parallels a lot of the tools that we use in DevOps to kind of get to the endpoint. But what does that look like in real life? Like, it sounds good, but how does it work in real life, and what does it look like? And so I was actually debating, I was actually looking for a different avenue to kind of talk through these things. I was actually looking for a different case study, but I would love to share my experience with this. And so I told you that I'm in Hutch. I do run a program called Mastermind. I run a company called Mastermind. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Mastermind, located right here in Baltimore. We're a civic tech company designed at really solving the problems that I believe exist in the technical talent pipeline. I think we have I think the technical talent pipeline is weak here. I think there are a lot of barriers keeping people out of tech. I think there's a lot of barriers keeping people out of companies. And so that's why I started it. The goal was, I said I was really passionate about getting kids or anyone really access to tech engineering education. And so this kind of was born out of an experiment. So here in Baltimore, I helped host and run a meetup called the Baltimore Black Techies. And so there are a lot of things like this around the city. There are a lot of efforts like this around the city that are paralleling civic tech, where we got to get in a room with people who didn't have access to a lot of tech education and really wanted to learn and just wanted to be around people who look like them. And so I thought that was a great place for me to share what I was passionate about. And, after work, I would go there. They met weekly, and I would meet every Thursday. And we talk, and we have some fun. And this was before everything started, before Mastermind, before Hutch. And we'd learn a little bit about tech, and we start to put on some classes, and we say, hey, we've been talking through some things, but let's put some structure around this, because people really want to learn. People want access to these things. And I think sometimes in your bubble, in your silo, you start to feel like, hey, I know that I can go on YouTube and I can learn whatever I want in tech. And it seems like anyone else could do that. And you might start to feel that way. And I think I started to feel that way. It's like, man, there's a million courses that people can take for free. Everyone can just go do these things. But when you started to sit down and you started to talk to people who thought this was a problem, who thought not only was tech very intimidating, but they claimed they did not have the same access to it that everyone else did. You sit down and you see the problems. You see that, one, you need a computer. You need a computer to do these things. You need reasonable internet to watch a long enough video to be able to do these things. And maybe when people were coming to this meetup, that was the only place that they could do it sometimes, because that's where the internet was fast enough. We were actually doing this at Impact Hub in Baltimore. And so that kind of grew. So we started to do some things, and then we found some ways to do some things online to where it was accessible to most of the people in the group. As the group kind of grew, we wanted to scale a little bit. And then that became the problem. What is the problem? You're trying to solve a problem, and it was scaling access in tech. We found that we were helping people, but we were helping such a small amount of people in such a large amount of time. And we were like, there's got to be a way to scale this. And so my civic tech project, my company is a civic tech project, and the goal was to scale access. And so I run a company called Mastermind. Again, I'm gonna keep dropping it just because it's something that I'm proud of. But again, it's just to talk about my experiment here. And so what we started to do is say, hey, the internet is a great place to learn. People are utilizing it, but if it's such a great place to learn, why are there 2,000 courses that you can purchase for JavaScript? Why are there 2,000 courses you can purchase for Python? Why are there 2,000 courses you can purchase for anything? And that's for a couple of reasons. That's because one, everyone does not learn this, does not receive information the same from the same person, from the same vibe, the same feel. Also, those courses cost different amounts of money. They're in different places that are that haven't been accessible to other people. They're in different platforms. And so we started to learn that, yeah, like it's the raw access isn't the problem here. The raw access to the information is not the problem. It's the belief. It's creating belief. It's providing mentorship. And it's really interaction. It's a lot of those people, everyone's not an autodidact. Everyone can't go in and learn something on their own and really teach themselves. Some people need some more structure around that. But if you want to do that, you say you can go to school, but schools are very expensive. Boot camps are $16,000 a year. I was very interested to see how much they cost. You know, you can go to them for free, but then they'll take your money for 2 years. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But that is still inaccessible for a lot of people. Some people can't not work for 3 months of their life. They can afford to not work for 3 months of their life. So when you have a problem, when you start to see a problem and you want to solve it, what do? You start to, once you know what the problem is, you start to build a solution. And so what we did is we started to do things online, and we started to do things to interact with people, you know, through YouTube, through Google Hangouts, and through Google Classroom. And so that was our first iteration of kind of seeing what you could do when you could create a structure around learning online, but in a way that was accessible to most. It didn't feel like school for people. And so that was kind of the first run, and we did that in 8 to 10 people, and it was great and it was fun. And this was, again, before the business started. But then someone comes to you and says, this is great. This has solved my issue for getting into tech. This has given me enough to move forward. I would like for you to help these people now. And those people are presented to you with a whole bevy of different problems, of different things. And so this is where the concepts of DevOps come in, where you need to start to set up the pipelines and the structure and the process to solving this problem. Yes, we use tech, we use the internet, we used these platforms like Google Classroom to be able to share information, but that didn't solve the problem. It helped us, but it didn't solve the problem. And so we started to provide, take that feedback in. We actually put out surveys and things like that to get some metrics back. And we ran another a crew. We ran another little cohort of people to kind of get our feelers there, and that went well for a lot of people. But then it didn't go well for another subset of people in there, and we changed a lot. And we saw that a lot that we did the first time that we didn't do the second time was really good. And again, this is something that happens in DevOps all the time. It's you make a change, you watch it happen, it goes out, it seems like it's going to be a great change. You don't account for a number of things. You don't account for a process that you forgot was running that really interacts with the thing that you just deployed and causes tons of problems. And being able to rapidly get that feedback, be able to quickly incorporate that into what you're doing, having the automated processes set up. So we did things where we were automatically sending out, entire sets of structured material. We set up spaces where people could automatically go get access to certain things in certain places. It allowed for people, not just me, I had people helping me out. It allowed for us to at least work on mentally solving the problem rather than doing the little pieces we needed to kind of implement each of those solutions. It allowed us to focus on what the solution was. And so since then, we've grown from maybe 8 to 10 people to now over 100 people of consistent access to the courses that we run. And so we do run these things on Twitch with Google Classroom, with GitHub Classroom, we have slides, we have code available for people at any given time. But the goal of this experiment is not to help people learn how to code. It is, I am passionate about providing technical education access to people. But the goal was really to see how you could take a civic tech problem, which was scaling access, not just to technical education, but access to anything, period. And how you could go through and you could iterate on the process, how you could apply what you've learned throughout your years of managing distributed systems and apply that to solving a problem of the needs of many. I can't tell you how many people have come to me from Brazil, from Africa, saying that this is something that's great and asking how they can use this framework to apply it to a different topic. And so all that is just to say that you can use the things that you've learned here, that you're learning here about Kubernetes, the things that you're learning later about infrastructure as code, and you can take those and you can apply those things actively to civic problems, to issues that affect the people around you. And you can take all of the processes, you can take all of the things that you learned through there, and you can use those to really create robust solutions for the people you care about. And that's it. That's all I have for today. Hopefully you, I think there's a thank you slide. I hope you all appreciated that. I hope you learned a little bit about the core concepts of DevOps, as well as some of the core concepts of civic tech. I hope you're also thinking a little bit about how you can use your skills, your greatness to help the people around you to really make change in the places that you live or that you care about. And if you want to reach out to me, if you have any questions, feel free to ask or reach out to me at Mastermind.io. That's it.
Aaron,
That's all I got.
Aaron, thank you so much for presenting for us today. It's a fantastic topic as always, and one that I know we're all very excited about. One of the things that we always say in DevOps is come to people where they live, right? Like try to work with your developers on their terms. And that's a tenet that civic tech is embracing and that Aaron was talking about, is how do we help people with their problems? We've gotten real good in tech in general at, making ourselves wealthy and making rich people richer. How do we make the world a better place? Things like this are an example of how we can do that. I want to do a real quick plug for everybody for the Baltimore DevOps Meetup. We're on Meetup. If you search for Baltimore DevOps, you'll find us. If you attended the meetup in the past, we are on hold right now until the world calms down. But we, and if you went way in the past, it's a different crew, it's a different group of folks running it. We try to keep it a little bit more social, a little bit more free flowing. We try to have it be a good complement to Baltimore DevOps Days. So if you're interested, check us out, look us up. We'd love to have you also donate to a cause that's important to us, which is the Baltimore Action Legal Team. The link is in the slides that are going to be showing and in the chat. Anybody that doesn't know, they're dedicated, this organization is dedicated to politically conscious lawyering using creative collective solutions to support the movement for Black lives in Baltimore. So it's near and dear to all of our hearts here in the city. And anything you can do to help them out would be greatly appreciated. So I yield the remainder of my time and Baltimore's time to open discussion. And Aaron, if you're able to hang out with us and socialize and, field questions and jump in. Otherwise, thank you very, very much.
I'm here. I'm here for the rest of the presentations.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. There was one question that came in over YouTube. I'm not sure if you saw it. It was someone, Mike Rosato, who really enjoyed your music, really enjoyed your sound effects, and wanted to know, do you have any magic tricks?
Oh, I don't have any magic. I don't have any, but now I will get one because you always need to be prepared. So I don't, but I'll find one.
That's awesome. What other questions does the group have? I'll check the YouTube stream, but also if you're in the Zoom, please do ask them here.
Actually, I'll ask Aaron kind of a leading question. What fueled the decision to use Twitch for some of your content, given that Twitch is typically a platform for gamers and for video gaming? How did that aspect come about?
Two reasons. One, I'm a gamer, but I didn't really use Twitch all that much. But when I did check out Twitch for the first time, the level of interactivity was incredible. It really was. And immediately to me, it felt like exactly what was needed, what was missing for me when I go watch a video, when I go watch a course that I purchased off of Udemy or something. And it felt like the reason why people loved the meetup that we were running, the way that people loved the sessions that we were having on Google Hangouts. I think they were coming for the interaction. They were learning, they were coming for the interaction, but a side effect was that they were learning. And so they really liked that. And so that was the biggest reason why I used Twitch. The second biggest reason was I think there's a huge overlap between the people who get into tech and gaming itself, and it was a place where gamers already live. So I thought it'd be interesting to see what the discoverability was like there, and how you could possibly merge the two. Still actually working on some of those things. I want to see if there's a way to if there's an avenue for gaming in particular to be an avenue to tech careers. I think there is. I think I met you, Luke, at a gaming company. So, I think there is, and trying to figure that out as well. But yeah, their level of interaction I thought was very interesting. And that's why I'm still there. I'm not tied to it at all, but it's been working out pretty well. I do see a question in the chat. Someone asked, is most civic tech open source? Most, I would say I'm not, this is not the de facto answer. I think so. I think there's a substantial amount of civic tech that is open source. And again, I think the reason why that is because it's very difficult to get people to spend, their extra time to do something like this. And so generally you can kind of get that with open source projects. I think a lot of it is, there are tons of closed source projects as well that are funded as well, and unfunded. But I think there, maybe not most, but for sure a lot of civic tech projects are open source. And one of the things that we're actually going to be doing is trying to incorporate a lot of those things that are on the Baltimore, on the Hack Baltimore portal. We're going to be trying to solve those problems, but in a way where we can teach people what we're doing and how we're doing it. Teaching software development through actual problem solving, teaching DevOps and infrastructure through solving actual problems, really setting these things up for real projects. And so I think it's gonna be fun, but I do think a lot of it is open source. We'll be doing all of that open source as well.
It looks like Banjo's asking a question in the chat. He wants to know, where would funding come for civic tech projects? Where would that come from?
What's up, Banjo? Yeah. So there are a number of ways. One, now Hey, what's up, man? One, right now, GitHub now has access for sponsors. People can come sponsor your repository. You can enable sponsorship for your repository, and there are people making significant money right now for their projects through there. Other ways would be organizations. A lot of work to get it done. You gotta go make your request for sponsorships, and you got to make these connections with companies. But organizations do often support these things, especially if the tool or solution that you're going to be building is going to be beneficial further than just the solution that you're creating now. So if you can find some ties to where you can build a solution to solve this one problem, but the solution is applicable to many other things, or that can be used elsewhere, look for companies that have some of that overlap, who may be interested in something like that in the future to get funding. I've seen a number of projects funded that exact way, where companies were looking to see they saw some overlap in what they were doing and something they could actually utilize in the future. Yeah, they want to help, but again, it's also a business, and they're looking for some usually looking for some kickback as well. So I've seen that a number of times. But also, there are a lot of companies and organizations who also just want to help, and you'd be surprised at what would happen if you asked. That's what I've learned over the past few years. If you ask, people will, maybe you're not going to get $50 million, but you may get, a couple $1,000 here, $2,000 there to keep sponsorship of that going. But I would check out the GitHub sponsorship stuff, where people can, it's basically crowdfunding, and people can, they use your product, they like your product, they like what's happening, and they can contribute monthly dollars to it. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. We have Mike Rosato in the YouTube chat asking, are there civic tech groups in other cities?
I'm 100% sure. Oh, that was some big thunder. I'm 100% sure there are. I don't know of any offhand. So I do know Code for America has chapters in states. I don't know if it's city or states across America, and those organizations may be able to help you find other ones. I found most of the ones that I know about through meetup.com. I would check out meetup.com in your area, and maybe search for tech, for programming, for anything that you may be interested in. And usually, if you can't find one that's an actual creative group, you can probably find a group of people who can point you in the right direction, who know a place that you can go help. Or you can also start a civic tech organization in your area as well. But I'm not super familiar with other civic tech organizations in other states. That's a really good question, though.
Yeah, it's been my experience. One of the good places to look is a lot of universities. They're doing hackathons and things like that usually have either a local focus or a civic focus, or kind of in a field more than just general hackathons.
Yeah, hackathons, man. I haven't done a hackathon in a while, but yeah, hackathons are really good for that. Yeah, they are, and it actually would be pretty interesting, I guess, taking some of the ideas again from what's planned for Hack Baltimore, and maybe going back to like some of those solutions. I know I did one about housing. I did a hackathon about housing last year. Some really great ideas came from that, and they kind of just, it sucks because a lot of times, because of funding, they kind of just die. They usually kind of just die out, even though they're genuinely good products to start building real solutions off of. But I think it'll be interesting to start collecting some of those things and seeing how those could be used and going forward. I can now see. I clicked the speaker view. I didn't see everyone who was in here before.
Is just because of the feel of the area and what we all want out of it. But Aaron and I have crossed paths multiple times in our careers, and several other folks that I've seen in attendance today. Same deal.
Yeah,
it's one of the fun things about our tech scene.
It really is. It is. Side note, because we didn't cover any in this one any real in-depth technical things, if you ever want to see any in-depth technical things, are the DevOps slash SRE focused teaching and streams that we do is on Saturdays actually. Right now we're doing one called Pipelines. So if anyone is interested in that, it's Saturday morning Eastern time, 10 to 1, where a lot of that happens. We're going through we've built a fake company, a fake startup, and we're we're getting our infrastructure set up, and we're moving from some old legacy hardware, even though it's not really legacy, it's already sitting on the EC2 instance, and just doing some fun stuff, and maybe things that aren't architecturally sound, but good learning experiences.
Aaron, saving some typing here. What you cast about 18 hours a week? What do you cast doing?
So currently, so I do boot camp style. Well, most of the time I do boot camp style training. So right now I'm running 8-week boot camps on Monday and Wednesday, and so they're all 2.5 to 3 hours. So Monday and Wednesday is something called Horizons, and there are 3 levels of it. Right now we're in the apprentice level, which is it's a journey into cloud computing with AWS. So it's basically AWS concepts that are going to cover the what's the first cert? The cloud practitioner cert. And then there'll be an intermediate level and advanced level all 8 weeks. So that's Monday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Thursday is something called Decoded, Journey into Software Engineering and Computer Science. And so right now we're in the beginner series of that as well, doing kind of the basics of computer science, covering computer science topics. We're actually going to be doing an intro to functional programming tonight. And then on Saturdays is Pipelines, a journey into DevOps. It was really a journey into software delivery, infrastructure and automation, DevOps and SRE. And we did a 12-week like intro DevOps course that covered a bunch of stuff. It's really hard to teach DevOps concepts in 12 weeks, even though it's 2 times a week, so 24 classes, like 2 hours each. So it's surprising how much when you go back and you really think about the things that you've learned over the years, you're like, man, how we picked up these things? Like, how can our brains hold this much information? But yeah, so each of those is about 2.5 hours a night, and we also do some ancillary streams every now and then on different topics. And then in between, we're actually going to be building, like when these are over, in between the bootcamp series, we're going to be building things. So we've done some things at the start of the quarantine. We did a Operation Quarantine, where we were trying to build an open source like course builder. We took a week and we tried to build like basically like something where people, technical or not, could go in and build a course out using the free content that already exists on the internet. Could go in and build, an expert in machine learning, or an expert in, space exploration could go in and create a course with YouTube videos, with other content. They can create a structured workflow through there, and it will be built out into a nice front end. And we got a decent way into that, but still a lot of work to do on that. But it's fun, just fun projects like that is kind of what we're going to work on in the meantime.
With your involvement in the civic coding, do you find that Microsoft or Amazon make their cloud space available for good causes? Or
excellent question. I have not been as active as I should have been at trying to find out. So far, no. They will for businesses. They've come to like Amazon does some stuff with small businesses, is particularly in Baltimore, and there's a program through Baltimore City actually where if you do have a registered business, you can get allocated funds that AWS is granted to Baltimore City, but they have to be dispersed in, I think, $500 increments. So that is one way, but I not yet. The first person who wants to give me some cloud credits, because I spent my last bill was like $180 because of the things that we were doing in here, and I was like, that hurt, but it's okay. It's completely okay. But if I find out, I will definitely let you know.
Sounds good.
If you find out, please let me know.
Will do.
With Aaron, we've got the perennial question from YouTube. How do we get a job in DevOps, having no experience job-wise?
Okay, that's a great question, and I'm going to be. We've had this. Yep, we have this question comes up every year. We usually in our breakout sessions. And interestingly enough, the last DevOps days we went to, the discussion kind of turned into basically like maybe DevOps doesn't have it's hard for DevOps to have a JV, per se, and a lot of that goes into honestly what Nathan said. It's a discipline that's born out of the experiences of its practitioners, and so a lot of what comes out of it's not this set in stone thing. It's a culture that's created in, again, using the tooling, and so I would say that you shouldn't try to go get a DevOps job out of the gate. Almost all the jobs in the tech industry are have patterns of DevOps, or they're adjacent to what you would be doing in a DevOps role. So maybe going to try to get a entry-level software job, or entry-level, a sysadmin job, or something like that, may be your best way to kind of get in, start kind of understanding the things. I actually think that a true junior DevOps engineer would probably be uncomfortable. We kind of did an experiment at Fearless. We had an intern. She was a software test intern, and she decided when we were going to bring her on full time, she was like, "Hey, I want to do DevOps." And we didn't really know how to approach that, but she already was comfortable with the team. She had spent 3 years with the team where she was comfortable, and she knew that she would have support. And she's really excelled in doing that, but it's really hard to have that set up. A lot of companies just aren't set up that way, unfortunately. Maybe that's something we should all be working towards. Maybe that's something we should be advocating towards. But because of just the mass amount of information, the massive amount of tools and technologies and understanding, I think that trying to get in a different space, again, something a little more focused, again, like just spend a year doing software, spend a year doing systems administration, spend a year doing I don't know, anything and that's tech adjacent hopefully on a team that's delivering software. I think it's supremely beneficial, and I think that's how you can work your way in.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think a lot on this topic because I have a lot of friends whose kids are starting college, and they're coming to me and asking how they can do what I do. And I don't always have an awesome answer for them, but I've worked on it over the years. I'm also going to draw attention to our good friend Mike, King of Kubernetes Cancer, said in the chat, which is feels like he's obligated to point out his call for DevOps apprenticeships in companies. And I think that, I've two thoughts on this in general. One is when people say they want to go into DevOps and you press them for an answer, you get one of two answers. One, that seems to be where everybody makes the most money, which that's valid. That's completely valid. There's a lot of other ways to make a lot of money. But the other is when you really press them, like, well, what do you like to do? What do you like to do? What's appealing to you? You find out that they almost seem to be drawn more towards the operations side of things, what we would traditionally have called like systems administration, operations engineering, whatever. And that is an underserved discipline, the notion of operations. Higher education is all focused on banging out code and just churning out coders. And part of the reason I think it's hard to teach operations and DevOps in general is that, to Mike's point, it is very much something that's kind of an apprenticeship thing. Even sysadmining, everybody who's been a sysadmin had their graybeard who took them under their wing and taught them all the magic of Emacs and all of these little command line pipes and everything, because it's something that's so built off of instinct and under like large level understanding that it's hard to give somebody a textbook on it. We had a conversation earlier today in this chat about books for DevOps. It's even hard to write a book on it because it's just a way of doing things. So sometimes when people talk about DevOps as a career, it almost sounds like they're talking more about operations. And then, Aaron's advice is 100% valid, that you get in somewhere and you get doing something, and then it just becomes a thing you do. But if you're interested in it for just the money, I don't know, go learn Kubernetes or something.
That's not a bad idea.
So this is sort of, I'm like the weird one out who I'm always the one who I didn't come into DevOps from being either a developer or an operations person. Like my background's in aerospace engineering, and a company took a really big risk on me. And they basically just figured, oh, this guy's been reading XKCD forever. And he knows a lot about computers, but he's never he's never like supported anything in production or anything like that. But whatever, we got to hire a DevOps engineer and we can train anybody to do it. Like I really think that what we do, like the tools and whatever, it's like what we do requires a broad scope of knowledge, but you certainly don't need all of it at once. Like I was given, like you could, if somebody has at least a basic understanding of, like if they've like messed around a little bit with some degree of programming at all, you could get them into like, okay, well, let's at least like get you doing some of this stuff. Let's at least make sure that, if they've used Git before ever, you could train somebody to like, training somebody on Docker is not the end, like not really hard to do. It's pretty quick to pick up. And then going from there into any of the orchestrators can be like, not easy. It's not it's not easy, but you can do it. And because there's such a dearth of DevOps engineers, like there just aren't enough as far as what I've been seeing on where the market is right now. Like companies that need DevOps engineers, like go make them yourself. Everybody will be better for it.
Yeah, I agree. I've learned a lot from trying to teach. It's always so easy to underestimate how much like where the gap is. Like, yeah, I've learned that you can teach people how to. I've seen people understand like all the beginnings of coding, and like we'll teach them variables and we'll start to teach them loops and all the stuff and functions, and they'll get that. But you skip the part where they need to go to the command line to run it, and if they don't have the green button, if the green button in VS Code is not working, like it's game over. And it's just, there's just so many, I just learned that there's so many layers and it's things you forget about. I'm like, oh, I don't need to teach anyone Linux. Like I don't need to teach anyone any command line things. So we're just learning how to program here. And it's like, well, actually there's like all these things you need to teach people, even down to I've seen people struggle sometimes I do this thing called Go Bridge, where we kind of teach, do a day session, teach people Go, and we'll have to spend lots of time teaching someone how to just like get a program installed on their computer. They're not, their brains aren't wired to do that, or they just something they've never done. But then we go through learning how to code and they get that piece, but they had a lot of trouble just doing basic administration of their computer. And so it's been an interesting ride on like how to give people the things that they need so they don't have to worry about that during while they're trying to learn. But it's pretty interesting. But I do think you're right, Mike. I think that if people would create the space to teach people, to create the space to share on these things, it would be easy. But I don't think that people do that. Like I don't think that a lot of companies have the space. I understand it's time consuming. It's very time consuming. It's expensive. But I do agree with you. I think companies should create them or let me create them. And just slide some of my followers subscriptions on Twitch. That's all. I'm not asking for anything. But that's it.
When we were trying to teach some of the airmen that we had on for some of the projects, I was like, I just basically told them, look, go to Mastermind. Like I can't teach you all this stuff. I'm a garbage teacher. Like just go watch Aaron's stuff and you'll be good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. They're probably okay, because I'm not good, but I'm okay. But that's good enough. That gets you somewhere. You don't have to be an expert. I'm certainly not an expert in all the things that I teach at all, and I'm very clear about that. But now you're right. It's active, intentional. You got to be active about it. You got to be intentional about it. Also, it's really good to hear from you, Mike. Hope you're doing well, man.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been missing everybody over there. This was a weird time to make a career move.
That's all good. You're close. You're still at a purple company,
Yeah,
Respect.
still purple.
Respect.
Still purple. Still doing good work.
Awesome.
This might be a fun topic to pivot to if anybody's out there. Is like your personal journey into DevOps. How did you wind up in a role that has the word DevOps associated with it? If you have, or if you're on that path, what does that look like for you?
I guess for me, it's Banjo. I came from a software developer background, so doing Java, making jar files, and eventually I worked my position evolved to like, oh, we have these jar files. We actually need to put them on a production system. So I learned how to make war files and make a application that can hit a RESTful API endpoint. Or that required me to learn SSHing this box and putting this war file up there, starting Apache and all this kind of configuration stuff. So from developing the code to actually deploying the code, and this was pre-cloud and before DevOps was the main kind of thing, mainstream. And eventually I moved to another role that I think cloud was starting to get big. And it's like, oh, I've deployed stuff before. I've looked into this cloud thing. I've heard of Amazon S3. It's like, great, you're a DevOps guy. And then I just kind of just snowballed from there, just taking everything in, learning things, getting certifications, building stuff, learning the tools, and kind of just learning that pipeline. So it's kind of a iterative process of coming from a software developer to touching things in production to cloud's a cool thing now, everybody needs to do it, and saying, oh, I know about S3, and then you just get jumped in a role and expected to learn and go from there.
Yeah, that's a great story, Banjo. I think it parallels a lot of everybody else's. You know, it's one of those you wake up one day and realize you're doing DevOps. Sometimes because it's you were the guy who was willing to do it, the guy or gal who was willing to do it, and other times the role changes underneath you. The role I used to have at another company was called operations engineer at the time, and now the exact same role is now called DevOps engineer. So we were doing the work back then. They didn't even have to change anything except literally the title of the job. To that, just kind of find yourself doing it one day. I think if we've kind of talked everything out here, I'm going to hand the baton back over to Nathan to let us know what's coming up next. But thanks to everybody from Baltimore's, and thanks again to Aaron for making us all a little bit smarter today.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Aaron. And thank you to everyone who's been tuning in. Hopefully you can see my slides now, and just my slides. You should see a code of conduct slide. Can someone just verify that for me?
Yeah, it's there.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Banjo. So it's been a great day so far. We have our next talk will begin at 5 o'clock Eastern. So that's in about an hour and a half from now. So this is kind of our longer break during the day. And so what we have coming up is, let's see, first we have Morristown, New Jersey, followed by a virtual happy hour. Then we'll head into New York City, and from there on to New Haven, Connecticut. So the Zoom's going to remain open. The YouTube live stream is going to keep going, and we will pick everything back up at 5 p.m. Eastern. You're welcome to hang out. You're welcome to chat with one another, ask questions, whatever you like. Myself, I'm going to turn off my camera and get a little bit of work done while we work through this break. So talk to you all soon. Thank you.
Hey, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Jay.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Jay, are you there? Do you want to test out your screen sharing, make sure everything works well?
I don't know. Jay, how you doing? We can't hear you. How you hanging in there, Nathan? It's been a long day.
It has been, but it's been a lot of fun. How about for you?
It's been good, yeah. I had like client calls and everything, of course, but you know,
yep.
Which is actually kind of nice because I get to do this and I get to do my day job.
Yeah, bouncing back and forth between the two and sort of co-working, if you will, with the community is always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw throughout the day, I saw some New Jersey guys on there. Bernard's a New Jersey guy, Glenn Martin, very active in our meetup. A few other guys, Danielle Dantas, I think. It's good to see these guys. It means I did something useful for
them. That's right. That's right. That's good.
I'm kind of in the shadow there. Jay, how are you?
How's it going?
Good.
There he is. What's up, Jay?
Yo.
Hey,
How
Jay.
are we doing? Hope everybody's doing well.
I'm doing good. We had a good day here.
That's cool to hear.
Yeah.
I've been really busy today because I have like my own stream and stuff like that I have to do.
Yeah.
But it's done and I am super, super ready for this today.
Excellent.
Going with the little drink of champs today, Diet Sunkissed. All the terrible sweetness with none of the sugar and all the chemicals.
Where can you even find that?
I mean, Gristedes.
Gristedes.
I feel very much like I'm a poser because I don't live in Jersey anymore. But I'll do my best to represent the Jersey meetup today.
Thank you.
I left, where was it? Jersey City about 5 years ago, where I lived for quite a while.
I live near Grove Street.
That's where I used to live. I used to live on Wayne Street,
Oh,
on the corner of Wayne and Grove.
that's awesome.
Like right where that like old abandoned place is on the corner of Wayne, where the music studio is. I used to live right over there, but yeah, I moved down here to Manhattan about 5 years ago. Probably gonna leave Manhattan. Probably gonna go to Brooklyn soon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Nice.
Ardash, how are you, man?
You're on mute, Adarsh.
I mean, I forgot. I'm not used to being mute on default. So,
Well,
how's it going, Jay?
Good. How are you? It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Looking forward to your talk.
Thanks. I think John's going to do all the heavy lifting today.
Uh-huh.
But I'll give people some la-di-da-da watch. All right, let me bring this bad boy out here.
I'll do a quick intro if you want, Jay.
That's cool.
Just I'll get the cue from Nathan to do it.
Yeah, we'll get started in about 3 minutes or so. We're at the top of the hour.
Okay.
Cool. Nathan, how you been, man?
I've been well. How about you, Jay?
I'm doing really good.
Good. It's good to hear.
Been figuring out now how to be like a video producer and streamer. I think that's like been a new part of what we do now.
Totally.
It's been a lot of work too, because I did a little bit of like audio production when I was in school because I'm a music guy, but I never really did any video production. So I think a big thing that's come with the transition to mostly digital is learning how to take on new tools. So I treated it just like learning a new piece of software or a new technology. I just iterated and iterated until like I'm able to do this shit now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you don't wake up and you don't wake up as an expert. You definitely have to sort of iterate your way there and just get a little bit better every time.
Yeah, hundo percent, man. That's the way I feel. It's that just like what we're doing with, you know, learning to build new products, learning to use new products, whatever the hell it is we're doing. We all take it as like iterative process. We're learning as we go. And so I've looked at it as a lot of us, even like in the world of just conferences, you know, moving to online, there's a learning curve to all of it.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's also important, and for me anyhow, it's important and definitely freeing to lean into the fact and just recognition that I'm an amateur at this. I'm not a professional at this, and therefore I give myself plenty of leeway. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay.
Yeah, that's the way I felt. And I started to get more critical of myself as I got better. As I got better, you know, I could say I should be better at this by now.
Yeah, and also one thing that's really important when it comes to learning new skills and practicing new skills is the idea of beginner's mind, where you throw away all the preconceived notions that a quote unquote expert would have about a subject, so that you can approach whatever it is with a completely blank slate and completely, you know, fresh perspective than you would have if you were an expert, because those come with baggage.
Sure. Makes a lot of sense.
That's cool. All right, well, it's the top of the hour. It is 5 o'clock on the East Coast of the US. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is DevOps 95. We have been live streaming talks, meetups off and on throughout the day. We started at about 8 o'clock this morning. So it's been a glorious day. We've had a lot of great talks, and I'm really excited about the next one. So I'm going to just remind folks, we've been kind of if you're wondering why this is called DevOps 95, we've been kind of traveling the Interstate 95 corridor. So this morning we started in DC, we worked our way north to Columbia, Maryland, and then up to Baltimore. And now we're heading into Morristown, New Jersey. And I'm going to turn it over to my friend, Larry Gordon, who's going to kick us off. Larry, take it away.
Thanks, Nathan. It's been a great day. Thank you for all your leadership and all the DevOps leaders from DC to New England. I see a Darshan, I see Luke, there's many, Judy. It's great to meet all you guys, people. So Morristown, New Jersey, monthly DevOps meetup. And I run it along with Brian Banowski from Barclays and Sumit Agarwal from Broadridge. My little company is XOps. We do IT services for DevOps. And joining Jay Gordon, no relation to me. I'm always the one tasked with saying that. No relation, but I think good friends by now.
Yeah, we seem to get along.
We get along. I love your work. You've been very generous in helping us. And Jay is talking about Azure and DevOps. And he talked John Best from XOps, the CTO at XOps, into doing some demos on Terraform and Kubernetes.
Yes.
So I'll let Jay take it away and do his inimitable thing.
Thank you. Hey, I know some of you, some I don't. And I'm really glad that you're able to kind of hang out with me for a little while. It's been a crazy kind of 2 weeks, but it's been a crazy kind of year. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to, whoever you're with or not with, it doesn't matter. Hope everybody's feeling good, safe, and happy. Thanks a lot for giving me a few minutes. You can see there on the board, my name is Jay Gordon. I work in Microsoft. I'm a cloud advocate. That means I like to talk to people about Azure. It's really cool. It's a great job. Nathan does something kind of close to what I do. And that means that we basically get to play around with these like incredible clouds for a living and then tell people what we learn. So pretty awesome job. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at jdestro. You can also follow me on GitHub. I've got a bunch of projects that you can follow that will help you do stuff with Azure. I got a shill for a second. Sorry. If you don't already have an Azure account, you want $200 free and 12 months of free Azure, please use this. It's for me to tell the people I work for I do a great job because you used it. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Once again, I got a lot of cool projects going on. I want you to check out some of them. One of the big things I'm doing is Azure Fun Bites. It's a weekly Twitch story. The other thing I do is I work with DevOps Days New York City. Adarsh and I are a big part of making sure that this city in New York, as well as reaching out to people out in New Jersey, that we have a DevOps Days in our region that's sustaining and great. So some of you were there. I really appreciate that as well. So today we're going to talk about ARM and ARM templates as to kind of get into it. Terraform and Azure. I'm sure a lot of you know what HashiCorp Terraform is and how you can build infrastructure using it. And then we can chat about your options if you got some questions after John Best here gives us a little bit of a demo about Kubernetes and deploying it using Terraform on Azure. So as always, one of the cool things that we always say at Microsoft is this is the way we look at DevOps. It's the union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to your end users. I feel like that's a really great kind of base statement about all the things with these kind of meetups and DevOps days. It's not just about pipelines. It's about bringing people together, and that union creates that continuous delivery, that continuous integration, that conversation, and the things that we do beyond just, committing to GitHub. Those are important. So when we think about that, it's a really great way of thinking about all these things we do to develop, but that we also talk about it. We talk about how to prevent the real bad things from happening again, too. So with that in mind, we want to talk for a second about infrastructure as code. This is one of the real table stakes, I think, of DevOps. We look at infrastructure as code because when the DevOps movement kind of came into fruition, one of the real drivers, enablers, were these tools that codified your infrastructure, and it made managing, provisioning, and configuring application environments look what they were supposed to look like. So you didn't have a bunch of stuff kind of with configuration drift. You didn't have tons of servers that were running old versions, new versions of things, different config. We finally found a way to get things to work. And now when you look at a lot of infrastructure as code and configuration management, we've reached a point now where we're looking for agnostic tools. Agnostic tools really become important because while I work for Microsoft Azure, I am pretty realistic that there are targets that you may be interested because maybe your project may not allow for Azure. Either way, it's great to be able to use these basic tools or complex tools, whether it's something as basic as Cloud Init or something really, really complex like Kubernetes. Ways to just codify what we're doing and make it simpler so that you can have things on any environment, any cloud, or any data center. So why infrastructure as code? I mean, it's pretty simple. We help increase speed. We really reduce risk. We reduce cost, of course, and then we just leverage developer best practices. So the things that our group in the software development team, maybe they're writing JavaScript, we're trying to mimic the software development practices that they're doing in the way we actually write our infrastructure as code. So a testing process, running things through suites of tests to make sure that when we build our infrastructure, it actually builds the way we make those assumptions. So that helps us be able to remove the human element and build things quicker. We can have that visibility into our environment so that we can reduce our costs. And of course, you keep everything in a repo. And isn't that really what this is all about? It's just taking what your infrastructure is, putting it into some code and throwing in a repo so that you can build what you need anytime. So there is native to Azure, Azure Resource Manager. And what we can use is declarative code to grab, we can manipulate, we can destroy all these different resources for Azure, and we can do it in a codified and native way. So it's really a deployment management service for Azure, Azure Resource Manager. It provides you with a management layer that allows you to create, update, delete, and you can use management features to access control, locks, tags. You can do all these things to make sure that your cloud looks the way you expect your cloud to look every single time. And so one of the things that has really benefited people that have moved them into doing their infrastructure as code within Azure is using Azure Resource Manager templates, because we're going to be using templates, not scripts. So we're not going to be writing something in Ruby. We're not going to be using another DSL. We're just going to be doing everything within JSON. And that's going to lead into kind of what I'm going to talk about next. ARM templates, what are they? They're declarative code. JSON is how everything is, and it allows you to use a declarative syntax, which lets you state what you intend to deploy without having to write the sequence of programming commands to create it. In the template, you can specify the resources to deploy and the properties for those resources. So you have a declarative syntax, repeatable results. You can create any Azure resource required. It's got a testing suite built into it. You can use a built-in validation. And the other great part of it is all of it is exportable. So you can go right into a template and export what you want. So you're literally getting what you want and how you want it every single time. I'm going to bring up really quick. I've got just a Git repository that I wanted to show you. Let me find it. You know what? Don't worry about it. I'd rather just stick to the presentation so we can get John to show it. I thought I had that URL up. Maybe later on I'll send it so we could take a look at it. But I wanted to show you what an ARM template, how it looks. But essentially, this is a really great example of how an ARM template could be used as a 3-tier with multiple resources that we want to build in one piece of code that's just all in JSON. And so how you define templates, Azure Resource Manager essentially converts the template into a REST API operation. For example, when ARM receives the template with the resource definition like this, so this is for creating some storage, we get a response right here of what we got, and you can see as it converted the definition to this REST API operation, was just eventually just sent to the Microsoft storage resource provider. So we're using all these native tools within Azure to build things repeatably quickly. And so the one thing that you can use to really leverage the speed of using these templates are a bunch of quick starts that Microsoft Azure has ready for you to use. So you can do things as simple as a Ubuntu VM or something really, really complex like the Azure VM with a new AD forest. So these are things that you basically just put information into with parameters. And those parameters eventually allow you to build all these different types of resources. So this is the repo I wanted to show you before. And I wanted to show you that Azure deploy.json file. I just didn't keep the link. I apologize. I'll get it and show you after John does his thing. But anyway, as you can see, everything is just code in a repo, and it's just JSON. There's nothing crazy here. You basically can leverage a couple different ways to then use that JSON. So either you can just use the portal. So you'll go into the portal, you'll ask to load a template. The template will eventually give you a place to either put in different parameters or use the pre-filled parameters. And then you just click purchase and it just builds it. The other options are both via PowerShell, where you can just run a short PowerShell script and provide the Azure deploy.json, which is eventually the template that you're going to run. And then there's Azure CLI, which runs on almost any platform or in the Azure Cloud Shell. And then you can just run this and same thing, provide the location of the template file and then build it. So these are just two different ways of deploying some storage and another one to deploy a resource group. And then within that resource group, you're in the PowerShell one, you'll see that eventually it will deploy all the requested resources in that Azure deploy.json. Cool. All right, I'm going to keep moving fast because I'm almost done because I want John to do his thing. So if you're new to ARM templates, if you find it interesting, go to this link. There's a bunch of free tutorials and education that you can use, teach you really quickly how to get started. So the next thing I want to talk about is a more independent and non-Azure specific tool. So this is an agnostic to cloud tool. And I think a lot of you may have heard of it. HashiCorp is one of the bigger cloud creation management tool providers in the world, even down to being able to help you run a VM on your computer with Vagrant. It's pretty damn great. So what Terraform is essentially a way of doing a lot of the things that ARM does. ARM is just a native version. Terraform is a cloud agnostic version. You can run it on pretty much anything. It doesn't matter. And so it's the same concept of declarative config files. You plan, so you put everything into plans. Those plans are run. And then essentially when you run those plans, it's repeatable, reproducible infrastructure. And I believe everything is idempotent so that if you run it and you run it again, it won't duplicate your infrastructure. It will do exactly what you want every single time, the way you want it done. And so one of the ways of implementing Terraform is being able to use Azure pipelines. These are cloud-hosted pipelines that you can use, any platform, anything you want to use. And this is another one of the great things that we can do here is we could use Terraform to build our Kubernetes and all the things we need for it. And then eventually we can use Azure pipelines to manage the deploy process and the build process. So here's an example of using Helm and installing an ACR, I should say adding a Helm ACR and then a Helm upgrade. And then here is an example of one of the plans to build what it is we need for the kube admin to integrate our eventually our build from Azure pipelines into a Kubernetes cluster. So we get all through Azure DevOps, a singular pipeline resource for both builds, testing, and on top of that, our release. So you can release to almost anything. You can see, I know it's called Azure DevOps, but you can see right there on the side, Amazon ECR, Amazon S3. This is a platform for anything, anyone. Nathan could go and build something with Google and then eventually deploy using Azure DevOps. It doesn't matter. And so one of the things John is going to talk about next is the fact that Microsoft Azure really loves Terraform. Azure is great as a deployment target. You can use the pre-installed binary on the Linux build agents. Azure DevOps can be used as a VCS provider for Terraform. And there's actually a native Azure Cloud Shell support. So you can go into the Cloud Shell and use Terraform, right? So you don't even need to do anything but clone where your plan files are, run it, and do it right from the shell. So if you have any questions for me after, I will take them, but I want John to go ahead and take over from here. Okay, let me stop my share.
Thank you, Jay. That was great. I love that you mentioned Cloud Shell because that's exactly what I'm going to use because it's easy, and I already have an entire setup. an entire setup ready to go. So yeah, so as Jay was saying, Azure really does have great support for Kubernetes, and in my experience, it's really been fantastic how easy it is to get up and running with Kubernetes on Azure. And actually, when I was doing some testing, I actually found out it was a lot. In my experience, it was a lot faster than some other offerings, which I was very surprised by. I was not expecting that, so I thought that was very cool. And here at XOps, we definitely are all about using things like Terraform as a force multiplier to help organizations deliver better software faster. And we take great pride in leveraging infrastructure as code to to help organizations be more agile and help organizations do better at their software release process. And that's definitely what we've been passionate about for a good while. So I guess since Jay covered everything mostly technical about Kubernetes and Azure, I guess I'll just jump right into the demo, if that's all right. All right. Let me know when you all can see my screen.
We can see it.
Cool. Very good. All right. So I have a Linux shell in Azure Cloud, as as Jay was mentioning. So, and I have a series of Terraform scripts that I've created previously. And literally all it takes to get started is you run Terraform plan, and that will, as Jay said, it's idempotent. So it will tell you what it's going to do. Oh. Well, that's I did not pray to the demo gods before this. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see if it will just. Let me see if it'll just. Oh. All right. Oh. Yeah. So, but yeah, you would just run Terraform plan, and then you would run, and then it would give you a list of what it was going to do, and then.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
So to give you an idea where you would be right here. So what it's asking for at this point is an RBAC service principal. And if you can easily, where it says the client ID and the secret, you can just, if you go and you generate a service principal ID, I can send you the information code really quickly. You can then just take those and paste those in really fast.
Oh no, I have them already. I mean, I have them. Yeah, no, I have them already. I just thought if I ran plan that it would just use the ones that I already had in the variable files.
Yeah. Then you would just have, because it's a new Cloud Shell, unfortunately, a Cloud Shell won't automatically init. So you'll have to go ahead and make sure that those environment variables are set.
Right.
Because you're probably using them as what, bash?
Yeah.
Bash. Yeah. So it's if they're bash, and there you go. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me run.
Sorry to burst in. I just wanted to make sure that you get your demo the way you expect it. There you go.
No, it's quite all right. I'm glad you were here to help. So yeah, so when you're cloning a brand new repository and you're doing everything brand new, you're gonna want to run Terraform init, and what that'll do is that will give you that'll give you everything that it expects to need as far as provider configuration, etc. And then you would run Terraform plan. Oh. And then you would run Terraform apply. Since I already have a plan file, I'm just going to tell it to use the one I already have because I generated it earlier. But it would give you a list, and then you would run Terraform apply, and then give it a. Okay, well. Like I said, I did not pray to the demo gods.
It's all right. Like I said, I think what you can do is grab your service principal key pair. Do you have it in one of your variables?
Yeah, I do.
So why don't you just cat it?
Yeah.
Cat and then copy paste, and it should go from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at this point, what it's really going to want is you just fill in the variables to provide like the parameters to get you what you need. Yep, that's perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like those are empty. Is
what?
Well, no, those would be in your parameters, I would imagine.
Right. So, but why? I thought I already gave this. I thought I already.
Yeah,
gave this.
it's looking for your client ID and your client secret.
Yeah.
So
I thought I already gave those default values. All right.
And so let me explain to everybody while John's doing this. So what it really is a service principal and the client secret is a key pair that you create within Azure Active Directory. And Azure Active Directory essentially creates a trust that you can have between Terraform and eventually your Azure account. So the point is you can do that also for an ACR and a Kubernetes cluster. And that's one of the big reasons why you need this here.
Yeah, and AKS needs to know what if you're building a cluster, it needs to know what subscription ID and so on that it expects to as far as what Azure account you have and so on. I have them saved in I have everything saved in my bash history, so I'm just gonna
yeah, let me go ahead and give you the command. It'll get you a service principal right now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Let me put it in our chat if I can figure out where that is. Oh, I'm in full screen, that's why everything looks funny. Chat. Cool. So this is an AZ-CLI command. And so what I talked about earlier when I talked about Azure, our resource manager. Azure Resource Manager has a number of different ways to actually manipulate Azure. And so one of those is the REST API, where you can use whatever language you want, use the SDK, make the calls as you want. Then there is the option of using the portal, which is point, click, go, just like almost everybody else's cloud. And then the other thing that I really like using is Azure CLI, which is just AZ is a binary that you can download, or it's built right into the Cloud Shell, so that you can just use AZ commands built in, you're pre-authenticated. But if you want to run it locally, you can just type AZ login, it runs you through an auth process, and then you can go. You get it working, John?
Yeah, I'm running it right now. I'm waiting for the output.
So anyway, the other way you can do it, obviously, because Microsoft is using PowerShell, another one of the languages that are native to being able to manipulate things through the Azure Resource Manager. So PowerShell is a first-class citizen as far as being able to do any sort of manipulation of Azure.
Yep, that was great, Jay. I actually did get that to work, so thank you.
Hey, you know, almost 2 years working there, and I kind of know what I'm doing.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, like I said, I did not pray to the demo gods, so I appreciate everyone's patience.
You know what? You do this long enough, you tend to want to help people just get through the moment.
Yeah.
At least when it's a collaborative digital situation, when you watch a person on stage kind of crumble. You know, Nathan and I have definitely been in those situations where I've fallen to pieces. But all you can do is just hope for the best. So I think like we're all kind of lucky that in these situations digitally we can lean on one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely appreciate that.
That's why I literally do what I do, man. So while this is running, can you tell me a little bit about what just happened?
Yeah, so Terraform will go through it'll concatenate all your TF files in memory. And what it'll do is it'll go and it'll look for all of those resources that you have defined and make a list of every resource that you have in your resource list and tell you what it's going to create and what those different pieces of that are. So you see ID and you see, you know, all these kinds of other things that it will compute after you run apply. It will compute after it computes those values. It will, you know, it will insert them, and then you know, everything about like auto scaling, default pools, all of those kinds of things. All of those will, yeah, and RBAC, it goes through and it goes through all of those different things.
So just kind of like how ARM works, it's going to declaratively build everything that you are requesting. And the only real difference between the two is just literally the types of the types of language. I mean, these is just Terraform plans are just JSON as well, right?
Well, these are actually what are known as HashiCorp configuration language, or HCL.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not quite JSON, but it's a similar kind of declarative syntax.
So like another kind of markdown derivative, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense. It's in the end, it's doing a lot of the things that I think, even I got to be honest with you, and I think it's scary to say it, but even CloudFormation at least has a syntax that's understandable. I think the one thing that I think both Terraform and also ARM have the leg up is that that XML is unwieldy.
Oh yeah.
Oof.
So yeah, so and then after you run apply, it'll go and it'll build, you know, it'll build everything that you have specified, which is great, and you know, it's something that I've always fallen in love with when it comes to DevOps Terraform.
So what kind of pipelines have you integrated this in with? Like, have you used any other particular kind of tooling to do the CI and CD around this? Because this is great for the infrastructure, but I'm curious, like, what happens when you want to test?
Oh yeah.
And all that other parts of it.
Yeah, so we actually, I've integrated it with both Azure DevOps and with Jenkins to do CI/CD for Terraform infrastructure, and I thought both of them were were great. Because when I was working for clients, we could just clone repos and then make small tests and then and try them out and deploy them. It was great. Yeah, and the great thing about, I would assume, most CI/CD tools is most of them have Terraform support by now, which definitely explains why Terraform is so ubiquitous. And as I was saying earlier, in my experience, deploying AKS definitely seemed faster than some other things.
Speaking of fast in AKS, did you know AKS was like the fastest growing product that Azure has? Like, of all the products that they've ever built, none has seen a greater adoption than AKS, and I thought that was really, really cool. And I think that's just a tribute to the things that containers and Kubernetes team on the engineering side really have done. When you think about people like Lachlan Evans and Gabe Monroy, there's so many. Brendan Burns is part of that team. It's pretty incredible to think about like the work, and I can just say them because they're some of the leads around that team. Just the work that they've put in to get the product where it is right now is just pretty incredible.
It's definitely faster than EKS. EKS takes like 18 to 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So you would have to wait for your presentation to be over.
Yeah. And when I was testing earlier, I got it down to maybe 5.5 minutes, which I thought was a great improvement since, yeah, as you said, EKS takes between 15 and 20 minutes. Although Destroy took a bit longer than I thought, which I thought was kind of odd, but
One of the other
usually, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying you usually have other add-ons on top of just the cluster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Destroy,
Yeah, the Destroy process, especially when you're talking about the other resources, like the way Azure will do it is the fact that you create the 3 VM node pool by default. So it's going to create a separate resource group, a separate set of VMs for your node pool. And then on top of that, the virtual network and everything that's necessary to connect it all together.
Yeah.
The thing that I do like is that little bit of separation between the nodes and then the rest of the infrastructure, so you can just pay attention to the Kubernetes side. And then the multiple node pools thing is really cool.
Oh yeah, and being able to deploy that declaratively is awesome.
So one of the things that I could tell this group is, like, one of the things I've seen recently is confidential computing around those Intel chipsets. I think it's SGX chipsets. Those are going to be native to AKS at some point. You'll be able to deploy to SGX chips, and within the Kubernetes config files, work with that SGX security service to encrypt things that are going into memory by default through Kubernetes. So that's stuff I've heard people talking about. I know a company that does some blockchain stuff that's really been getting into it. So there's so many options around what's being built to make Kubernetes more than it already is for Azure.
Yeah, which is great. Now, in the space of 4 minutes, everything is done, and it'll tell you, 5 resources were added. It'll give you, the.
Can you close code?
Yeah.
Just so we can see a little more. Thanks.
Yeah. and then it'll give you, it'll give you a YAML file full of all of the stuff that it created, and that's really all it takes. It's kind of flabbergasting, how easy it is to deploy Kubernetes using Azure. And that's why we here at XOps have been so excited by how rich Microsoft's support for Terraform and Kubernetes has been, because it's a huge, like I said, force multiplier for our clients and for clients we support, because we can use that to leverage and help organizations leverage their infrastructure to help them deliver better software faster, which is pretty great.
I think we have like 5 minutes left, and I just was curious, does anybody have any questions? Because if not, I want John to show you one thing before we're all done.
Or I think the better question is, what questions do you have? Because nobody doesn't have questions.
What questions do you have for us?
I have a question. So in terms of, I use a lot of public Terraform modules. I don't work with Azure as much, but how's the support for, already built, publicly available Terraform modules to get going?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it would be any different. I mean, you would just include those modules in your, you would just reference those modules in your Terraform code, and they would be,
yeah. And you just use a different provider.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you would,
Yeah, I think it's as simple as like specifying the provider, making sure that you have your parameters set for that particular provider, and then that's really it. I think that most of it'll be pretty agnostic, except for anything that's like super cloud specific. And so in the case of like the differentiation between VPCs on AWS and then in Azure resource groups and virtual networks. So like you need to build around that, but for the most part, your plans and your templates that come from Terraform will do what you want. You just got to kind of work with it. Anyway, anybody else have a question or would like to tell us our question? If not, hey, John, would you do me a favor? Could you bring up in the portal the newly created Kubernetes cluster? Because I'd like everybody to see one really cool thing that you can do once you've actually built your cluster. So the first part of this.
Let me close the cloud shell, and then Kubernetes services.
And then if you go to the left side of the screen, what you're going to see something after you go to the cluster itself. On the left side of the screen, you're going to see something called the deployment center. And this blew my mind. Go into the deployment center, and you have created for you, with just a few clicks, your full CI/CD process into Kubernetes. Once you've actually created the Terraform plan, or you built it, whatever way you built your Kubernetes. So let's use GitHub. Let's say our code's in GitHub. So what it'll essentially do is ask you, please connect your GitHub account. Then once you do that, you authorize. So you say, yep, this is my GitHub account. Let me in. You click authorize. And so then after that, what you're going to do is provide the application. So you'll go to the repo, you'll pick the specific code base or whatever the code you're going to deploy. The application will then look at the Docker file that you have. And so that Docker file eventually will build what you need, and then resources. So the resources will eventually create everything that you've had, put it within this new Kubernetes cluster, and eventually then deploy it using pipelines through Azure DevOps. So it will then create a release pipeline, and it'll create your Kubernetes manifests for your application. And it'll do all it through either Azure DevOps or you can use your build provider and deployment as GitHub Actions. So it doesn't have to be Azure DevOps. It can be used GitHub Actions if that's what you're already using.
Yeah, that's awesome. I noticed this says it's a preview. How long has this been available?
It's been available for about a year.
Oh, awesome.
So I've used this to deploy. The deployment center is built into a bunch of container-based technologies in Azure. So Kubernetes, web app service, which is essentially just providing you containerized ways to run code. So simple APIs, whenever you want to do that, or even web apps. It's all easy.
That's awesome. Yeah, and it just goes to show my earlier point how it's kind of astonishing how easy Microsoft wants developers to be able to build on top of Kubernetes. Yeah, because I never saw this in AWS to my knowledge. That AWS made it this easy. So
a lot of other clouds are very, very focused on getting the infrastructure moved through. I feel like one of the things that and I'm not critiquing anything, I think it's just a matter of that it's very infrastructure focused with tools to build alongside, where I think that Azure is very, very focused on what the developer needs at every single stage.
And Jay, remember what you were saying about ARM templates?
Yes, so every single thing you build in Azure is exportable as an ARM template. So you won't even have to write it. You can build what it is you want in the portal and then save it right in a library in Azure, so they don't even have to keep it. And if you want to keep it, you see that download, it's literally a zip file with all the declarative JSON in it. And then you can just, like I showed you earlier in the session, run it through the portal, run it through anything, doesn't matter. And if you run it through this, in this save section, you click a button called deploy, it'll just go ahead and allow you to run it right through the portal and start again.
That's awesome. Yeah, I thought since I saw that, I should show that off so that people can see what that looks like. Because as you were saying, it is pretty cool. So, I don't know. That's kind of all I had as far as a quick demo. I wasn't sure how extensive I should go with it, but I hope that was useful and informative and fun. And it really is easy as it looks. And I hope I hope it's something that developers and DevOps people will take advantage of, because it's pretty fantastic.
Very cool, John. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry.
Yep.
So how's everything out? So where in Jersey you're out of?
Like Morristown, Basking Ridge, Summit, like that area.
Gotcha.
Basically 35 miles due west of you.
So you're in Tony Soprano country.
James Gandolfini lived down the street.
Yeah, I have a really good friend that lives in Morristown, so I know it really well.
Yeah.
I've like I said, I lived in Hudson County for a while, and really appreciated the time I spent all over I-95, because when I lived in Jersey, I had a car, and so I traveled up and down the corridor, spent time at some of the events that Nathan's done. I've done that DC Dev Day or whatever it's called again. What is it called, Nathan?
Which one? DevOps Days DC?
No, the Google Dev something.
Dev Fest.
Yes, the Dev Fest. Yeah, I've been to a few of the Dev Fests out in that area, and I gotta say, and I don't mean to just give Nathan a bunch of kisses here, but I gotta be honest, that I'm so glad to see that Mid-Atlantic area, that like kind of beltway area, has always been really well served, not only because of the government, but the number of people who've transitioned from fairly low income places into technology careers. That area has more people of color than almost any one of the major DevOps days or Dev Fests that I ever go to. So I really want to say that particular portion of our I-95, I think, is one of the most well served to more than just the enterprise or whatever, the startup community, or even the government. Like, we all know federals is huge, but to know that people who are typically in communities that have not been given a chance, it's been really super cool to see your area do that.
Yeah, and we've seen that reflected today, even in some of our talks. It's been really great to hear. You know, we had Aaron on earlier talking about civic tech. It's super awesome, and I do love this area because of that. There is a lot of diversity in the DC and the Baltimore area specifically. It's really, really great. All right, well, Jay, John, thank you so much for the talk and the demo today.
Yep.
We're going to continue on now. One of the things that we all miss, maybe, I don't know if you all miss it, but I miss it, about being in person together for a live meetup is we can't share a beverage. I mean, we wouldn't share a beverage, but we might toast each other in person. We can't eat any pizza. So we did build time into the schedule to have a little virtual happy hour. And so for the next 10 minutes or so, I encourage you to grab a beverage of your choice. I myself, I've been holding on to this for a minute. I'm gonna have a heady topper.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a fat tire. I'll be back.
Excellent, excellent. So everybody grab a drink and we'll do a quick toast.
Heady Topper voted the #1 beer in America a few years ago.
I have the drink ready.
I have iced tea in my coffee mug because I haven't had time to switch over. I've been at my computer all day.
And I will be drinking my heady topper. You probably can't see it, but this is a DevOps Days DC 2015 pint glass.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, we really have had a wonderful day. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in or who's watched the live stream, been here in the Zoom with us, or even those of you that are watching the recording as it plays back. We have been encouraging folks to contribute to some very, very worthy causes throughout the day. Nationally, we're kind of looking at the Southern Poverty Law Center, and then each of our meetup groups, or a number of our meetup groups, have also suggested local charities that really could use your support. So in Columbia, there's the Howard County Food Bank. In Baltimore, there's the Baltimore Action Legal Team. In New York City, there's the Food Bank for New York City. And in New Haven, Connecticut, the Connecticut Food Bank. So you can find links for all of these charities, where we'd really love to see some of your contributions going to these charities. But you can find links to all of them on the DevOps 95 website, which is at devops95.com. Yeah, and with that, what I'd love to do now is if you're here in the Zoom, if you could turn on your camera, especially if you have a drink. We'll all do a quick toast. Hold your beverage up to the camera. Cheers, everyone.
Sancha.
It's empty already. My coffee's gone. But yeah, the cheers.
Yes, Slancha, cheers. Marcelo, I don't mean to alert you, but it looks like there might be a fire behind you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fine, you know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
this is more like my day today.
Yeah, don't worry, Nathan. This is fine.
Okay, he's really pissed off. So it's good seeing everybody. Take care. Be safe. Take care of your families.
Yep.
Thanks, Jay. See you, Rico.
Bye, thank you.
Jay.
Bye.
I watched the live stream and the Zoom kind of throughout the day. It was, you know, a little overwhelming, but the live stream was really, really good. I mean, it was super easy to deal with it.
Yeah, everything seems to be, like, knock on wood, technically everything seems to be working really well.
Yeah.
It's been nice.
I saw like 30 people on the live stream. I don't know how many are now, but because I didn't want to run them.
Yeah, right now 19, but yeah, I saw 20, like higher 20s a couple of times. Yeah. Which is typically a size of a meetup, right? In most.
Yeah, that's the average size of our meetup. That's what we had last night.
Yeah.
The one in New York, the morning one this morning gets like 6 people, but that's every week. And then the monthly, you know, Adarsh, you run the one from Tom and Selling now. I've been there, that one when there's been 80 people in the
Yeah. Yeah, I know, like we used to have a lot more, and then I think yeah, we stopped for a bit because we didn't have you know, enough activity in terms of monthly, right? We used to do like monthly every month. But then we took a break for 6 months or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
When we did it in Stack Overflow, did you still do it in Stack Overflow?
Yeah.
It's
That's our default. Yeah.
That's, yeah. It's a little funny, guys. Stack Overflow is in William Street, Wall Street.
Yeah.
They don't have air conditioning after 6 in the summer. So we couldn't do meetups July and August that started. It could be a 90-degree day and it was ugly up there on the 20th floor.
Yeah, that's why last year during summer, we had to switch venues for a few meetups. That's where we switch. Otherwise, Tom gives us the space. So
and the beer and the pizza. And he's got a nice space
yeah.
up there with the taps and the
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it was one of the things that I think that we wanted to experiment with today. You know, given that most people are working in a distributed fashion, working from home, and many people, you know, an evening meetup, it simply doesn't work for them, whether they're distributed workers at the moment or not. And so that's part of why we had meetups held throughout the day today. It has been really nice to see that we've had pretty consistent level of attendance. Of course, it's people coming and going throughout the day. But that's been really nice to see. So I think if you're organizing a meetup or want to go to a meetup, but find that the time doesn't work for you, I would encourage you to reach out to the organizers of that meetup and suggest, you know, hey, maybe we could do a lunchtime thing or something like that.
I think it's a great opportunity here too. And we were talking about this before, Nathan, where some of these meetups are close enough together that you might be able to conceivably make the trek. So I'm up in Baltimore. I could pop down to DC or Columbia, you know. I don't know how far the drive is to Morristown, New Jersey, but you know, worth a shot, right? Like
actually one of my friends from when I used to live in Baltimore, one of my friends drove out to see me and he said it was about 3 hours.
Could make a night of it.
We sometimes, you know, like who came out? Dave Stanky from Google came out, right? We get guys from New York come out all the time, but they typically take the train and I pick them up at the train station and, you know, we kind of, it's not that difficult, but they'll generally take the train.
You're next to Parsippany, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I come there often. I have few people.
You know, people, no one went to the New York, you know, meetup because kind of started at 7 and, you know, you're getting home at 11, 12 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday night. So we did the one in New Jersey, like right after work. So for the suburban crowd, you know, it worked. 5:30 start.
I think there is a bus, right, that you can take direct to Parsippany area. Like
bus, train.
From, yeah, I want to come there now. I didn't know about the meetup, but now that I know.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, you know, you're talking about going to Baltimore. Like, I'm a bit of a Yankee fan. Jay's a Yankee fan. So for me to go to see the Yankees with my son in the Bronx, you know, it's a 3-hour trip. You get like third tiers, you know, above third base, you know, an okay ticket, not a great ticket. The whole thing all in is like $750 and takes 6 hours of travel.
Jesus.
For 150 bucks, I could take the train to Camden Yards in Baltimore. Same amount of time and see the Yankees play the Orioles.
That's the move. You have them play in like an off-field area. I used to go to games down in Florida because you end up seeing the Red Sox really cheap down in Tampa Bay.
Oh yeah.
And the good thing about watching them play the Orioles is you'll see them win, which isn't an unfamiliar thing for Yankees fans. But I mean, you know.
Yeah, the last game I saw, the Orioles won against the Braves, I want to say.
Well, we're proud of our team, and it has nothing to do with how often they win. We just really like them.
Yeah. I don't know that anyone dislikes the Orioles. I mean, they're like, everyone likes the Orioles.
Yeah. I lived in Baltimore for 5 years. I'll never not like them.
You know, is Philly DevOps here? See what I mean? Now, if you want to talk about the Phillies or the Eagles, we can have a different conversation.
Maybe they're on the YouTube stream and listening to you.
That's true.
Shout out Philly. Hey. My experiences, I've been to Philly a couple of times. My experiences as a Baltimore boy, born and raised, is they're surprisingly similar cities, you know, in a lot of ways. And I missed the opportunity. I really wanted to go to DevOps Days Philly for that very reason, because I felt like it would have a similar vibe to Baltimore. One of my coworkers at Fearless gave a talk there about soft skills, but I didn't get a chance to go. I really wanted to.
DevOps Days Philly was super neat last year. My brother lives down there, so I took the opportunity to go visit. And there's a really cool talk about a woman who set up an entirely cloud native development environment before Microsoft came out with the whole code spaces thing. And that was really neat to watch her just like set up and tear down this giant overspec'd monster PC of a cloud environment that only cost her like $20 a month.
Nice.
That's awesome. All right, well, it is 6 o'clock, so we've left Morristown. We've made it all the way into the city. It is now time for the New York City DevOps Meetup. So Adarsh, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Nathan. And thank you, everyone, for joining. It's new times, right? Things are different. We're doing virtual conferences and virtual meetups and virtual meetings and everything. So yeah, it's exciting to actually see people from different areas, but still have a local kind of a feel where people know each other, talk to each other about stuff, technology stuff, but have a virtual happy hour as well. So fun. All right, cool. I think I have a few things before we get into the talk part, and I see Dan is there, so that's great. All right, so yeah, I mean, a little bit about the NYC DevOps. So one thing about NYC DevOps, and I was told by Tom eventually, is like, it's all in lower cases. And I think the person who started, I actually don't remember the name, but they're like, okay, can we keep this all lowercase? I was like, sure, that's one thing we won't change. So it's all lowercase for some reason that the initial organizer who started it. So yeah, we try to do it every month. We haven't done any virtual since everything, the physical ones were stopped because of the situation, but we are planning to do more virtual now. So I'm looking at July, mid-July as the next one, and we'll try to keep one every month. We usually try to do third Thursdays of the month. I think next month we'll do the second one. The third one doesn't work for a few organizers. So yeah, if you're interested, if you are not part of the meetup group and want to join, and especially that we'll be doing virtual ones for next, I don't know how many months. Another important thing about today is that we have each meetup has a charity, and we have a common charity as well that we are donating to. So for New York, we chose Food Bank for New York City, which is basically provides food within the local New York City area to people who need. And I think the common one is Southern Poverty Law Centers. You will see those links on the website, so you can go there and donate if you feel charitable. Another thing we do, and I see some local people, I guess. Yeah, like we usually, one of the traditions we have in New York City DevOps is like we ask if anyone has an announcement to make. It could be anything, like we are hiring, or it could be, there is another event some other day. So if anyone has any announcements, especially the people on Zoom, if people on YouTube, if you want to post something there, I can announce that as well towards the end probably. So yeah, I will give it a few seconds if anyone has anything to say. All right. So let's get into the talk. So yeah, next talk is about Pulumi. So keeping the theme of infrastructure as code. So we looked at ARM templates and Terraform for Azure. And now next talk is about infrastructure as code using Pulumi. I will let Dan describe Pulumi, but basically it's writing infrastructure as code using various languages that we are already aware of, things that we already, I think Python and Go and even .NET framework languages you can use to actually write infrastructure as code. And by that, I will hand it over to Dan Hernandez. Dan, you there? Okay, I see. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Thanks, Adarsh. Yeah, thanks for joining. And this seems like a really cool event. I think this is the first kind of conglomerate meetup that I've seen. And I think I really like this format. So as Adarsh said, I'm here to talk about infrastructure as code with Pulumi. So let me share my screen. Get the right aspect ratio here. All right. As I said, I'm here to talk about putting the code back in infrastructure as code with Pulumi. And let me actually present this. Oh. Presenter view. All right, perfect. So my name is Dan Hernandez. I'm a customer engineer with Pulumi, and I've spent most of my career working with organizations on their infrastructure as code and cloud modernization projects. So with that experience, I've seen a lot of common patterns, a lot of pain points. I've had a lot of conversations, and really that's what brought me to Pulumi. And I'm really excited to share with you today what's possible there. And today we're just going to keep it really simple. I'm going to talk about Pulumi using like 3 slides and then spend the rest of the time demoing. So I think we have a chat function of some sort, but I think what probably is best is to take questions at the end, and feel free to just add any questions in the chat, and I'll scroll through those time permitting. And generally, I think it's best to talk about what Pulumi is by talking about some similar tools that came before it, right? And really, the first instance of the new definition of infrastructure as code, not configuration management, is CloudFormation and ARM, really. And this is where a lot of folks end up when they start, especially when they're getting serious about the cloud. But the unfortunate thing with this is that, this class of tool is, of course, specific to a cloud. So there's lock-in and relearning that needs to happen if there's ever a desire to move away from that cloud or to do multi-cloud deployments or even take advantage of other services. And templating is challenging because, it's really verbose. For anyone who's had to, write anything serious in CloudFormation, this. and you know it can be hard to manage at scale. And it's not necessarily intuitive. It's not fully expressive. And really that's where Terraform came in, right? Which is solves the problem of being cloud agnostic. It's absolutely a step in the right direction. And this templating syntax itself is a little bit more manageable, but there's still a desire to increase the functionality of that DSL, and it can be, for those of you who have used it extensively, it can be a little bit of an awkward experience. But it is declarative, which means you can see the changes prior to them actually going out, which is a great thing. And I think the last part about that really is it is somewhat architecture limited, or at least it didn't have serverless and in some cases Kubernetes workloads in mind when it was designed. And again, it is a templating tool after all, and there are all these proprietary DSL nuances that can be frustrating, especially for developers. Then there's a few other types of infrastructure as code tools and DSLs that have come up in parallel. CDK, AWS CDK is a pretty good example of this. It's cloud specific, which has its obvious drawbacks, but it's authored using real programming languages, which is a step in the right direction compared to templating tools of the past with Terraform and CloudFormation. But the not so redeeming quality is that it transpiles into CloudFormation. So it still has its foot back a little bit, and it really doesn't provide a great declarative engine experience that you would get with Terraform, for example. Then there's the class of architecture-specific templating tools, tools like Serverless Framework. You can think of Kubernetes YAML to some degree here, Helm. There's a bunch of other like KSON. There's a bunch of other tools that are specific to different architectures. And the challenge with these tools, when looking to adopt them, or once you go beyond simple use cases, as you move into other architectures, you have to start thinking about other tools, or if you are using multiple architectures, you have to use multiple tools in concert and kind of glue them together, which can be awkward a bit, especially given a CI/CD pipeline and across multiple environments. It can be a lot to manage. And on top of that, you do have to deal with YAML, which I'll refrain from beating on any more than our industry has, but I think we all know it's a less ideal solution. So what really is the best of all of these worlds? Something that's cloud agnostic, something that's architecture agnostic, something that's declarative, and built in a real programming language. And that's really where Pulumi comes in. I think of it as the next evolution, so to speak, of infrastructure as code. And as the talk is named, I like to say it puts the code back in infrastructure as code, meaning you could define your infrastructure declaratively using real programming languages. So you don't have to use YAML or JSON or a proprietary DSL. You can use any language as long as it's JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, .NET, or Go. And Pulumi is a full engine, right? So it's a CLI tool, it's a SaaS product with the goal of making it easy for organizations or teams to adopt modern cloud technology and infrastructure as code best practices as well. And the list here is really just the differentiators between Pulumi and other tools. So with Pulumi, you get that full declarative nature of safe changes. So it's really easy to reason about your architecture and not really worry about breaking things. And that's paired with all of the power and expressiveness of a real programming language. So by default, you're getting if statements, you're getting for loops, and you have a good understanding of what changes are going to be made before you make them, right? So kind of the imperatively declarative tool, I think is kind of a way to think about it. But Another big differentiator for Pulumi is that there's deep support across various architectures as well as clouds. So Pulumi has a provider model such that any API can be implemented as a Pulumi provider, but you can also convert any Terraform provider into a Pulumi provider as well. So we're taking advantage of that part of the ecosystem. And for the rest of these, there's we'll talk more during the demo. I think I'll actually show some of this. And that said, really with the last one, I think the goal of Pulumi is to enable a great relationship between development teams and those who manage infrastructure. I think this is really and obviously what we've been trying to get at with DevOps, and moving those two groups of folks closer, and even individuals taking some of the responsibilities from others, and the full stack teams and all of that. And it's a little bit of a funny relationship, but I think when it works out, it's a good sight to see, I think. And with that, I think I'm going to get into the fun part and demo as much as I have time for here. Zoom decided it doesn't want me to change slides. All right. So yeah, what I'm going to do is, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with Pulumi. As you can see on this slide, there's really just a whole lot of different use cases that I could show you. But today I'm going to focus on AWS. I'm going to show you like the container architecture there that we put together, and I'm going to write my code in TypeScript. I'm going to use GitHub, or I'm going to try and use GitHub successfully on a live demo, set all that up. And we'll see how much of the advanced stuff that we get into. I should be able to get to policy as code, maybe touch on components, and we'll see about secrets. And again, yeah, please put questions in the chat below, and I'll scroll through those and answer what I can at the end. Quick questions. Anybody know why I might not be able to click through? Okay, never mind. Seems my setup wants to block my pointer here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by creating a, it's doing it again, a Pulumi program. And to do that, I'm going to start with a fresh directory. I'm going to call this a new app. And I'm going to run the Pulumi new command. So by default, you can see there's all of the different languages and things that that I'm showing you here on the left as templates. So it's really easy to get started. But there's also a way to create your own templates, which I'm actually going to take advantage of now. What is going on here? There we go. So I'm going to use a GitHub repo that I've put together, which you can also point at. And it's going to ask for a project name, and I'll go with the default, which is just the name of the directory that I'm in. It's going to ask for a description, and I'll go with the default. And it's asking for a stack name. So this is something that can confuse folks that start with Pulumi, so I'll take a moment just to talk about it. So a stack is really a implementation of a program or a project. The most typical layout is development, staging, production. So multiple instantiations of the same config using different parameters, essentially. And when I create a new project, I'm going to start with a single stack. And that stack here, I'm going to actually name local. So this is what I'm going to be running on my local machine here. And because this is an AWS application, it asks for a region, and I'll go with the default.
Hey, Dan, just quick thing. Can you move your terminal a little up, the whole thing? Just because, yeah, it's few things. Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to put some stuff up top here, so I'll kind of go back and forth here in a minute. So yeah, what that did is it pulled down the source from the repo here on my left, and it ran npm install. So the Pulumi project is ready to go. And I will open up Visual Studio Code, and we can take a look at what it's generated here. All right, so there is the index.ts folder. This is really the entry point to any Pulumi program. And this is where you can declare your infrastructure. So in this case, you can see it's a pretty simple example. It's an S3 bucket, and it's using the AWS library, which includes the full surface area of AWS. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second here when I do a little bit more of an advanced example. So I'm going to go ahead and run this actually. And one important thing to touch on is this is real code, but it's building a state, and it's building a graph of the resources that I'm intending to deploy in my environment. So with that, I get an opportunity to see what the changes are before I actually make them. And you can see here, it's looking to create a single bucket. In this case, I will say yes. And what it's doing is using the AWS provider that's part of the CLI that's been pulled down to call out to the AWS service. So all of the secrets and the configuration for calling out to the cloud is either local or in a CI environment. You can see we have an update here. And now what I'm going to do next is kind of just get more into the example. And I'm going to copy over some code here. You can see index is the entry point, and unless I import any of these other files, they won't actually make it into this file. So I'm just going to use these as kind of an easy way to pull in new pieces of functionality quickly. So what I'm going to pull in is a Fargate service, an ECS, and a load balancer. So this is a fully load balanced application. It's a really simple example. It's using the image from AWS's ECS tutorial. And we'll go ahead and delete that. And I'll run this. So, a part of this being declarative, you'll see that, I'm not looking to create an additional bucket here. It will know that the bucket has already been created, and it will go ahead and create these resources. And you're also probably noticing that there's a lot of resources here. And even though I just, declared just a load balancer and a Fargate service, if you're familiar with these services, you know that it's not actually that simple, right? There's a lot there. And this is where the power of this AWS X package comes into play. This is an example of a Pulumi component that allows you to abstract the AWS or any of the other cloud infrastructure packages. So here you can see it's creating the actual load balancer, which is ingress, egress, the target group. It's creating the actual ECS services, security groups, the roles that are needed. the actual VPC and some subnets. So it's creating a lot of resources with, very minimal code, which is, one of the benefits of using a real programming language is that it's really natural to create these abstractions. And actually, I'll let this run because it's going to take a few minutes. And I'll show you what this looks like. So this is our AWS X package. This is been developed by Pulumi engineers. And I think its largest value is as an example, because many organizations are going to have their own implementation of this, and they're going to have their own nuances of how they want to deploy ECS and any of the other packages. So if I dig in here, you can see, we've built components for a lot of various AWS services. In this case, we're using ECS, and we're using the Fargate service component. And this actually, uses aspects of, real programming, like extending of classes, right? Using, composition and inheritance, you can do that. And in this case, it's using a task definition component resource that we've declared. So this is actually fairly complex because we've designed it with a large amount of users in mind. But let me show you an example of what this would look like for a more simple use case, right? And this is actually the code that we have here, right? So it's the bucket and ALB and a Fargate service with all of these different components under it. So I'm using those, I'm pulling those in, and I've essentially just extended this component resource class, implemented the constructor. This is really where everything happens is within the constructor. And I've passed along a few variables, and I've declared the resources here. And what this results in is this. So building that component, I can now even further abstract this architecture such that it's only a single line of code. So you can see the power in this in enabling that relationship between the developers and operations folks, people who are really adept in infrastructure in the cloud, and those who are not, right? So being able to essentially package up things such that it feels like a pass almost, right? You can get to that level of abstraction, and everything in the background can be deployed into various package repositories. So in this case, our AWS X package is in NPM. For Python, they would be PyPy. So just the respective package managers, you can store those things. And of course, the problem of versioning and management and reduction of copy and paste has been solved for those package managers for a really long time. Let's see, it's still running here. I think it's waiting on the load balancer here. One other thing I can talk about actually is policy as code. So when this comes up, I'll actually create a Pulumi policy, and I'll show you some capabilities around being able to enable security teams or security-focused development teams, and writing rules such that you can peek into the infrastructure and understand what's being deployed, and making sure that it's following best practices for compliance. While we wait, I think it's almost done there. I'm going to go ahead and create this new Git repo because I know we're going to need it. I'm going to call this new application, make it public. one other thing I can talk about actually in the meantime is something that's especially unique about Pulumi, which is the ability to manage secrets. So typically with an infrastructure as code tool, you have to like bring up Vault or, you know, have a manual intervention within a CI or CI process to make that happen. With Pulumi, you get secrets kind of right out of the box. So in this case, if I wanted to, you can see by the example here, if I wanted to create a username or let's say, you know, a password, we could do that and then mark it secrets using this additional secret outputs. And this will make it such that in the state itself, it will be secret. And you can also take advantage of that same encryption mechanism to set secret config values as well. And this is pluggable. So by default, Pulumi will create a key for you and encrypt and decrypt these things at the CLI. But if you wanted to provide a key from Vault or KMS or any of the other encryption providers that we support, you can do that as well. So it's really integrated process there. So this took, you know, about 5 minutes to deploy, you know, and that's pretty good given it's, you know, creating a load balancer and all of these resources. And what I'll do next is I will set this up in a repo. So you know, this isn't really how things typically work, right? It's just, we don't get to just make it work on our machine. Let's see how this would run in a real, you know, production like scenario. So I'll update this script here a bit. Actually, we'll keep that. And we will run this. So this will push our Pulumi project into this GitHub repository that we just created. I should be able to refresh this and see the code there. You also notice that I've integrated this with GitHub Actions. So in my template itself, I put some, you know, default config files for pull requests and push. So on my first commit to this repository, I'm getting a CI run going, and it's going to actually, in this case, actually, one thing I forgot here is to create a couple new stacks, which I'll do now. So this actually won't run, but what I'll do is create a new stack that I'm going to use for the master branch. So this is going to be production. So this is a completely different config compared to our local instance. So the local I really like to think of as just your place to play around and while you deploy changes into a CI environment where you can have your you know, CI job doing the right things and deploying to the right environment. So I'm going to do a set the config value for the region. I'm going to make this go to US East 2. It's a little bit safer there. And we'll add this file here and push it up. So on this second commit, we'll see a new run happening. And in this case, the reason for this nuance is I've set up, and this is specifically to Pulumi GitHub actions. We have a integration that we've built to make this really easy. That's using the Pulumi actions Docker container. So with that, we can set some config variables where we can map the branch to the stack that we're going to deploy. So by default, I've set up 2 values. Master goes to production, and then feature branch obviously goes to feature branch. And as you add more branches, you can update this list as you go along. And while that runs, I'm going to show you policy. So I'm going to create a new directory. We're going to call it policy. And this directory is actually, if you missed that, I put it next to our application. So it's outside of the application. So we'll go back into that. And we'll do a Pulumi policy new. And again, there's a bunch of different templates available for creating policies. In this case, we're going to go with AWS TypeScript. It's doing a similar thing. It's pulling over the templates and running npm install, so all of the dependencies are available. And I will open this up as an additional VS Code window. All right. So here, this really simple policy, now I'll make this a little bigger so it's easier to read. The way this is written, you can see this is real code. Again, with Pulumi, everything is code-based. So this is true policy as code, where essentially you create a policy pack, which includes a list of policies. And the default policy that is created with the AWS TypeScript template is the S3 no public read policy. And what I'm going to do actually is split this up between 2 different policies. So this is going to be looking at both public read and public read write. I'm going to split this into 2 policies. And basically what Pulumi will do is it will look at any resources with this type, and you're able to validate that resource by using simple if statements, right? So anything that's available in that programming language, you can use to evaluate the architecture of your application. So there's not a lot of nuances there outside of the specific syntax here, which I think is similar to unit testing syntax, right? So you have this arbitrary callback function that if there is a violation, you can report it. And for this one, it's mandatory, and I think that's why we're going to split this out into 2. And make it public read one and public read write a second one. This. All right, I think we have that set up properly. And one other change I'm going to make is I'm going to allow public read, but I'm going to just advise anybody who is going to deploy applications that this isn't a great pattern. But I'm going to enforce that public read write is a bad pattern. You can see here on the left that GitHub Actions was actually able to fully run this application, and we can grab even as an output here the result of that. You can see this is a simple PHP app, again, part of the Getting Started guide for ECS. And let's move on to showing a little bit more about policy. And then I'll wrap it up. And I'm sure I've kind of whirlwinded around a lot of different topics, kind of on purpose. I'll open up for questions right after. So I'll move back to my original folder for my application. And what I'll do here is make a change to the code such that the ACL is public read write. And then we'll try and run this again. In this case, we're going to put in a policy pack flag that's going to point to this policy folder that we've put together. So what we should see is the ECS cluster and service and load balancer should already be deployed, so there should be no changes required there. But we did make a change to the bucket, so it should recognize a change to the bucket and also fail because we've violated a rule that we've written, and you can see that happens here, right? So as you can see, prohibit setting public read or public write. And it blocked it. Oh, did I save? 1 second. Maybe I didn't save because it looks like I thought I changed that message. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, that's fine. It still blocked it. Having trouble with Zoom here. Okay, there we go. All right, so I've saved that. And if we run it again, we should see the updated message, and it'll be specific to public read write. Then I'll run it again, and I'll change this to public read, and we'll see that it'll succeed, but it will warn us that it still violates, or at least does something that's slightly not compliant. So we've got the updated message, prohibit setting public read write permission. Let's go ahead and update this to public read. Rerun it. So it was successful, but again, there's an advisory message here saying that this is, informing you that this isn't a best practice, but we'll still allow you to do it. In this case, I'll go ahead and deploy it. So that's that. I think a few things to note here is obviously, you'll see that I'm using a flag, and of course you can expect folks to just not use that flag and then go out of compliance, right? So with Pulumi, part of the SaaS product is you're able to manage these things centrally and make it such that any Pulumi stack within an organization can adhere to a set of policies. So you can, here I don't have any set up as default, but I could come in here and add a policy pack to my organization. And in this case is taking advantage of some more advanced features with policies code, which means that you can create more generic policy packages and make them able to be configurable. So you can create multiple different packs with different like configuration values here. And the way you would deploy this up is through the CLI in that application or in that policy folder that I showed before. So I think that's all I have for today. Is there any questions?
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I'm monitoring the chat as well. So if any questions come up, I can read them up. But thank you so much for the presentation and demo. I have to say, I use Terraform a lot and I'm really impressed. Pretty simple policy stuff was great because that is one of the issues, you know, like you want to make sure that you can easily have policies that restrict people from, you know, the example that you use, right? Publicly expose S3 buckets is not. So, well, I have a question and I can get started. How does the state get managed? I know you talked about it a little bit. What happens underneath?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. It's one we get all the time. And the state gets managed by default in the Pulumi SaaS. So I'll actually show you the state that we have here for our stack. So yeah, by default, it's in the Pulumi SaaS, but you can also use an S3 bucket, GCP bucket. You can use an Azure storage. Yeah, the Pulumi SaaS just makes it really easy to start with, and we've decided to, by default, manage it.
I see. Okay, anyone else has questions? If you are on Zoom, feel free to just ask here, or if you're on the live feed, you can post the question on YouTube. We'll give it a few minutes. And while we are waiting, I can ask another question because I'm really interested in, so like I said, I use Terraform a lot. Is there a way, and I probably know the answer, but I'm still gonna ask and see. So is there a way to kind of easily transition if you're already using Terraform and have a lot of stuff already there?
Yes, absolutely. And if I can get Zoom to cooperate, here we go. I will show you that next slide, surprisingly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a question we get all the time, right? It's a very common question. It's obvious, like people are in Terraform world, like how do they start to adopt Pulumi? And I think it's, you know, common to not do it in a big bang approach, right? Like incrementally make that transition. And we don't expect anybody to all of a sudden, you know, run every service they have in production with Pulumi, right? So there's a few different ways that you can do it with Terraform. There is, like for the platform team developer use case, you can have platform teams bringing up all of the base infrastructure like networking and maybe even some like EC2 instances and things like that in Terraform. And you can consume Terraform state, the outputs of that in your Pulumi program, right? So you can connect these things as a developer team. You can choose to make that decision on a single team within an organization to kind of pilot it, right? To say, let me try out Pulumi, use what we currently have, and then build your application on top of that base infrastructure. So that's something we see a lot of our users and customers using and playing with. In addition to that, I mean, probably more used, and we've used it a lot with customers, is our TF2 Pulumi project, which will take Terraform configuration and convert it into Pulumi code. So we've done like a week-long hackathon with you know, some of our named customers like Tableau, where we just converted, you know, thousands and thousands of lines of Terraform into Pulumi using that tool. So you can use that as well.
Nice. So for the first use case, what you're saying, let's say I'm provisioning networking layer using Terraform, and then you are provisioning, let's say, EKS or something that needs reference to your, VPC ID and other things. You can reference that. So let's say the platform team continues to write Terraform or maintain Terraform, and the new stuff that's consuming it can use Pulumi with these different languages, but still kind of access the state file, grab what you need from there. And is that what you meant with the first?
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, if you can share your deck with me, and I will share it in the Word doc that we have, so that if anyone wants to reference it. And of course, this is recorded, and I think it'll be available, right, Nathan, for anyone to watch later.
Yep, that's correct.
And just to wrap up, yeah, thank you again, Nathan, and all the other organizers for making this happen. Again, reminder, if you are feeling charitable, we have two charities that you can donate. One is the Food Bank for New York City. If you Google, or the link is in the Zoom chat, or on the website as well. And the second one is Southern Poverty Law Centers. Thank you everyone for joining, and I'll pass it on to Nathan.
All right, thanks, Adarsh. And yes, we have had a lovely day today, and we're not done yet. So we have another awesome talk coming up in just a bit. We'll be heading out of New York City, out of New York State. We're going to all drive together up to Connecticut. Our next meetup is the New Haven IO meetup. And that talk is going to kick off at about 7:15. So that means we all have about 25 minutes or so to take a little break, or to just continue the conversation here. If you're here in the Zoom, feel free to unmute yourself, ask questions of the fellow attendees here, have conversations about whatever you'd like. And if you're on the YouTube, maybe join us in the Zoom if you want to have a conversation. Otherwise, I'm going to kick on some slides that will just rotate. And you're welcome to, like I said, ask any questions that you have, start any conversations that you'd like. And Adarsh, you mentioned if folks are looking for work or interested in hiring folks, that's probably a good time to make those announcements as well. And barring anything else, any other conversations, we will definitely be back at 1/4 past the hour with New Haven IO.
Yeah, Dan, I thought that Pulumi sounds amazing, and I'm kind of amazed I hadn't heard of it before.
Yeah, it's definitely getting some more buzz recently. We've seen, I've been at Pulumi now for about a year, and we've seen a huge amount of growth, like literally in the past, the time I've been there, we've improved like 5x our customer base.
Yeah.
So we're getting a lot of press.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love, I was just looking around, I really love how many different languages Pulumi supports. I love that you can do, Pulumi and C# even.
Yeah, it's not, our engineering team doesn't love it, but it is good for the community, and it's like a strategic move that we've made because there are so many different skill sets out there, and the goal really is to make it such that you can bring it into an organization, and that one team can use TypeScript that is like a full stack team. Another team that might have some infrastructure folks could use Python. If you have like a microservice Go team, you can do that. Yeah.
So another thing you had in there about unit testing, right? And assuming, right, you're writing in Python, you're writing in C#, right? Like you have those frameworks already available. Do you actually provide anything on top of that? Because that is one thing that I see the power, right? You write tests at different levels, right? But unit testing as one of the examples, yeah, is it just use the default tools that's available, or do you have something that on top of that makes it easier?
Yeah, so we want to enable the community to take advantage of the tools they've been using for as long as they've been programming in that runtime. That said, we did recently come out with some additional capabilities around mocking and making that easier, because obviously with unit testing, you have the full surface area of clouds to mock, and that can be an incredibly painful process, right? So we've brought some additional capabilities around that, but that all would integrate well into like Mocha.js or PyTest if you're using Python or whatever testing framework you're comfortable with.
Yeah, like because with Terraform, I like, and maybe you can correct. So with Terraform, right? Like I don't need to worry about unit test, and I think it's same here in general, right? Like you're writing declarative code, and you expect Terraform, for example, to do the job. If it fails, it'll give you an error, but you don't have to check, at an unit level. But just because, I mean, it came to my mind and then I thought back and I was like, oh, do we need it? Is it helpful? Maybe it is to a certain level, but if you're writing declarative code here as well, do you think it's valuable still here?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do think it's valuable in some use cases, especially since when you're writing, even though Pulumi is declarative, as far as the engine goes, like what is being changed, like these change sets are declaratively different. There's the imperative aspects to it, such that you have logic gates, right? There's a lot of logic gates that are going on, and things that you can do within your program that you can unit test, right? To make sure that, in this for loop, it's doing the right thing. In this set of if statements, the right thing is kind of happening. And then you can mock out, like you said, all of the cloud dependencies, such that you just, like you would with any unit testing code, you just want to make sure that the logic is doing what you expect. So it definitely has value from that perspective. Some of our users and our customers are also taking it to like other higher levels of testing, like integration testing. Like obviously when you have a infrastructure, sometimes, especially like the way infrastructure is now, right? Like some services like SNS or SQS or others are really part of your, it's like you almost can't mock them out because they are part of your architecture, right? Like that used to be a service that you would write, that you would deploy on a virtual machine, right? Now this is a service that you're consuming. So yeah, so we have people who are taking it to another level of like integration testing and bringing up environments and things like that.
Nice. Yeah, thanks. So under the hood, so basically, do you have like a common runtime, like not runtime, but kind of, does it get converted into some intermediate, right? Like,
yeah, so the providers and the CLI tool are all, as you'd expect, written in Go. So basically what's happening is there's a bunch of gRPC protocols that are talking over. So there's like this plugin framework where basically each of the languages are talking to a gRPC interface that eventually talks into the Go code in the CLI. So there's that small like intermediate bounce that happens that makes it possible to go across languages.
Yeah, nice. Then you can add, do you have plans for other languages in the roadmap or?
Yeah, like I said, some of the engineers are just like, oh man, like because we really have the challenge now that every time we come out with a new feature, it becomes a large story, right? Where it's like, crap, now we want to bring this new thing. We have to bring it everywhere. And every new thing we want to do now becomes a large thing. So I think until we find ways to make it easy to create once and deploy many places with that aspect of it, we're going to be slow to add new languages, but we have that work to make that easier is on the short term, like short, medium term roadmap, right? So that it wouldn't be as hard to make bring support for new languages.
Yeah, because especially that you're already dealing with multiple cloud providers and other, like keeping up with those is already a challenge, right? Oh, and there is a new version of XYZ and now you have to update.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of, so I mean, obviously Pulumi kind of contributes, major contributor. Are there other contributors who are kind of adding to the code base, or how's?
Yeah, so right now, you know, just as far as the open source model, because Pulumi is open source. I don't even know if I said that throughout the presentation, but Pulumi is open source. And we currently are kind of shepherding the main product there. And we have certainly taken contributions from other places. I think the majority of our contributions comes from like the pluggable sides of our framework. So like providers, we definitely take in providers from the community. And in a kind of like a one bounce fashion, we're actually participating in the Terraform provider ecosystem as well, because what we've done is essentially we've built some automation around, and as I mentioned in the presentation, to convert Terraform providers into Pulumi providers, because it's all Go code, right? The APIs for AWS are not changing, right? So Pulumi is its own independent engine and like full system, but we take advantage of some of the Go providers there that we can kind of convert over. So yeah, in the short term, I think we're focused, our engineering team is in the primary contributors, but we're certainly open for contributions. There's, you know, we just haven't seen a lot of, like, we haven't seen like a Netflix come in and want to just, you know, completely, you know, take over and show, you know, put in a lot of effort there. So it's a little bit of a different model than like Spinnaker, for example.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I've been meaning to try it for a long time since we met a couple of times. So maybe I'll give it a spin and then see.
Yeah, it's not as complex as I made it out to be. And I missed the last slide, which was really, you know, it's really easy to start. Just go to pulumi.com/start. And it, frankly, if you're already familiar with Terraform and you already have like credentials set up on your machine for, it'll take you 5 minutes to get started. It's literally that easy. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there is also there of people coming from development backgrounds versus, so let's say if people like come from a sysadmin, more scripting language background, do you see like a pattern there where, I mean, obviously developers tend to, like all these languages, right? Development languages tend to adopt Pulumi more than, you know, like Terraform on the other side is like, I don't like, yeah, if you already know these languages, that's a different thing. But if you don't know, then that's a little different, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think, you know, our customer base is really a lot of forward-thinking organizations currently, folks that are looking to bring developers and operators closer together. But we do actually do a lot of business with platform teams, right? That would be typically script focused, and they're just getting their toes wet in kind of the developer world, so to speak, right? Like these repurposed platform teams that used to be operations folks. We're seeing a lot of that. And I think really the goal with Pulumi is to make it easier to, since they're written in real programming languages, obviously it's more intuitive for developers. It's easier to convince developers to start to take some of the responsibility for infrastructure and for cloud because of that. Whereas in a traditional organization that's implemented Terraform in depth, typically what you'll see is like, there can even be a full silo of Terraform authors, right? That is in between a like infrastructure team and a developer team, right? So with Pulumi, the goal is to kind of make it also easy for those ops folks to use a real programming language and to dip their toes in, because yeah, Pulumi is, you know, written in Go, C#, .NET, and JavaScript, but it's not the same as an operations person going onto an application team and adding a new feature, right? Writing Pulumi code is very much, give me the programming language. I write, you know, I'm allocating objects, right? That's the 101 of any programming language tutorial, right? Like it really couldn't be an easier way for those folks to start to build some empathy for the other side and find a way to collaborate more closely.
Yeah, because one of the challenges, and I've worked with multiple platform teams, is that whenever you try to go with a model where the platform team builds all these common components, right, in Terraform, it's modules, right? And then you're like, oh, hey, devs, now you are the consumers and you write Terraform, even though it's a simple Terraform that's consume Terraform modules, they're like, oh, now I need to learn Terraform, right? Like in this case, if they can write in the language they're more comfortable, I see that power, especially for organizations that are bigger and have people using 5 different languages, right, across the organization. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that, and we've seen that with a lot of our larger customers.
Cool.
All right, well, in about 10 minutes, we're going to pick it up with the New Haven IO meetup group. So now would be a great time for all of you that are sitting here just anxiously waiting for that next meetup to start, to take a short break. You know, in these times where we are all distributed, it is often tough to get up and walk away from your computer. I find it fascinating that, you know, some of us literally miss our commutes. The beauty of a commute is it gives you a nice clean break between work time and personal time. And while we're all working from home, it's much harder to get that break. So with that, I will encourage you to spend the next 10 minutes not staring at your computer screen, but come back within 10 minutes so that we can kick off with our next talk for the day from New Haven, Connecticut. Thanks so much.
Hey everybody, Henry here from New Haven, IO. Everyone pretty much said everything I wanted to say today, just that the world's changed a lot over the last few weeks and months, but it seems like our industry has done really well with keeping up with all the new challenges that have been placed on our work. It's super important for all of us to keep learning and to keep a sense of community right now, and seeing all these virtual conferences pop up to fill the void has really been incredible. A lot of people have been chipping in today and over the last few weeks to help everyone else learn, and it's honestly really inspiring. For our charity, we're asking the folks donate to the Connecticut Food Bank. Contrary to the name being a singular food bank, it's actually a network of food banks and research centers in several counties throughout Connecticut. They do a lot of work to help people beyond just providing food. They provide clothes, help people figure out job opportunities. They're really doing a lot of good work, and I name drop them really whenever I get the opportunity. But more to the point, on the conference, we have Evan Haston ready to give a short talk on how to manage CI/CD pipelines with Jenkins and Kubernetes. Evan is actually a coworker of mine, and I think his talk is partly going to be a story about our company's journey over the last couple of years at Clarity Software Solutions. So take it away.
Let me unmute myself here, and I can go ahead and share my screen. So I'm going to throw myself in present mode. And let me know if you guys can see my screen. Hopefully you can.
We sure can. CI/CD with Jenkins and Kubernetes.
Perfect. All right. So the reason I decided to do this talk is because, like Henry said, we've gone through this journey over the past several years with Kubernetes, and how do we deploy to Kubernetes, and how do we make things easier for ourselves and the developers to get their code up and into production, which I think is a goal of most DevOps teams. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and tell you who I am and why maybe you should listen to me or not listen to me. It's all up to you. So my name is Evan Haston. I'm an infrastructure architect at Clarity Software Solutions. I'm also the DevOps and infrastructure manager for Artist Republic, which is a music distribution and kind of like an artist manager on the web type company. I also own a company called Dark Matter IT and Consulting, and we help with DevOps and DevOps type of things. I'm also AWS certified. I love saying that because it took me, a little bit to learn AWS, and it's helped me learn Kubernetes over the years, or at least recently. So let's start off with what Kubernetes is. Most of you probably know what Kubernetes is, but for those of you who don't know what Kubernetes is, it's a container orchestration engine designed to schedule and maintain Docker containers. In big words, that basically means it takes your Docker containers and it does a whole bunch of stuff with them. It puts them on the worker nodes, it schedules them out, it scales them, it does all kinds of stuff, and I'll get into that later on. What is Jenkins? So Jenkins is the leading open source automation server. Jenkins provides hundreds of plugins to support building and deploying and automating projects. I literally took that off the Jenkins.io site, but realistically, Jenkins is a tool that's used in DevOps quite a bit. It's probably one of the most prominent build and deploy tools out there, and it's built with a ton of plugins because of that. So you can do anything from Gradle builds to build your Go project, deploy out to Kubernetes, which I'll talk about here. And you can do all of that with Jenkins. There's slight variations with Jenkins. You have your Jenkins, your standard Jenkins, and Jenkins X, which is built around your the cloud integration. But today I'm going to talk about Jenkins, just your standard Jenkins. If you're going to go from your standard build process and you want to build and deploy to Kubernetes from your Jenkins box without really having to retrain your employees on how to use Jenkins X or another build and deploy tool like GitHub Actions. So why we use Kubernetes? So Kubernetes is really good at scaling applications. So if you build applications out into these smaller containers, you're able to do something called horizontal pod autoscaling. And that allows you to scale out and in as demand increases and decreases for either that specific service of the application or the application as a whole, depending on how you design your Docker containers. Most people try to design things as services. So when you, even if you're not at the point of services, you can, well, let me take a step back. You can, if you want to start with Kubernetes, you can take an application that may be fairly large, stick it in a Docker container and start out that way, and then kind of scale that out. But that becomes problematic because the Docker containers are fairly large and you don't necessarily want to scale up the whole application when only one piece of the application is being used. So Most people will start to break down their services into smaller microservices and scale those independently. So you can scale up one part of your application without scaling up the other. So Kubernetes, one of the hardest parts of DevOps is rolling back if there's an issue. If you're doing it on, say, an EC2 instance or just a standard VM, you have to pull that code off. You have to redeploy the code on, depending on your setup. It becomes really like time consuming, especially, if you have a server farm of, hundreds and hundreds of servers. We do have that problem where we can have an issue in production, and then we've got to roll back that code base, and it takes a little bit of time to do that, which is either downtime for your clients, downtime internally, depending on the application, and it just looks bad. So Kubernetes allows you to easily roll back, and they actually have a kubectl for that. It's called kubectl rollback, or rollout undo, sorry, that allows you to roll out that specific deploy to the last deploy, which would reference the last Docker image. So service discovery, it's really nice and easy for services to discover each other. You can put a service out there and have it talk to another service, and it's just as easy as creating a service on the Kubernetes master or masters in this case, and allowing those to kind of talk to the service address and either talk back and forth or whatever you're going to do with those services. One of the things that we didn't do to start where I work right now is we didn't start in the cloud. And that's a real challenge when it comes to Kubernetes because you have to build out your Kubernetes setup yourself. Instead of having auto-scaling groups inside of Amazon EKS or G-Cloud's Kubernetes engine, we had to actually build out our masters by hand and then build out our workers by hand. So we used a mixture of Chef automation. For those of you who aren't aware, Chef is software designed to help you write infrastructure as code, or in this case, infrastructure as code, and then run that on the server that you want and kind of create a consistent output. So what we did is we built out our masters with Chef, and then we built out our workers. So as we scaled, we can actually build our workers fairly quickly within, 20 to 30 minutes, probably less than that, and have them up and ready in production. The other thing about Kubernetes is the idea that you have self-healing. So one of the biggest problems with software, at least from my standpoint, especially in the Java world, is memory leaks. And what happens is that, either a memory leak happens or you didn't index something on a table, and then the application just becomes super overloaded. And it could take out the cluster if you don't have your proper parameter set. But
yeah, Ben, could you slow down a little bit, please?
Yeah, sorry. So what happens is that, say for instance, all of a sudden your memory spikes from like a gig to, 10 gigs because of an index on a table not being there. The pod will actually kill itself, and it will start back up again and start the application. So you're not stuck in that state of just demanding resources and not using them. So there's also this idea of storage orchestration. So you can define your storage programmatically and then attach them to pods. It becomes a lot easier in Kubernetes. Jenkins with Kubernetes. The reason we decided to use Jenkins over another platform is Jenkins is familiar to our organization and probably most organizations. So it was less of a learning curve. You don't have to, like I said before, hop on another platform, learn how to, define certain things on that platform, either in a YAML or in the UI. It was much easier to teach people how to run the job in Jenkins and have it create an output, right? Jenkins comes with a ton of add-ons. Because Jenkins is so popular, you have an add-on for literally anything. And there are a lot of add-ons for Kubernetes. There's a lot of add-ons for Docker, and you can mix and match as you see fit for your organization. A lot of the tools that are out there today don't actually have that ability. They don't have as many add-ons as Jenkins does, and you might be limited in your abilities because of that. Jenkins has an easy to integrate, or Jenkins is easy to integrate with Git, as probably most CI/CD tools are. So you just kind of put your Git repo in there, you mash it up with the keys, and then you can pull the repo down and start the build. And then we can use Git Kubernetes API to handle deployments with Jenkins. And that is really useful when you're deploying lots and lots of Kubernetes containers a day. And the other thing that we've used it for in the past is rolling back deployments with Jenkins. So, if there's an issue with the deployment and we need to roll it back, we can actually just do that with a single Jenkins job, and it's done. It's just rolled back. So I did a diagram of the architecture, or how we would do this inside of a kind of setup that we have. I named two things test, but this is supposed to be production, so I apologize. So we do this with Jenkins and DTR, but depending on your setup, you can do it with ECR, or I think Google has a registry that you can use as well. But basically what happens is that we have a job here in Jenkins that pushes, builds your code, puts it in the Docker container, and then pushes it up to the Docker trusted registry. And then after that, we run another job that takes that same container name, and it does a kubectl set image on whatever cluster we're gonna change the deployment on, and it will actually pull the latest Docker image down and start running that in production. And we do this using contexts. So on the Jenkins server, we actually just use the shell and a context. So when we create a cluster, we create the files that you need for your context, and then we create the context on the Jenkins server. And then we'll actually set the context on the Jenkins server and then hit deploy, and it will run the Kubernetes commands for whatever cluster you want to get into. And all of these, because of the way that Kubernetes works in the etcd cluster, you want to have 3 masters. etcd is what keeps track of the cluster state. So like what's where, all kinds of stuff like that. You know, how many instances are deployed versus how many you want. Any kind of thing that has to do with the cluster is set in etcd. It's basically the database for your Kubernetes. So we set up 3 Kubernetes masters and then 3 API servers. And then we use a load balancer to balance 6443, which is the Kubernetes port. And that on the back end here will go to any of these that are available. And to make sure that these Kubernetes masters are alive, there's actually a health check from the load balancer to 6443 to make sure that the master is still up. So if one goes down, it'll just load balance the other 2, and then we'll go in and we'll use Chef to bring one of these back up so that we're back at 3. And the way we do this is we have different URLs for each of the environments, and they go to the load balancer. So they're CNAMED or a record, depending on what's going on. So the Jenkins jobs to do this. So what you want to do, or what we do anyways, is to build the code into a Docker container. And then we push it to DTR or ECR. We actually do both right now. And then we deploy. So we set the Kubernetes context so that it correctly runs. And then we do this command right here. It's a pretty cool command. It's kubectl set image deploy, your deploy name, your container name, and then equals whatever your DTR is. So if your DTR is located at a specific URL, you'll set the URL and the specific path for that container. So for rollback, which is probably one of the coolest features of Kubernetes, we do kubectl rollout, undo, deploy, and then cool app container. It would actually just be cool app. And it would roll back that entire deployment so that you're back at the previous Docker container. And this helps if there's a service outage or if something's going on that is acting up in production that really shouldn't be acting up in production. We can just immediately pull that back. It does take some time to roll back, but it comes down to how fast Kubernetes can do a rolling push in of the old code. So the way that Kubernetes works is that you don't want to take everything out at once. You slowly start to take things out as pods come up. And that's kind of like a rolling update. And the same thing happens with the rollback. So you're going to roll in the previous container. It's going to start the application up and do a health check on that, depending on how you have your YAML configured. And then it will pull the old containers out, and the new containers will be what everything's balanced to. So one of the other things that you can do with Jenkins is you can have your workers actually run on Kubernetes. You can run it like a job, and then you kill the container post work, which is really useful because it's, if you're not using the Jenkins service or like a Jenkins pod, it's just gone and it's not utilizing resources, which is a lot different from the way that Jenkins used to be, where you'd have Jenkins workers, you'd have your Jenkins master and then your Jenkins workers, where it would schedule the jobs on the individual workers. This is just use it as you need it and then kill it when you're done. And then you can scale out Jenkins. Generally, when I do hosts, I do 2 jobs per host. Now you can kind of infinitely scale. pending you don't have really small Kubernetes instances. If you have really small instances, you can't really scale infinitely, but it's much easier to scale with Jenkins running in Kubernetes. So it's a little bit short of a presentation. If anybody has questions, you can go ahead and email me. My email's on the slideshow. And if you want to follow me on Instagram, I post cool tech pics sometimes that are somewhat fun to look at, I guess. But that's pretty much my presentation.
Awesome. It looks like YouTube is running about a minute or two behind the actual feed from Zoom.
Yeah.
So maybe we see a question or two roll in. Or maybe we hand it back to Nathan to give us kind of the closing remarks. Not seeing anything, so maybe we just pass it off to Nathan.
All right. All right, well, thank you everyone so much for joining us today for our inaugural DevOps 95. We've traveled today from Washington, D.C. all the way north to New Haven, Connecticut. It's been a great day, and I would like to just take a quick moment to thank all of our presenters across the day. And to remind everyone to check out DevOps95.com. This is where you can find the charities that we're recommending that folks donate to. If you have a little bit of spare money that you can share with these charities, that would be really great. And then also come back to DevOps95.com because this is where we will post all of the slides from today, and you'll always be able to find the URL for the live stream. Now, we will be breaking the live stream up into a number of different presentations so that instead of having to scrub through 12 hours of a YouTube video, you can jump exactly to the presentation that you missed or that you want to revisit. With that, I will say thank you once again to all of our participants, all of our organizers, and all of our presenters. I hope that you all stay very healthy and very safe. Look out for one another, and thank you for joining us today. Bye-bye.